Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. Today we are continuing with Megaquarium. We are on the last level, Megalopolis, where we are going to be building a mega aquarium containing the largest fish on the planet. So welcome to Megalopolis. The final challenge awaits. Here in Megalopolis, you are tasked with building an aquarium fit for the largest fish in the world, the whale shark. It's a long road ahead. First, you must build the aquarium from scratch using everything you have learned until you reach the lofty heights of rank 12. Rank 12 is the maximum rank achievable, and you will have access to all the tools required to house the whale shark. Your aquarium will eventually grow to a colossal size, so you should plan your layout carefully so that it is easy to expand. I will be in touch once you have grown to a moderate size happy building. Alright, so we have not yet opened. The first thing I want to do, so we are literally starting from scratch. One of the first things that we're gonna check our messages real quick. Okay, so we do have some fish for sale. We have a flame angelfish, a Volatan's lionfish, and a porcupine puffer for sale. So the first thing we're gonna do is I am going to look at what tanks we've got. Do not have the Belfast tank that I was hoping for. What fish do we have? Okay, we do have moderate amount. I know as soon as I click to open, we're going to be researching some very basic stuff, and I think we end up getting like all the plants just open up as we rank up. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I actually want to have this huge Belfast tank here. And so towards that end, I think we're going to start with having a corner tank right here. And I'm just going to put in some walls. I'll put in some doors later. And we're just going to... Actually, I take it back. We're going to do... I could do 1, 2, 3. Let's come back up and we're going to do a wall tank. And we're going to do the maximum size, which is 3. I only had that out just so I could make sure that it was 3. Awesome. All right. So that gives us 2 to start. We're going to look at what kinds of fish can I have. So this is a wimp. This is a bully. So I cannot have this one and the Arabian blue line dotty and the king demoiselle together. All of these eat orange. So we're going to start. What is this? Cannot be with that. Goes up to a 5. How big is this aquarium? It is a 23. So I could have 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. He is only upset because of the water temperature is too low, which I totally get. We are going to open this just a little bit. We can actually run that a little bit more. It's still going to be closed to the public. And I think, so the red-tailed butterfly fish is, I still want to have a huge Belfast tank right about here. So let's see, what other fish can we have? Let's do cannot be housed with a coral grouper. Soldier fish. We can do do any of the none of these have any issues with it. Okay, so we can do an Arabian dotty back there. We're gonna do an orchid dotty back, so we're gonna have some multiple fish here. Royal Graham. So here we have some things. Okay, so we've got these three. I'm not gonna be able to fit that one. We can do the Azure, because he'll be a little bit smaller, but they should all be fine. All right, so we do need 60. So we're gonna do a we're gonna have a little bit of getting some things around. So that still needs a little bit more filter. I only need a little, so I'm just going to add this little small basic filter, and that should be fine for that one. We can put a door right here, and then we are going to add a green pellet dispenser and a orange pellet dispenser. And then we're going to what else are we going to do? Okay, so we are going to, what other fish do I have left to do? I do still have, these are the smaller fish. So we can do it needs to be at least 4. I can fit at least. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a, because again, I want a lot of room for that Belfast tank that's going to go right in here and be able to sell things and have benches and more. So we are going to look at this one. We are going to add our King Demoiselle, and we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so from there, we're going to have, is that enough? That is plenty. They also eat orange, so we're going to put an orange there, and then we're just going to wrap this up in a nice little door. We will eventually expand on this more so when we start, but let's see. So we can do a right here, we're going to have then a corner tank, and we're going to put in our yellow tank. We can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's expand this again. I like to have my doors. Good working order. Okay, so we're going to have a basic pump right here, connect. Something I will do is I will eventually have these replaced. I might even expand further down. What other fish do I have? I do have the black bar soldierfish, the coral grouper, zebra moray eel. I want to do this. I like doing this one with having the... For me, gobies are like those little small fish that you see that poke out. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another wall tank. So here we're going to have, it's just going to be the exact opposite of this side, but we're going to have a basic pump right here go to this one. We're going to just cannot be with light, can only be, will be a 9. Okay, so hold on, so that's 23. So I could have a 9 and an 8. If I do 2 of these, that's 17. So I could have 1 coral grouper and 2 black bar soldierfish. Then what we're going to do is we're going to look and see if that is sufficient. That appears to be enough. They want some cave, so we're going to come down here. I want at least 5 cave, so we're going to give them a bit of a rocky overhang. And then these need some some plants, so we're going to give them some sea grapes. They don't need it, but we're going to give it to them anyway, because guests don't like to have they just don't like to have empty spaces. They feel like that's unfair to the fish. To an extent, I kind of agree. But I know that if sometimes the fish are fine with just having they're just fine with having a little bit of they're just fine with having little to no little to no decoration. Alright, so with here we're going to add a orange, and we're going to add a mussel, and then over here we're going to add a green. So the next thing that we're going to do is, actually, I take it back. We're going to move these. I might move these somewhere else, because what I wanted to do was have one last tank that we're going to build. And it's going to be this observer tank. And yeah, we're going to do it just like so. But we're going to move this and have this go all the way back. Move this back 1. Get back. Let's move it over 1 more. So one of the things we're going to do with this one is scale. So whereas normally I would have I might only have this one, like 2 apart, we're going to be focusing on like 3s. Unless I really want to do a forced walkthrough. So we can have a door here, and we're going to have a door right there. Now in this one, what we're going to do is we're going to do the zebra moray eel, which will grow to a 9. He will need several things. First off, he needs 2 cave. So we're going to actually give him, does that, no, that's probably not. That would be cool. We're going to give him on, I think, right here. And then it does not require anything like that. So we're going to come over here and see if that is enough. That one is plenty. We do have the mussel feeder right here, so we're going to actually put that right here, and we're going to put the orange right there, so that way you can access the mussel for either one and the orange for this one. Something we're going to work on is we need to work on doing a work zone. So this would probably be my work zone A with my starter animals. I do believe I have one of everything except for my goby, and I have plans for, I want to actually incorporate some other animals with that one. So with that, we're going to hire, we have Poncho, ideal first employee, cheap all-rounder. So yeah, we're going to hire Poncho for feeding. And then Wade is a bright marine biologist graduate who can learn to work equally well with machines and animals. So feeding and fixing, we're going to hire. All right. So with that, the last thing that we need to incorporate in here is, one, we need some tool stations. So I'm going to put a tool station over here. I'm going to have a tool station right here and here. And just because, yeah, we're going to put another tool station right here for now. I do need a broom stand. We will put 2 broom stands in place. And then the last thing we will need is a toilet venue for our guests. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually open this up so that the people that are needing to go to the toilet can go to the toilet. But we are going to make it so that there is the sponge sink is right there. There is a doorway that prevents them from coming in. And then we are going to add 2 toilets facing the correct way. 1, 2. We do need to add a bin. We'll have 2 bins on either side there. We will have another bin right there and another bin right there, so that way we have plenty of room, just so that they can have plenty of access to doorways. So this gives us the opportunity to actually expand out this way with a hallway, expand this way with a hallway. We just have to move some things here. But then we have room to have our Belfast tank right here, which I plan on having 2 walls on either side and being able to have, so it'll come around as a kind of like the goalposts at a football game where you've got the single stand and then like a Y, like a tuning fork. So with that, we have, I believe, our 2 employees. We did have 2 employees. We're gonna have a little bit more focus on fixing for right now. I do need to work on work zones, but that will set us up for all of our fish minus the goby, which I have plans for. We'll have a nice little coral tank and we'll add the goby into that. We are ready to open. And we're going to select our first research once we get that open. Let's do a fizzy drink. We will eventually switch those out for something else. Okay, so with this, I kind of want to, as much as I would love to do the coral, I don't have the lights, I don't think. And I would like to try to get some of these smaller ones first. So I might be able to have maybe over here, open it up and have another tank that's just small fish. And my plan is eventually to actually replace these with the deep tanks, and only keep like the smaller tanks for that, but we'll see. Hopefully the science comes in. This one I know adds 18 science, so maybe it's just waiting for me to have any amount of science. There we are. Alright, so one of the things that's going to be the biggest one is, of course, I want this deep wall tank. What do I have? Nothing's really... Isn't there? The large filter, the large heater, and the protein skimmer are all going to be crucial. So first, let's do the protein skimmer, because that will help with a lot of research and stuff. So here we go up here and we can click at a glance and we can see I've got a lot of ecology that can be gained, and as well as a lot, not too much of science. Let's see, I have 30, 18, that's 48 plus another, that's 56 science total. A lot more ecology. So we're going to come back over here. We're going to finish out that level 1, and we can actually go ahead and move this feeder over to here. One of the things that I am going to definitely want to upgrade as soon as it is available is that power pump, so I can start getting all of these on their own system. And okay, so we're gonna wait till we get at least one more fish done. That's gonna again give us some damselfish. Now the only one we have left is the peeper. Yeah, it's only 50, so I'll go ahead and grab that one. It shouldn't take too long to get the peeper. In this one, we are going to we'll have a Subnautica tank, possibly as a Laguna tank, but we'll only put in just the minimum, so that way we hopefully don't outgrow the tank and pay more attention to the size requirements. So we can see we definitely underutilizing this tank over here. All right, so we're going to pick our next research. And here we have several of these little two size fish. Here's a pygmy angelfish. That looks really cute. So yeah, I'm thinking we might be able to do... we're going to be able to do a lot with this small fish section. And one thing that I would kind of like to do is actually have the Belfast tank and have numerous places that people can access. Let's see, there gives some... I do need to make sure that I have keep up with like these data signs that will help with some prestige. And keeping up with things such as the seating and things. So with that, we're going to pick some of our next fish. We'll do that one. So I definitely need to focus on getting more. So this one's not being viewed as much. I definitely need to focus on getting more it doesn't say you can't house more than one. So I think we're going to what is in here? Coral grouper. Let's move the coral grouper over here. And then we can put in 2 more soldier fish back there. So that will help hopefully get... Yeah, so this observer tank is now worth like 48 points. So I'm going to look at getting some fish. Here's blue line damsel. So this one, because it's 15 and 3, that will actually be a lot of science. Maybe I might want to, since this is unlocked with ecology, do I have anything? Ooh, the panther grouper is worth 42. I'm looking to see really quickly if there's anything that's going to be able to beat. This requires some skill. We're going to do the one stripe amethyst, and we'll maybe start to include and have like a small wraparound segment over here that comes out and goes around. So with that, we're going to call this session, this episode over, but we will continue in the next session. Thanks for watching. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing in Megaquarium with the last level, Megalopolis. We are fixing to go through and start adding into a small fish section over here, since that is what we have unlocked. We are first going to so we don't have to necessarily work with pause, because I do want to make sure that we are getting as much of the science and we're leveling up as fast as we possibly can, which is going to take a bit of time. So we are going to have this open. We're going to pause real quick as we're going to take that heater and just move it, and we can rotate that one. So that is all we needed to do right there. So we're going to have, it's again, we're doing like 3 on, 3 off, so 3 off. So that is technically where our next aquarium is going to be. So we can close that off. I would kind of like to have it where this is a little bit more offset a little bit. So what I might do is I might actually have it where on this side it might be, I'm going to open it up a little bit further anyway. What I'm thinking we might do is have, let's see what fish I've got. So I do have some of these little small fish that I can put these together. I could actually bring the King Damosel in here, as well as the Azure Damosel in. So what we're going to do is we're going to, on this side, we're going to do another 3. And here we're going to do like 1 and 2. Because I want to start getting it where they're kind of maybe a little off kilter. And these are going to be where we're going to have some of the smaller fish. So like here's a pygmy angelfish. So we can actually put him right there. We are not going to do the peeper. The peeper's going to be a little bit bigger one. We can do the, this is probably overkill for this one, but I think what we're going to do, actually we need to pause while I build, because these guys are not going to last long. So we're going to actually move this one over here, and then we're going to, here's the speckled damselfish, and what else do I have? The Roland's damselfish. All right, so we've got 5 different fish. They're only 10, so it's, how much space is this one? This one's 10. I could theoretically put them in there, but I don't have, what I don't have is I don't have anything. Actually, no, I take it back. I do. So yeah, I could take this and I could theoretically move all of these fish into this one little aquarium. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 5. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to max out that tank. I need a cave. So I have a cave. We're going to add a driftwood cave. And then I need a plant. So we're going to actually add some eelgrass on the other side. And that should be sufficient for that one. But what we do need to do is we do need enough to have however many. Okay, so that does add a little bit. That does not add quite enough power, so we're going to have to do another power. So that should be sufficient. Now we do need some zooplankton. So we're going to add some zooplankton over here. And I believe... Nope, it looks like they just eat orange. So we're going to draw a line over here. And we're going to house that in. And then we can start where they can see, where the people can come down and start to see some of these fish. So I'm looking to see, I think I have everything, except for the goby, which again, I have plans for. It'll probably be, I'd probably actually do it as a corner tank. So we're going to probably come out around here, and we will have a corner tank just like so, and this will be where I will have the gobies, and then it'll come back around and be able to deposit people out over here. Looks like people are needing the toilets. So we are going to, just for temporary purposes, we're going to give them a toilet right over there. And we will also put a toilet right there. But those are just temporary placements for toilets. So with that, we do need to put in our data signs and make sure that we keep up with our data signs. We can go ahead and place them here for our bigger aquariums. And then we can continue to access. So we will be able to have fish continuing on this side, as well as fish continuing on this side and around, and then have fish over here. So this will be kind of a nice little walkthrough that people can go through and see these smaller fish. What do we have here? We have coral grouper has grown, and the zebra eel has also grown. Awesome. So we do have a porcupine puffer that is available for sale. 12. See, some of these are going to be really good for having with this. I do think the flame angelfish goes up to 3. And then this one will be good. Actually, for like when I have, I really need a deep water tank for this one to really kind of show it off. Porcupine puffer, I think I will get, but we can go ahead and buy it, but I'm going to wait until we get that big tank. I get 2 of them. Okay. And then we get 1 flame angelfish. So we're just going to go ahead and purchase those 3. So I've got them. They're kind of in my back storage there. I'm not quite ready to put them out on display just yet. We do have some tank quality that is going down, so we're just going to do a power filter. We will eventually be replacing all of these filters, and we will have massive filters. This will all be daisy chained together into one giant mess. Let's hire one more. Yeah, we got a feeder fixer. There we go. Gonna hire one more person for that. I need to do some science. That's for prestige. So here's the obelisk that we can put right about there or so, but we're going to look and see what other decor can we have. All right, so this one is going to get us a lot of prestige, or not prestige. Well, it'll give us a lot of prestige, but it'll also get us a lot of science. So one of the things we're looking for right now is we are looking for animals that are going to get us science. That is not letting me pick. Choose our research. All right, that was not letting me pick what rank I wanted to select. I think I'm going to pick this one because this will be really good for. They're size 2. I need at least 3 of them. This will be really good for the other small tank that I've got. So here is this one, but he's going to grow up to 6. I need at least 24, and the largest I can get on that wall tank is actually 23. So I could do one of them, but I would have to then move him around. I think this is going to be one that's going to be really good for the Belfast tank, but for right now, we're going to pause. We're going to put one in there just because I want to get some, I need to get some science, and I can't wait any longer. We're going to move that back there. We need to get a power combo, which should be enough. Looks it. We need 2 cave. So we're going to come down here. We're going to grab a driftwood cave, which is enough. And then we need a little bit of plants. We are going to do... Let's do the garweed. It should be... We'll do that up in the front. And then this one eats krill. So we're going to come down over here. We're going to select the krill, which is what I picked. And we're going to put krill right there. So that way the... the fish can be ready to be fed. And then we're going to extend this down and over and delete those and restart. So there is the start of our science. Awesome. So this one's going to be in our small little tank that's there. Here is a bully, but we can do what is that one? Dislikes conjurers, cannot be housed with other damsels. I remember that fish. Okay. So we are going to, I think I see one little wall right there. Awesome. So one thing I want to do is I want to make sure that we have the ability for the workers to get in, and eventually this will all be like placed here in the center. So I do want to make sure, so this will probably be like another, at least a small tank, and then another quarter tank, and then it'll come back. So I will have ample room in here to do some stuff. Maybe I should, we're going to open this up really quickly. We're going to, so one of the things I'm doing is I'm trying to keep it so that they can't access areas that are not open to the public just yet. But here we're going to have our basic toilet. We are going to put a sponge sink right here. and we're gonna put a doorway in when I get back to that one. We'll do the whitetail damselfish. We're gonna have a doorway that will be right there, so I can actually move that over there, and this one to there. So what'll happen is that that's at least it's kind of giving a way to have a toilet here, so that way they can actually access things. The other thing is that they probably need another trash can. We're gonna put another trash can over here on either side of this. 1, 2, there. All right, and so that way that they will be able to access things. Now, since I've got a toilet right over there, you know what? I don't think I have anybody that can do cleaning. Romeo, you just became our cleaner. So one of the things we're gonna do is I'm gonna actually put a sponge sink right here. So that way, anytime I have a toilet somewhere, I like to have a sponge sink nearby so that they can have access to being able here's another cross damsel, and this is also some science. Let's look at some rank 3s. Here's 9. Here's a lattice soldier fish. That might be really good for our oh, and a bumblebee goby. He's a bully though. He's cute. Bristle-tooth tangs. I love tangs. I remember when, and then here's some moray eels. So I could also do some moray eels, but they are worth ecology, and I'm really wanting to focus on some science. So here's one that is worth 20 science, so we'll go with that one. So I'm hoping that this will hopefully generate some more science is what we need. How is everybody over here doing? So I know this is slow going. This will probably be the longest series of in the series because we are starting with rank 1. We are all the way up to 3 though, so we are advancing, just not as fast as as I would personally like. So this is 10. So this one just can't be with other damsels, but I could put a damsel in there, and then actually no, it's not going to work with that one, or that one. What is this? This is the one striped. Yeah, I think we're going to put this guy that does not like anybody of his type. He's just going to go over there into that one. And we do need to add a plant. That's easy enough to do. We can add a fanwort. Can we add that? Awesome. So there we go. We have 107 if we can get people over here. So one thing I might use to entice people over here is having a drink bin, so that if they want to get something to drink, they can come over here and they can grab something to drink and hopefully look at this 107 points of science. Once we get the wall tank in, we will be able to have at least the 4 of these. We'll replace that with another fish. Perhaps the white-tailed damsel, which I believe this one was full. Yeah. So we could actually add the white-tailed damsel into this one. And we could even add the other ones in there. The banded humbug is kind of cute. I like the damselfish. They're the banded and it's a bully and a bully, black-tail humbug and the banded humbug. I like when you hover over it, they just kind of went. Let's do and again we're focusing also on tropical, so we definitely want to keep up with all of the warm ones. We'll do the firefish next. Tank 7, so he needs some rocks, so we can add some rocks. Boom. Rocks. Happy. Let's see, what other fish do I have to add? Or we're gonna add the talbot, and I thought we added the princess. I added the princess over here. Maybe it just didn't take. Okay. So we've got the princess over there. I need at least 3 and 6. So this one would be good for right here. So we are going to put in a power combo, which will be more than sufficient. And then we're going to add 1, 2, 3. They need 3 rocks and 3, which I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do because I do not have. I could do 3 rock or 3 that, and then I need 3 rocks, which not able to do. I could get 2 rocks in that one. But I will need to have the I would need to have the drawing mind blank. I would need to have so we're gonna pause real quick. I would need to have more things. All right, so we're going to power combo that. Is that enough? That looks like it's enough. I do need to have the live shrimp. We're gonna have right there. What other fish can I put into this small tank for the time being? I think the only one I have is the goby, and we're just gonna put 1, 2, 3. We're just gonna put 3 little gobies in there. It's already heated up. We do have the live shrimp already, and we have a plankton, but That should be enough plankton for... We'll see how it goes. We're going to close this off. And then we're going to actually close the space, just have a little bit of an alcove there. And then I need to add a data sign on this side. And just so that my employees can have access, we're going to put a door on there. And that will bring me up to date. We need... There's our protein skimmer. All right, so what do we need? I know I want the deep wall tank. That took so long to get that one. Yeah, we're gonna do the deep wall tank because I'm gonna want that next. We're gonna add some rubble in with the gobies so that they have some stuff to put in there. And with that, it is shaping up. I know it doesn't feel like we have a whole lot of progress, but it is coming along nicely. This part will be slow because we are working on from the ground up. Fixing, eaten by coral grouper. Okay, so... Bummer. Okay, so we might be able to... How much? No, can't do it in there. Firefish, we're going to... We'll do... science. I'm looking for... Science. We'll do the lattice soldierfish. What's in this tank? Demoiselle. So yeah, everything is... except for this one. I can put a princess... Somewhere it's saying I still have a princess out there. I don't know where it is. Alright. But we will call that for today. We do have a nice start of a section coming off here. We are still lining up for that Belfast tank, and we will continue in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing with Megaquarium. We are in Megalopolis. We are starting out with small rank 1, 2, 3. We actually finished all of rank 1 that we have available. I think I'm going to hire someone else to do feeding. Probably have enough money that we can... I could probably just hire everybody. I do have some different space for them to clean. We're gonna recess that stuff in. We have a couple of brooms. We're waiting on getting this deep wall tank, which will help with expanding this out, because for some of these I will probably end up going through and adding to these. So we do have some people that are making it all the way over here. We'll give them a little bench to sit in. By having these where they are kind of 3 to a seat, or 3 to an area, we are able to actually give them some room to sit down so that they still have, I could have one side filled and have the other side available for traffic. All right, so what do we want next? We could do the hermit crab, which would give us effective size of 8, is an arthropod, so I think we'll do the Halloween hermit crab. I'm pretty sure this guy, see, there's the other princess. I could move because the last princess got eaten by the coral grouper. We're gonna put the princess damsel right there. In there. It eats arthropods 1 through 3. So I could put that Halloween, the Halloween hermit crab that I just worked on is gonna go into this one. And it's a scavenger, so it doesn't require any extra feeding. It'll just eat scraps. And I think I kind of want to do, when we get the deep wall tank, I think I want to put one right here because I think it'll expand out to 4 and we can have a little bit bigger of a tank. So we could, in theory, expand out, start expanding this out a little bit. Everything but where we're going to put the next one. There's a bench right there. If you're tired, sit down. I could put right there. It'd be kind of cool to have that Chicago tank that's got kind of the L shape, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get that for quite some time. One thing I could do is I could open this up and have a lagoon tank right over here. But what other fish do I have? I think I have everything in except for these that I would need at least 15. And I have the goby firefoot, the firefish. What is in here? 3, 1. Okay, so yeah, this would actually, I think, go well maybe with. There's the hermit crab. All right, we are going to. Let's look at some of these smaller ones. The sunburst butterfly fish would be good. Okay. And then we can add Halloween hermit crab. We could add 1, 2, 3 in that tank. And that now can earn us 131. So if I can actually get people to look at this tank, so one of the things, my tanks are not getting 100% views aside from this first one. And so I think what we may do is we may do, there's sunburst. We'll do a, that's a bully, that's a bully. We'll do one of these. We're gonna do, we're gonna do 2 lagoon tanks. And for right now, we are going to, because this is eventually, this isn't going to matter because we're going to have that to there, and that one goes to there. All right, so that's good. We're going to look at where is free spot. We'll do the reticulus. So one of the things about having all the ecology is that's going to help us with being able to get all of these fish much faster. Here we are. So I want 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to then add, we'll add some sea grapes. That's getting us a boost to our prestige, but it's also getting some people back to sea. I do need to have something in that tank, and that was the one I was wanting. We are going to where is okay, so we have spot reticulus. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, even though I've got room for more fish, but that will give us 2 lagoons. This will eventually be replaced by our Belfast tank that I am wanting to unlock, but we don't have the Belfast tank just yet. All right, so we have unlocked that next one. So they are starting to unlock faster and faster. We can do the turbo snail. And I'm thinking what I'll probably have is this will probably come out, and I might have the next pathway will come out over here. While we have, so probably what I will do is we will have these might get moved over to here once I get my Belfast tank in. I will probably do that. So we can, I don't really want to do too much as far as building if I'm not this. All right, so there is the turbo snail. So let's see where is the turbo snail gonna go well. We do have this sunburst butterfly fish. Which space is that one? So we do have, we could put the butterfly fish in there. We did have this one. All right, so this is armored, has a size of 4. It's the samurai fish, and that is my dog that is panting into the. All right, so we have. He is a bully. I don't know if neither one of these are. So we could actually put the cross damsel, and because there's 2 and 5. Yeah, we could actually put in. There's our deep wall tank that I wanted. We're going to get the large filter. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop the, or was it the black vent? right there. And then we're going to also drop in the... Where was it? Down here? No. It was... I don't remember what the other one was that I was going to do. It was a bully, I believe. But it wasn't the princess. Was it this one? It was bully. Yeah, I mean, it'll fit, and then that'll finish out that tank, and it gives a little bit bigger. No, I think I remember what it was. Something that was more colorful. I like the fox-faced rabbitfish. It's kind of cool too. Let's do the panther grouper, since I have the large. Since I now have the wall tanks. Oh, good. So I have all the wall tanks. Because we can then even make it to there. We can put it about... I need... Alright. I think I wanted to do some more of these little small fish. So I've got like this lattice soldier fish. I could make one that is all of these soldier fish and squirrel fish. Because I don't think that they are against being together. But this one is 3 times 2, so that's 6, 15, 4. So yeah, we could definitely go through and make a large tank. That should be sufficient. So what we're going to do, we're going to quickly pause it because we're going to open this up so that we can move this in place. And then we're going to just open that up so we can put the bench in there. The other thing that we're going to do is we are going to have our ramp there, and I believe this is where we have the so we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to 1, 2, 3, 4. We will also put this, so we need 1, 2, 3, and then this one is 1, 2, 3. So we have plenty of filtration and temperature needs that we need to meet. I need to get where we have, so we have 1, 2, that meets those, and then we're just going to get a regular heater. We do need 10 cave, and so we are going to actually do this rocky overhang, and then we'll do another one right here. And then we have zooplankton and an orange. I know we have others, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to put another orange and zooplankton just right there so that it can go in. So that's a nice big tank. And then we can move the seat to right there. And then this one can be placed somewhere else. We'll put it right there for now. So we do have, this is back up to being 100%, so we are getting a chance for that 131 points. We are getting 100 out of these, so that is more ecology. People are resting, and we are starting to get people down on this side. Now on this, we are going to start moving people back in and over and around. So I think we probably, there is fixing and cleaning, because I know we're going to do that. And then Dante, got to have Dante. And then someone else to feed. And that is it for the staff that is available currently. I do have some people that are idle, but that's fine. So, and I know this is going around, so we can, one thing we can do is we can speed up so that we can maybe earn this a little bit faster. So we do have someone, they're coming out with the toolboxes, and fixing and repairing these before they break down and become critical, which is awesome. So I wish these are starting to get a little bit more variety, so we can go through and we're going to add those data signs. We'll add 2 of them, one right there and one right there, so that will help. And there is the panther grouper. All right, so that was the panther grouper. We can get 2-spot goby. We can turn that one into multiple ones. So let's go through and we're going to, now that we have the deep tank, we can go through and we're going to actually add I'm going to add a large tank there, and then we're going to add a second large tank right there. These are going to be probably about fine. All right, so we're going to move the bench right there. This is still going to give us room for that huge Belfast tank right here in the center that I want to do. For right now, we are going to wall this off. Going to wall this off. I think actually we might wall in just a little bit more, so I can have some room to grab. I can't delete people. So we're going to pick them up and move them over there. I am going to have a doorway right there, and we will do a doorway there and there. Once we get the Belfast tank in, we will see if there are any other additional places that I wish to have. We're going to, really quickly, we're going to do a basic pump. Yeah, we're going to do a basic pump, and it's going to be connected, and then we're going to do this one right here, and that's going to be connected, so that way we can have as much as we possibly can, And then for right now, we are going to do two things. We're going to have, what else do I have? We're going to put panther groupers. We have 100 in there. So this is going to be up to 14. So I can put, let's call that 15. 3 is 45. So I could put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need 100 heat. And it looks like I need muscles. Why do I not? Probably because I just need more muscles. All right, so we're going to do a stairway here, or a ramp right there. We're going to put down a muscle dispenser right here as close as we can get. And they do need more heat, so we are going to they need 20 more heat, so we're going to put that is sufficient heat. Now I need 24 rocks, no, 24 cave. So we are going to go down here, 24, so we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4. That is great. It gives us some plant life as well. So they are going to get, that is 252 science. That is awesome. And then we will have here, what other fish do I have? I don't think I have anything that I don't already have somewhere else other than like the Mexican turbo snail, which is not sufficient, and I have a goby coming up. So for right now, I think what I'm going to do, because I really don't want to have an empty tank, we're going to duplicate this, just so that way I don't get a negative hit on my prestige. And then what I will do once I get a larger fish that is similar to the panther grouper, then I will sell one tank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then I will sell one tank's panther grouper set and be able to keep the last group. So with that is probably a big noticeable change. We can now unpause it. We're still on fast forward, and you can actually see the science coming up. So that is probably a good indication. And I just remembered that we did have all of these we did have all these fish that were for sale that we could have done. And there is level 5, which is going to give us an additional decoration items. We have more paints, trees, new fish that we can research, which is great because we were running low. And some more tanks that we can unlock, as well as we will have the padded bench and the power pump. I'm really looking forward to that. Plus, we're starting to gain access to things that we can start our own gift shop, which will come in handy as we are running low on money. So one-way gates. The one-way gate is now available. These handy gates allow passage in one direction only. This makes them the perfect tool for enforcing a one-way system. This could be just a small area or even your entire aquarium. However, be warned, it is possible to completely cut off a part of your aquarium from the entrance using one-way gates. This will lead to guests complaining that they cannot find the exit. They also stop guests tracking back to find facilities. In summary, use them carefully. Thankfully, one-way gates allow staff to pass through in both directions, so that's one thing you won't have to worry about. Awesome. So we do have that, and we are at a point where with all of these panther groupers, we are gaining, we're able to gain science relatively quickly. So we can use this, and I feel like we will be able to get that, the backpack shelf, and we'll be able to have a small, maybe a small shop, a small gift shop over here, that patrons can go into and get. So if we have a cuckoo wrasse, we can get an epaulet shark. So that is definitely something we want to do. Blue tubular sponge for sale. It's a deal. Awesome. We'll be able to get those. And then there's the one-way gates. So there's our 2-spot goby. Let's look. I think it was this one. Yeah, we are going to actually sell those. And then one of the things I want to get is, was it the bumblebee? Yeah, the bumblebee goby. So we're going to get a couple of gobies in here, and we might end up having a couple of like a goby section or something, or just have them occasionally in the wings. So we're going to do the power pump now. We're going to actually slow it back down. I want to add these gobies, and then we are going to call it for this episode. So I have this one. We're going to add a 2-spot goby. I mean, tank is full. There, this one. All right. So we're going to add a goby. And I will have a couple more gobies, because I will have the butterfly goby, and then I will have another goby coming up pretty soon. Like I said, I think I'll move these 2 lagoons over here once I start adding these in. But first, before I do that, I want the Belfast tank that I can put in there and have that be a full-on ambassador tank. But that is for a future episode. But those are my plans. So with that, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing with Megalopolis and Megaquarium, and when I just finished last time, we just unlocked the bumblebee goby, and so we're going to pick our next fish or animal. So we're going to look, and I know one of the things that I want to have in the Belfast tank that is this schooling bannerfish, which is a phenomenal, just a wonderful viewpoint. So we're going to select that one. So we are starting to look at what are we going to have when we unlock that Belfast tank. Romeo is leveled up. So with fitness, we could do cleaner gift shop. So we're going to keep doing some cleaning, and we are going to look. So down here, we don't have a full view, and at one point I will do a overhaul for all of these to be daisy chained. I will probably do that when I am able to get the Belfast, because I will do a bit of restructuring. So I'm gonna hold off on doing that. Plus, I would like to have the larger, I'd like to have the next size up at least. So here's like the large filter. I would like to have the next size higher. at a minimum. So for this, we have this to 3. What do I have in this tank? I have, so the number of science earns whatever. So yeah, we could add 1 of those. But I don't think it's gonna work well because, well, we do have to have at least, as long as we have at least 1. But we need to have a driftwood cave, and then we need a plant, another plant. So we're going to, up here, we're going to just add one sprig of lettuce, and that's it. That's all we can put into that. At least as far as if any fish need additional requirements, I would not be able to add or accommodate anything. So with that, I think one thing we'll do is we will open that. I'm not worried. I wasn't worried about people coming in, but one of the things we're going to do is we're just going to do that so we can move the sponge sink right there so that anybody who needs to come in and clean this can access it right there. So we do have some filtration issues, so we are going to come here. It's probably because they do need to have some repairs done. And they also need mussels, but we do have mussels right there. All right, we got a lot of these are the panther groupers have grown. So we're going to delete all of those. Thought we already had that one. All right, so we're going to go through, and on this one we have the coral grouper. Awesome. I got the next research. We are going to add the bench. So with that, I believe we have the flame angel fish. Animals 1 to 3, so it's not going to work with that one. What about this tank? This one's only got the princess damsel that can't handle anybody. It's like that. So we could actually put the flame angel fish right there. That would work perfectly. And I think, what are the requirements for the lionfish? They require 3 cave mammals, arthropods. They'll grow to 11. Makes 22. So it would actually be a little bit less. But one of the things we can do is we could actually sell the panther groupers, like I said I would. And then we're going to click on these, and we're going to 1, 2. And that is giving plenty. It's not near as much science as, say, this tank was giving. 504. Wow. So when I can get people back here, I will be banking in science. Dante is leveled up. If I remember correctly, Dante is really good at talking, and he really deserves that. I do need to get the cuckoo ras. So I don't think I have that unlocked. Do I have it? I don't have anything in cold water. So because I need to, I can collapse all, and I can see right here I don't have anything in that venture, so I will need to research those. I do have, so one of the things I love about this, and this was a quality of life update, is it does tell you how many of each fish you have. So here I have a cross damsel that I can add to a tank if I can find one that has some space. So here's a cross damsel, cannot be housed, just like pond species. Don't know if that means that can't be housed with another cross damsel. Does that mean I could put it here? It's just saying it needs another. So what thing we might try to do is see if we can cross that off and actually give them a full-on rocky overhang. And then we need to do a large filter. So we do have a couple different species, or a couple different types of food. So we have krill, orange, and zooplankton, which we do have a zooplankton there. There's the padded bench. Let's see, so we have the terrarium, which I think the terrarium is really for the terrarium's more for the freshwater frenzy, which we will be going into after we finish with this series of the base game. Let's see, what other ones did I have? I had that one. I want the puffer fish. I want to go in to, the puffer fish. I want to go into the big Belfast tank. We are going to put a we're going to put a small wall tank. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this. We can put it actually right here. And we're going to literally just like that. We can open this up, and we're going to have a wall there. We're going to, I need to see what these sponges, okay, 10 requires 70. So we're going to, awesome, we're going to choose that in a second. We're going to, that's probably overkill. We're going to go with the power combo mini, which is sufficient. We're going to then you have to only do this one at a time. All right. And there. So that is that, and I need zooplankton, which is down here. And I need some lights, which hopefully, I don't think I have enough lights, so I need to definitely look those up on the next one. We're going to expand this so we can do, I need a little bit of Peter. All right, so that's actually going to be a little shy, but we'll be able to do our research and get some oh, there's the cuckoo rouse. So we can get one of these and we can do a larger one. I know it's a cold water. So yeah, so we're going to have a little bit of, I'm gonna get a little bit of a prestige hit because these are not the 10 that they need. But they are, we're going to fast forward, see if we can't, yeah, so we'll have this, and we will research those power lights next. That's on me for not seeing that. Small prestige hits, but we'll have it. So we've got a lot of little small tanks that are coming around, and I could probably consolidate these, especially if I had larger tanks, which might be something that I consider doing, and just putting that together as a full-on time-lapse video, instead of watching me completely recalculate meticulously every single thing, but every single tank. But it would probably mean that they're more like this, or they're the wall tanks and they're the deep tanks. There is our Belfast tank, but the next thing I need is I actually need this power light first, because I need the power light for this particular tank. They're not particularly happy, but we're making it work, hopefully. Okay, so we can also put out another tool station right there. I need, we can put a tool station right in there. So here we are. You can see that it is coming through pretty quickly. It'll be interesting to see how many days it takes us to get through this level. If anybody wants to comment with how many days you think it's going to take. There is that research done, and next we're going to do the Belfast tank. So we're going to actually slow this down and see if I can do power light. Only one. Okay, so first I need to, we're going to pause it so that they're not suffering any more than they need to, and we're going to then go in and add our power lights, and they're doing hunky-dory right there. All right, so this is, look at that science just radiating. So this is 84. How big are they? 14. So if I did that, that would be, I could add one more Panther grouper, I believe, because they'll grow up to 14. So that is 88. So it would be 98. So it would work, but I'd much rather have just an even amount. Besides that, 504 is unreal. All right. I am just waiting on this Belfast tank, and then I do have this cuckoo wrasse. We are going to come over here. First off, do I have the chillers? I do have a basic chiller. How big does that wrasse get? I guess I'll have to wait until it unlocks. One thing that would be kind of cool, there's my schooling fish. One thing that would be kind of cool is if it had something that, like, while you were researching it, you know, you could see it right here and just say in process research. But it'll be right there. That one's one that I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually have it in a separate tank. It's not going to actually be visible to the public. But I just need to be able to I need to be able to grow it so that I can do that trade for the epaulet shark. Because the epaulet shark would be awesome. Actually, the epaulet shark would be pretty cool to have in that tank. And then Poncho leveled up feeding. Alright, so there is the cuckoo wrasse. It's a cold water fish. I'm not gonna really do a lot of I'm not gonna do too many of the cold water right now. In fact, this is really only a small bit that I want. So I need to see how big does this thing grow. 10. Okay, so theoretically I could house it in one of these. So what we're going to do is we're just going to, I feel bad for this guy, but we're just going to put him right here. We're going to do a filter and a chiller. And then we're going to put the, hold on, a cuckoo wrasse in. He needs 2 cave. So we're going to give him, we'll awesome. We're going to give him we'll give him a little cave like that. And then we need the cockles to feed him. So we're going to come over here and have cockles. That's it. And then he's just, the whole point of that is just he's gonna grow up so I can trade him out for an epaulet shark. So what else do I have? We can get the gacha machine. I do need to level up before I can really get too much more. And then what I said I was going to do is we are going to move this over. And we're going to put these terrariums right over here. So this will be a nice little terrarium hold. We're going to go there. All right. So we are going to this right here. We're going to put this one right there. And then we're going to grab this as it goes right there. And then we will grab this one and put it where to. Hold on, can I? I gotta try to figure out how to. Trying to redo. Here, we're gonna just pick it up. All right. Does that one fit over there? No, it doesn't. All right. So what we're going to do is that one to there, and this one still does not. Okay. That's infuriating. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to sell and sell. We're paused anyway. So we're going to do our first of this. And then actually what I want to do is we're going to do a small one over here. We're going to have this be right here, and we're going to connect both tanks where we're going to have heater, and then I don't think, do I have the large, I do have a large filter. We're going to do a large filter, and then we're going to do a large skimmer. That should be plenty of room for it. We're going to then, to make sure that it is accessible, we're going to actually put them right there. Can I? No. All right. Going to sell that one and create a doorway over there. We will open these up so that way we can have a drink station, a chocolate vending machine, and then we're going to have our trash bin, and with a door right there. So with this, we're going to, and these might get moved over a little bit, and then with that, we can actually take this and expand to there. So that way we do have some more room for expansions once that comes into play. And we still have technically like another couple of spaces that we can do. And then our big one that we're going to do, that we're going to close out with, is we're going to be able to get this Belfast tank, and we will put it right in the center for everyone to see. We'll be able to have a wall there, and we can close this out. We will actually, as I'm selling these, we're going to start this with some power pumps. We're going to have that one goes there, and then we're going to have another one that will go from there, and it will attach to this one. So I need 425 heat. We're going to have a heat, and we still need more. And then we have another heater and another heater. That is sufficient heating. And then we're going to have a protein skimmer, and I think that is enough for now. So we are going to We're going to put in our stand. Which I thought was going to be a 1, but it's not, it's 2. All right, so that's fine. That's fine. So what is this? All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to, real quickly, we're going to sell that one and that one. I want just a little bit more space, so we're going to encapsulate this area. And we're going to move him. And then we're going to sell the internal walls. And then we're going to actually just redo these. All right. So what I want is we're going to do a power pump. We're going to have it here. And I'm giving up 2 spaces so that way I have room to add. I have room to add the larger filters. So that is sufficient. And then right now we are going to do a large heater. A large heater. We're going to connect it to that. A large heater. And we can actually do that. That's going to connect to that one, but we'll replace some of these. And then I want another filter just to make sure that we've got some different space. And then what we're going to do is, since we're able to do that, we can actually have this where it comes down just like that. Now what we can do is we can come over here and we're going to get our porcupine. And those guys are going to go 1, 2, 3 right there. We're also going to add our schooling bannerfish. Here's where it has to have at least 30. Has at least 30. He's not going to grow up, so I need at least 6 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I need 12. Oh, here we can also really quickly. We're going to add bumblebee go beads there, and then we're going to add some tall eelgrass. And I am actually out of money, so we're going to build this up as we go. So there is some sea grapes. Not enough money. As soon as I can add the sea grapes, we should be good. Need just a few more. So let's see what else we can do. We're going to add a fanwort. And we are going to add some feathering. So let's do the shelf because we're going to be starting to get some we're going to start getting some money in from our shop sales. So here is the cuckoo rouse. Is still 5. How close is he to leveling up? I need 4 more days for him, so I should be able to get him in hopefully the next episode. So there are my schooling bannerfish, they're liking that grass, that tall grass. So let's give them a little bit more of that, since they seem to like it. I'm trying to leave the middle open so that I can possibly have some room to add things. Don't have enough money for that one. All right. So, but we are, next episode, I'm anticipating getting the, he wants flowers and I don't have that one. Awesome. So we are now rank 5, or we're now rank 6. So we have even more things that we can do and more fish that we can, more fish and animals and items that we can unlock. But with that, I'm going to have to, yeah, he's not playing nice. I will have to have a larger fish. I'll have to have a larger one for him. But with that, we are going to call it an episode. We finally do have our Belfast tank. So we are going to be able to start adding into there and creating a nice, huge, right now it's a big science. We'll be able to add and be able to have, hopefully some science in there. So this would be good for that lionfish tank right there. We're gonna pick our next one. I'm gonna do that. Which one do I want to do? Yeah, I don't have that tank yet. We are going to pick. Do I have anything else from rank 3? Yeah, let's go through. All right. So anyway, we're gonna call that episode, and we will see you next time. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter, and we are continuing in Megaquarium. We just unlocked our Belfast tank, and it is pretty popular. We're gonna unpause. So far we're at 100%, so hopefully this will allow us to have where, now this is gonna be the start of this split. One of the things we are going to be able to do is we also did unlock that bench. So we're going to go through and sell some of these so we can go through and add a padded bench, so that people can go through and they can be looking at several of the fish. We're going to hold off there. I'm going to add some balloons and some other aspects. All right. So let's go through. We're going to really quickly delete, and replace with our padded benches. They add just a little bit of prestige. We can have one here. There we go. All right, and we're going to pick our next research. So one of the things that I want to do is I do want to go through and try to get some of these lower ones out of the way, because these are really easy to have as like filler fish. So this one is a bully. That one's also a bully, and that's a bully. So these ones are just... I'm going to have a goby section, because these gobies are kind of cute, and as well as the damsel. But one of the things that I'm doing is, and cardinal fish. But they go relatively quickly. Dante's leveled up, so we're going to learn gift shop apparently, because I accidentally clicked on that. Daisy Star polyps, absolutely. So I've got 3 of those now. Bull Hulse for sale. I don't have the money for that one. Kiki is leveled up. And we have let me come back to that one because I just unlocked that. We are going to look at the guidebook shelf is going to be key because that's going to help us to gain some money. So one of the things that I want to do in this episode is I want to actually establish a gift shop, and I'm thinking what I might do is I might actually move these fish over here, maybe back a little ways, or I might move them over here and create a gift shop here in the front, or I could do another gift shop back here. But it's kind of one of those that you're here at the beginning and that's what you're doing. Let me see what we have in our level 6. I think I saw something about a unicorn surgeonfish, so I'm going to check on the unicorn surgeonfish. All right. Hello from the Hope Foundation. Field research has indicated particular tendencies among unicorn surgeonfish when in large aggregations. We want to carry out a study of unicorn surgeonfish in captivity. If you are able to construct a tank with the following parameters and allow us to set up observation cameras for a period of time, we would compensate you for your efforts. So build a tank with 4 unicorn surgeonfish, sufficient water and sufficient heating. 3,000 now and 3,000 later. Yes, I will absolutely help you. I will get the bullhuss, but not right now because I can't afford it. So I could put a gift shop here and move these 2 tanks over here, which is possible because I could put the wall tank here and the other corner tank right here, and then that would help to going back. And then if I need to, I can always expand out further as needed. So let me what do I have as far as let me go through. Yeah, I was thinking that I wasn't gonna be able to do that. All right, 1 and 2. All right. He has got how many more days? 1 day. 1 day, and I can get my e-pullet shark. All right, so what we're going to do is this is going to require some pausing, but we are going to. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. And that is my dog that is just wanting some attention. I'm gonna have to pause. Actually, no, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to expand out. So we do have enough for the wall tank, and we're going to seal that off so that nobody can go there just yet. But when I go to move these tanks, we're going to need to I'm going to need to pause. All right, so we're going to right there, and we're going to move this right here. We're going to expand so that we can have all this open to it. And then we're going to pick this and have it go right there. So we do have the ability to start having some more options. And I will eventually, like I said, once I get the mega tanks, I will do a serious overhaul of my filtration and heating units. So right now that is enough for my heating, but I do need some filtration, so we're going to add a filtration. And just to make sure that that is enough, we're going to add a protein skimmer to that. And we're going to now, that was an extra one that I didn't mean to do. We're going to, that was one more than I planned on. Yeah, we're gonna do that. All right, and then we're going to cover that one. So that gives us some room to grow there. And then we're going to move the tool station that's right there. We're going to delete these filters and sell them because I don't need them. And we're going to delete these walls, although I probably will put something up. And then we're going to move the broom stand right into there. The tool station we're going to put right there. And then the food station we're going to move right in there. And that is where we are going to have a lot of our equipment is right down here. We do have some of these data signs that we're going to move so I can get the same benefits from that I had before. I'm sure those 100 marks will go down momentarily. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually turn this into a actual actual gift store. And we're going to close that area off, which means we will be able to kind of reopen this area. We're going to then move our food and our trash can. So that way they will hopefully not encourage littering. And then we're going to look and see what I can do. So I do have, so a lot of this is going to depend on what I have. So I have the reusable bag shelf. So we can put that right here. Reusable bag shelf. We can put right there. And then we have a gacha machine, which we can put right there. We have the Megaquarium mug supply shelf that we are going to put right there. And then from there we can have the where is it? That mug shelf right there. And then we're going to add a door right there. So we'll be able to have, here is all of our little gift shop items that you can purchase. Here is, we're going to add a food. And what other things can we add to that? Also, let's add our nice big info sign. That we can put right in here. So anybody that comes in here and buys stuff. And then there's our guidebook shelf. Let's get our double filter. So we're going to now have our guidebook shelf. So we're going to, one of the things I like to do with the guidebook shelf though is I actually like to put them out where there are, so those are actually out in the wild, so to speak. And we can throw one right there anyway. And then we're going to have a guidebook supply box. Once I get the balloons, then I can put the balloons down the center way as well as the copper toy. So here I have fish that eats cockles. So we're going to add a cockles dispenser right there. We can close that. And then someone eats green. So we can also add another green pellet. Actually, I take it back. We're going to add this to there. And that to there. So how awesome. You are now big enough. Cockle Russ has grown. So we're going to do that. Alright, so she has leveled up. Yeah, we're gonna do feeding. E-Pollet Shark. So we're going to click on the move from there to there, and we have 3. So it goes to 16. So what is our size of our tank? So we should be able to have 16, but it only eats arthropods, so those are the only ones that we have to worry about. So we're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and they need some rocks. So we're going to come over here and we're going to find where we can give them plenty of rocks. We're going to actually do a drop-off scenery right about here and here, and that should be perfect for them. So when you come in, the very first thing that you see is you're going to see this amazing tank. And we will actually have some more things to add to this tank. We're going to add in some data signs. I do not have access to be able to do that there, but we can add it right on there. Once I'm able to get the talking points, then we'll have someone that does a talking. Alright, so we have unicorn surgeonfish. We're gonna pick our next research. And what research do I want to have? We could do groupers, snappers. The chocolate chip starfish is kind of cute. How big does he get? He gets to be 10. I'm already looking at... I've already moved him. Okay. You know what? We might be able to... I think we can fit him in there. So we're gonna do the... Alright, so we need the sand eel and a supplement. So we're gonna come over here and we need a sand eel and a supplement tank. So there we go. So we've got... And we're going to prioritize those so that way we can get... Then what do we have? We are missing with some... And it's because that tank needs to be cleared out. So what we're going to do is we're just going to replace it with a nice little... a larger one. What do you mean I don't have enough money? Okay. We'll just replace it with one of the same kind that I just had. And that's not quite enough. If I do small rocks, is that does not increase it. So I don't necessarily care to keep decorations in there that don't do anything. But one of the things that I know that we can do is that sometimes some of these fish, well, here's the turbo snail, helps maintain basic water quality, but the hermit crab is actually better. So we're going to give 1, 2, and that will help with that one. Now we do need to have, the problem is that then we need to have 2 things of rocks, and I'm not going to be able to do that unless, oh, it does let me do the kelp, even though that should not work because the kelp is taller than the... So that's gonna have to go because that's not right. All right, we're gonna do we're gonna look and see what we've got. Do I have anything else? We can do the we'll do the large chiller because I know I'll eventually need that because I will eventually do some cold water stuff. But this is going to basically be any of our small fish, and even if I have to have like a small alcove over here, or what I can do is I can continue here and have another corner tank. See, that one's one that I just need to do. The Coral Beauty I was actually going to put in here. That tank is full, never mind. Maybe we can put it here. Yep, see, and I've got tons of room. I mean, I'm not even using up half, although I do want the epaulet sharks to continue to grow before I get really happy with adding too much. We're going to put that there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do a deep corner tank, and we'll just have it be like so. And I'm trying to get, there we go. And then we will add a door over here. So I can add another fish. Let's see, what do I have left? I know that this won't be big enough for the unicorn sturgeonfish, because I will need way more. I have 80. I will need, ultimately, let's round that up to 20. And I believe I need at least 4, so that means I need at least an 80 tank. Actually, that would fit, wouldn't that? And that's rounding up, but it needs 48, so it would have 48. But how much is it going to need? It needs 108. So I need a tank of at least 108 for that to work. I do not have fish. I do have some dotty backs. Let's see. What is this tank? Alright. So if I have a sunrise dotty back that is 3, I could fit that in there. He fits. I need to research. Here's the blacktail humbug. A lot of these fish I only have like 1 of. So we can certainly add the blacktail humbug. I will have to, I mean, I could do the surgeonfish for the time being, but it wouldn't be a permanent location for it. And what is in here? That is... that is us. We can add a snail in there. So I feel like this is kind of like a, we're just gonna do little small tanks. So with that one done, we can actually sell off that tank, and I don't need that small tank right now. And I might eventually move this back so that they can have multiple ones. Almost done with the chocolate chip. Where was I? Oh, I know where I was. I remember where I was gonna put the chocolate chip. Porcupine puffer has grown, and then we have some leveling up. So we're gonna do fixing, and Dante cleaning. But we're gonna use Dante for his talking ability. So we could do some Arabian butterfly fish. Cannot be housed with some other stuff, but what do I have in rank 3? Do I have anything that I have? The banded humbug. I could just make it a bully tank. I do have some eels that I could do. We can do... let's get the oblique lined. Alright. And then we're going to put... the chocolate chip. We've got, yeah, all these. Let's put in another tool station in here just because there are so many tools, or so many machines. So I feel like one thing I need to do is I do need to research some different equipment. We're just going to put that one right there. So the only tank that I have that can house those surgeon fish is this deep observer tank and the Belfast tank. And I think I'm leaning towards the deep observer tank, although there is these ripple tanks which are kind of interesting. But first let's go ahead and do let's do the crystal tank, and we can, oops, did not mean to do that. We can do that is my dog. It's just a matter of debating where I want to put the, like, we're going to remove that. Because that's not, so we're just going to put one rock in and that will be fine. It's just a matter of debating where. And I kind of think I want to put it here, or it's just a matter of debating where I want to put it. And I think I'm going to put it right over here. So we're going to open this up, but we're going to first close that off. We're going to do a deep observer tank, as big as we can get it. Because we're going to have, I think we're going to have it set so that I can have a guidebook shelf right over here. We're going to delete both of those. We're going to do a... We're going to do a guidebook shelf right over here. And then we're going to... So this starts off the next expansion that we're going to have. And we're going to do a power pump. And once I get these power pumps done, we will have so we're going to do first a heater. We'll do another heater. That's sufficient with the heating. And then we will do a large filter. Is that sufficient with the filters? That is. And then we're going to do our unicorn surgeonfish. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 12 plants. I need 12 plants. We're gonna do, we can do... All they need is plants. We're just gonna... and then we're going to add... a large protein skimmer. How much money do I need for the large protein skimmer? 361. I'm almost there. So there we go. That should be fine. And then we're just picking our next research. We'll do a spotted research or spotted crab. That's good enough for right now. All right. Wade has leveled up. Poncho has leveled up. And our chocolate starfish has grown. But with that, we are almost done with our surgeonfish study. We are going to re-add some toilets, just so that we can, they can have somewhere to go, if the guests can have somewhere to go if they need to. One thing we will do, we're going to add food and a toilet, even though we will have that. Now, I think I have pretty much everything researched for the base game. I know there's things like the UV light, but I'm not sure how to use them exactly. But what we'll do is we will, in the meantime, we're just going to research whatever we can. We do need to have a couple of benches. That was what I was waiting for. The results of the unicorn surgeonfish study are in and truly fascinating. Thank you so much for your cooperation. So we are going to have some benches, if I can have a moment to put things in. And then we will have a bench right there, and we're going to do a bench right there. So a lot of this is stuff that we will be able to do. That is a lot of ecology, so our ecology points are going to be going up. We will be able to research a lot of fish. One of the things that I will do is I will eventually have an episode, once I have a lot of stuff unlocked, where I do an overhaul, and I will consolidate as many of the tanks as I can with fish, just so that there's less tanks to use. We do have a nice little gift shop going and started. We will be researching more things for the gift shop. Did I get the fresh water? I don't think I did. All right. But we will have a few more things left to research that we can put up in there. And we will be able to continue in the next time. So thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. And today we are continuing in Megaquarium, Megalopolis. We just got our Belfast tank, and we have a lot of stuff to do. We are fixing to unlock another fish. We're going to unlock a cardinal fish. We do have a nice little small fish section that is going through. And let's see, what else do we want to add? These might be cool to have in our big tank that's right here. So we've got a schooling fish. We have our 3 sharks, epaulet sharks. We have a chocolate chip starfish, and our 3 little puffers, as well as, I believe that's a coral beauty. Yeah. So we are starting to get to the point where we have a lot of Different things. What's your problem? Lack of supplements. We're going to do a boost on that. We do have someone coming in with supplements. Let's go through. We're going to let's hire someone else. Here we go. Feeding, talking with Penny. That gives us some talking. Although we're gonna get Dante. Dante's been with us from the beginning, and we're going to get Dante up with some talking skill because that's one of the things that I think he secretly enjoys. All right, so I think I have, no, I just have those 3 items. I do have these other items here that allow me to put some different things up, but we've got those 2. I might move the bags over here and put the shelf in because I believe one of the things I'll be doing eventually is even though this isn't the freshwater, we'll have the freshwater frenzy mugs make an appearance. So we're going to expand. Let's see what we have. We might have something in messages. Observation concluded. That was this one. We do have the Daisy Star polyps for sale. So we could do another small little polyp tank just right here. Or one thing we could do is, how many was that? That was what, 3? Yeah, we could do this where we have, 1, 2, 3. Oh, we could even do 4. That's tempting. So what could we do there? We could actually have this be tank right here. I know that covers up the green. Put the green over here, put the tool station over here, move this. Yeah, we could just keep that right there. And let's see, what size was this? Did I need to have? I needed to have the lights too. So we could do a light 2 right there. I know that's a pretty penny. We're going to grab and then before we do too much further, we do need to add a bit of a basic pump to here, and we can add this tank, so we can actually move this over, and we're going to take this and add that tank. And then what we can do is we can actually, I think we can only add 1 at a time. So we can do 1, 2, and 3. So that gives us an opportunity to see that. And then we can just go ahead and bring the Halloween crab over. And then we might not even need the lights anymore. We can continue to hit play now that we are doing that. But we do need a rock. Where is the rocks. We're gonna just put one little small rock here in the corner. So this is really a tank that doesn't have anything going for it right now. But now we've got another tank that is available. And we can pick, we can do the blacktail humbug. We'll do 1, 2, and there are some different fish. And with that, we can, I swear, people like, so here is the hallway that leads back to the main entryway. And we have some where we can put in some benches. Put in a bench. Yeah. Literally blind me to that. Okay, we will pick that in a second. There we go. Choose later. I need to have a bin. We're going to put a bin right there in the corner, and we're going to also put one right here, so that way people will hopefully use the bin and not the floor. We're gonna go back up here. We're gonna have a drink machine and a food machine. I eventually might replace these with popcorn and another drink station. We will do the Arabian butterfly. That'll go nice right there. And we need a broom stand that we will place back here. So whenever I have some of these tool stations, I sometimes like to also have another fix-it person. Have someone that can go through and just fix things. And clean. Now, even though this is empty, what I will probably do is I could have this be emptied out and put in a corner. I am going to remove and replace this bench for now because I want to have these padded benches that provide a boost to the prestige. And I've been doing this thing where I've have two, with one facing one way and the other facing the other way, so that people can walk around. They're not having to walk around. We're going from 6 up to level 7. We are a good distance away still. So we have all the clownfish. That's awesome. So we'd be able to do a clownfish tank with anemones, as well as, I'm not sure I would do too many more octopuses after the octopus I did last one. But we do have the coffee machine and the small tunnel tank and a number of different things. So let's go. Rank 7. Alright, so we got another message. Interested in some southern stingrays. We have these southern stingrays. Would you like to trade them? I'm interested in the following. So a moon jelly, fully grown. Absolutely, that sounds amazing. But I am working on this Arabian butterfly, so as soon as I finish with that one, we'll go over and do the moon jellies. Do I have anything that I can quickly put over here so I don't get dinged on this one? I do not, other than some crab. Will grow to 5. Let me see something. Do these have anything where that doesn't say anything about them not being able to handle that? So yeah, so we can look at that's not a scavenger. This is a scavenger, so we can go 1, 2, 1, 2. I like being able to do, so we have 2 different fish over there. Yeah, this one was a pretty cool tank because it's got a lot of the different soldier fish. I could see even opening this up, but this was the 2 original lagoon tanks that I had over and replaced with that. And then we have our unicorn fish over here. And I think one of the things I want to do is we're going to have this and then okay, we're gonna address that. He probably littered and then it was like, oh look, someone littered on the floor. That's disgusting. Okay, well, did you litter on the floor? Probably. Okay, let's come over here. We're gonna put in a broom stand right there. Having a doorway right there allows workers to come over here and they can go around. So we're starting to have like a smaller work zone. This will expand out. So this is very easily having a lot of fish, and then we'll have some on this side as well. So these benches may get moved. We're fixing to have the Arabian butterfly fish. And as soon as I can get some moon jellies, we can do that. I think I should have the crystal tank. Do I have the crystal tank? Yeah, I do have the crystal tank. Okay. So I can go through, and where would I want to put the jellies? I want to say that they are also here. We're going to do moon jellies. Moon jellies are cold. So this is going to be a little different than anything else we have. Okay, that's a ripple. We're going to look at level 7. Okay, so here's where we're going to start getting this is where we're going to start getting a lot of really cool stuff. So we're going to have, let's start with the balloon shelf because that's going to help get us some much needed, that's going to help us with getting some very much needed income. And it's taken a bit of time, but we are getting our science and our science points as we need them. We're going to add a second tank to there, and then we're going to add our, where are they? Arabian butterfly fish. They do require rocks and grass. So we are going to give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. I'm going to pause really quickly because I do need to make sure that we've got some heat going, especially because it's affecting all of them. So we're going to give some heat. That's awesome. That was enough. We're going to do a double filter. I'm going to put it on its side just because I'm not sure. I want to kind of make sure that that's really enough. And then I need 6 rocks and all right, I need 6 rocks and 6 grass. So we're going to, where is, there is, there we go. And then I need sponge pellets. So we are going to have sponge pellets, and we're going to put them right there for now. I will, again, once I unlock the mega filter, I will probably spend an entire episode, go through, delete every one of my filters, heaters, everything, and connect every last one. We'll do some kind of a special time-lapse video on that so that it's not quite so boring. Who has my most valuable feeding skills? He's got feeding 5, so we're gonna do advanced. Currently allowed, click to disallow. Yeah, he can do pretty much everything. All right. So I'm thinking what I would like to do is, I really think like right here, I really could crystal tank, except I have to go into the back to get that. Or what I could do, no, I'd rather have it there. We can, this is also heat. It's a matter of, I'm trying to think of where do I want to put the crystal tank. So Olive has leveled up. Fixing, definitely. Dante has leveled up. Let's learn some talking. Paulette. Shark has grown. All 3 of them. Awesome, awesome. We are going to do, I think where this side we started doing our warm small, I think on this side we are going to do some cold. We're going to start some cold tanks. For that, we're going to need to expand out just a bit. I know this is probably a little bit more space than I needed. We are going to, for the time being, we are going to just seal this off. So that way we do not have anybody over here that is not authorized. So for this, we're going to start our cold section. So this is a little bit of warm water, and most of our fish are probably going to be warm waters, but this will allow us, we can have our moon jellies, and then we can come over here and we can get that bull husk that was offered. Claire's also leveled up. Absolutely. One of the things I'd like to be able to do is have my workers leveled up as much as possible. There's our moon jelly. Fantastic. Can you not be... You are fine. We could actually have some more... Possibly some more butterflies in that exhibit. Alright, so we're going to come over here. And I need the crystal tank. So this is going to be 64. We can do... We're just going to do it as... Yeah, we can just do it like that. We do need to grab... Actually, we're going to... Not... We're going to do this. And draw a line like so. And we're going to have it be like that. And then we're going to, especially since we only have one right now, but we are going to keep it. We're going to move this one kind of over here because we're going to start doing more cold fish. So we need to have some room over on this side. So we're going to have a large chiller, which will be a little bit of overkill for right now, but it will make sense in a little bit. Once we get the large one of these filter protein skimmer combo, we will fix that. I do have these on the side just because I can access them over here. I don't on this side because I would not be able to access the second one, and you do have to be able to access them. So I'm going to look over here at cold water. I really only have 2. So we're going to look at this. It is 2 to 6. So again, this is 32. It's going to grow 6. So the most I could have in here is 5. Because 6 times 5 is 30. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that will be our moon jellies. So in 10 days they will grow to 6. That is the most we can have in this size tank. Now what we will do is we're going to turn our attention to opening up. So we're going to have a little bit of a an entryway, and we'll have more fish on this side. We're going to have a big Belfast tank. First off, let's go ahead and we have a Belfast 35. It's a deal, so we can get 2 of them. We'll go to 35. I always want to have an idea of what their max size is going to be. They're going to eat arthropods, so we can't have any other arthropods that are under 14, which is pretty much going to be most, if not all of them, especially at the level we've got. So we're going to be able to have 2 of these, 35. Let's look and see. So I'm going to need to make at least 70, and I might throw in a couple of these. So if I can get a Belfast tank that is the largest size. I know this is going to be way more than I probably needed to get. We can do here, and because we can always back it up again, and what we can do is we can have another jelly tank over here, and we can put the fried egg jellies in when we get those. Let me open this wall. We're going to pick another fish. Maybe something cold water that might go well with... There's a Mediterranean moray eel versus a crayfish, but that's an arthropod, and he's not going to get big enough. So he would be in danger. I know I will eventually... The kelp bass we didn't have much luck with earlier. And... that's another shark. Oriental butterfly fish. That one looks interesting, so we'll do that one. So we're going to expand this just a little bit more. For right now, we are just going to close this off. We're going to bring this down. How is that? Yeah, we're going to have... actually, no, we're going to have it there and there. So we're going to add a couple doors. We're going to add a doorway here. And we will add another doorway right there. So I will have a... second, we're going to have... zooplankton. We are going to be able to have... we'll expand out further. So that is a 2. So we need to have... it's going to need to be at least there. And I just have it right there because nobody really needs to be going further than that. And then so what we can do is we can add this as a second tank. So now we definitely need to have more chill. So we are going to add a second power pump. And we're going to, just for right now, that one's going to be the only one that's attached. It is needing just more chill, so we will go over here and we're going to add... do I have... no, we're going to have a chill. Still need more. Another chill. Awesome. Do I have enough filtration? We're currently at 94%. So we will really quickly, we're going to take 1, 2. So that is 70 of our tank. Ultimately, it will be 70 because these will grow up to 35. So 35 and 35 is 70. We're going to also, since we have this unlocked, we're going to put in a couple of these. And now we just need some rocks. I'm hoping we have unlocked the pitted column, which I love to have in the center or kind of offside to the front. And then that seems to be sufficient. So we are going to be able to unlock this section as we start our cold water section. But that will be it for today. So we are going to call it here, and we will see you next time. Thanks for watching. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. Today we are continuing in Megalopolis with Megaquarium. I am looking and I do see that we have a problem with our Belfast tank where it is needing some additional filtration. So I think at this point we are going to need to find some means of working with this. I think one way we might be able to do this is by having this and we're going to connect it to here. And then what we can do is just to kind of help clear out the walkway a little bit, we're just going to move this to there. And then that means we still have enough heat, but yeah, we're at 73%, and we are at 73 out of 70%. So we're doing good. We're going to resume so we can get, as soon as we get our balloons, there are several other features that I'm ready to research on this. So we have some leveling up. Alrighty, and this, so we need to keep on cleaning because I'm seeing a lot of litter throughout. We're going to look at, we've got the balloon shelf, so we're going to, up next, we're going to have the large double filter. So one of the things that I wish to do is, one, we're going to put, because this one is empty, this is the guidebook supply, we're going to actually put another, because I have a couple more guidebooks over here, we're going to put a guidebook supply over there. Second, we're going to do a balloon supply right there, and we are going to have a couple balloons I've been wanting to do. We're going to have some balloons when you first enter, so you can pick up a balloon, and then we will also have some balloons over here. So this is just a nice little way. It might hold off on putting anything there. So it's a nice way to have a little bit of extra income when you have just some different things that we can use to garner some income. We do have, speaking of garnering income, so here's one thing we can do with our prestige is we can have these talks. So one of the things I want to do is we're going to put a couple of these out. That is not enough money, so we do need to have this work. We do need to have a couple mics, so we can have a mic set right here, and we can put another mic set right. Do I have room for it here? Yes, we can put it right there. Okay, so we're going to choose research because I really don't want to waste the opportunity to have research, because I don't want the game frozen for too long. We're going to do Happy House, it's a bully. We will do African pygmy angelfish. So with that, we are going to do, so this is 5, so we can do one, and this is what I was talking about with needing more money. So up here we're going to do our unicorn surgeonfish, our panther grouper. Those are our 2 big ones that I really want to focus on, and I think that's gonna be it for that one. This one we're gonna have, so this is, you're gonna be able to walk in and enjoy a talk about where are they, the epaulette. We're just gonna do all of these, so we're gonna be able to have nice nice boost to our aquarium. Red-tailed butterfly fish. Do I have the... Then I have the chocolate starfish. All right. So that's going to be a talk, and that will help with boosting our net gains for science, prestige, as well as ecology. So, okay, so we've got pretty much everything. All right, so now we've got enough money. We should be able to add a couple of these oriental butterfly fish. We're just going to add 1, 2, 3. So that's some nice fish there. We do need, looks like some rocks and some plants. So I do have the velvet horn. So we're going to velvet horn, and we're satisfied. So with this, we need our sponge, supplement, and cockles. So we're gonna come over here, and we're just going to make sure that they're not having to traipse all the way over there. So we need sponge, cockles, and the supplement. So that is there. Where you're hungry? Okay. All right. So here is your drink. That's placed right there. There is your food. And we're going to, we need a data sign. So we have a couple data signs, and then we need, why are you complaining about the bathroom? It's literally right over there. Stop whining. All right, so we do need to have a sponge sink nearby. We're fixing to choose our next research. Let's look and see how fast this goes. Yeah, because you can see these smaller ranks are not going to take too much longer. So our surgeons have grown, and we've got Kiki and Poncho have leveled up. Feeding, all right. It's not giving me, there's the X, okay. All right, so the rank 3 is not really one that's gonna do a lot, so that's gonna be something that I'm going to need to work on. So let's do a nice big aquarium tank that we're going to have some different, we'll do a variety of clownfish. I'm going to put a balloon supply over here just because hopefully that will mean that they won't have to run all the way over from the other side. And we can actually do right here. We can move one trash can or one toilet and the other toilet, which means we'll move the food over to this side. And we're gonna give some benches so that people will not get too tired. And we can, let's see, what would be cool is to have, if we have a small, like, lagoon right here, something that is a lagoon tank like this, and then have a cold fish in there. So we are going to need a couple things for that. We are going to need a filter. I don't have I don't really have anything that they're going to be able to do. I am able to access that one. There's our large double filter. Deep outcrop tank. This is where we get some really awesome tanks that come in. I need that mega heater though. We're going to do a large double filter that I can't afford it right now. But we are going to do a large double filter. We're going to, in the meantime, we can add a tank to this tank, which will mean that we'll need more chilling. So we can do that. We're fine. How much more is it going to take for... Okay, so we do have enough for this one. So we can add to that. And we'll get maybe a cold water ray or something to put right in here. Unicorn surgeon looks stressed. Why does the unicorn surgeon look stressed? Because he hasn't been fed. So we are working on that. If they're needing to go all the way, I apparently did not add a green pellet dispenser right there so that the last of the tropical. So really from about here over, we could... what color is this gonna look like? Some of this is looking at the paint and deciding if I want to have something that color or not. Because they have like that, and I don't necessarily care for that, but I would like to start having some color added to the walls and not just yeah, that looks fine for now anyway. I may change my mind on that. That is a Corinthian style, I believe. No, this is the Corinthian style. Don't care for that too much either. What about No, that's... I would like something that's just kind of like a cool blue. Not something that is... that's crazy. Alright, so we're going to... What do we have that is... I know I want to do the... we're not going to do the zebra mussel. Learn that lesson. That is a freshwater. White band sand perch. Here's a water anemone. California moray. Lime puffer. Octopus. Sea otter. I want to do the sea otter, but I need to hold off on the sea otter because I think that comes in the deep freeze. What do I have besides from a lot of anemones? Anemones and eels. And we could do... How big does the swell shark get? What does it eat? Arthropods. $88. Yeah, we could do that one. So we'll have 2 sharks. That's good. Now I'm trying to figure out what color paint I want to do. We could always do the shipwreck paint. Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, we could do Gulf of Mexico. I don't necessarily want the walls. But we can certainly do this, and then we'll... Probably just keep the blue paint for that. That doesn't look too bad. And then once that fish gets in, we will go. So there's the bulbous has grown. Are these full size yet? 5 days. They'll be 6 in 5 days. So we have 5 days to grow for them, and then we can get... What is it that we can get? We can get a southern stingray, which is a worm, which will get us a nice... So we can come over here, and we can have a huge lagoon that we can set up. So we've got it where we've got the setup. This is going to be a massive map. And there is... So I know that this thing... I forgot, I think it needs cave. So we're going to look and see what we can do. I wish things like this would do cave, but it's not going to. This will do cave. Pitted, medium, we'll do a rocky overhang with kelp. We can do that. And we can have that. So the only thing we can't have is we just can't have... Yeah, and they're complaining because it has no fish, so they're complaining. But we should be able to get this momentarily. We do need to add more chill. We can add pick our next research. we're going to go with let's starfish. Okay, we're going to, that was not what I picked, but that's fine. We can deal with that. I'm gaining ecology relatively quickly. I just need to add a chiller really fast, and we're going to move this so that it's like that. So I have room to add a second chiller. All right, so next we're going to, the swell shark will grow to 27. So it is right there, and we already have the cockles in the supplement right there. And we can add a podium. We'll add a podium right here. So from here we can have where they will talk about different things. We're going to, in the meantime, let's research the, let's do the wall crystal tank, because then I can pull this back a little bit. We're going to do the moon jelly, the bull huss. We're going to look at the oriental butterfly fish, the swell shark, and the cuckoo wrasse. And then to top that off, or to finish that out, we're just going to add a mic headset right there, so we can have multiple talks going on at once. And how is our viewership over here? Not as many people are viewing, but they are getting over there. We do have people going to the bathroom, so we are having that. I would love to be able to, I'll probably have this colored, one color as they go in. What do I have in here? Oh, just the little ball humbugs. I would probably have them, I bet I could fit them in right back here, and they would be a nice little retreat from back here. So we're going to move that door and that door, and we're just going to take this and move this right back here, and we're going to on the side. It's not to say that they won't. There we go. It gives just a little bit more that's back there, and so I can have more fish line up here, which will mean I will need to actually push that wall back further so I can house the huge amounts of things. And we are to the point where I am going to need to start really working on this. What is the plus sign? Click to level up this skill. Okay, so we can, oops, we're going to do, yeah. What is, oh, Dante, you want to do talking, so we're going to keep leveling you up on there. I like that. That's a good quality of life upgrade right there, where I can be on here and I can see who needs to be uploaded or who needs to be upgraded. So we're gonna hire a couple more people. Elliot would be good. And Benny. So we just need to have more people. Part of this is because I honestly don't do work zones very well. That's one thing that I will do when I do my revamp. I do like the layout that I've got so far. I want to do a little bit of a paint here on our gift shop, just because then there, that way we know that that is the gift shop. And then we will go through and organize everything. What is your supplements? I may need to do a work zone that is just right here though. So let's see, we can... Jim does fixing. Yeah. That's good. Alright, so we can... Alright, so... Epaulet shark. And see, now they're fine. I don't think anybody particularly takes skill. So, one of the things that we can do... although they seem to be fine because they might be a little late, but they do eventually get everyone fed. So right now I'm not too worried about it. There's our marble serpent starfish. We can do, how big are my fish in here? 5. So yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Shock. The bull huss will eat. What about this guy? Swell shark. He will eat arthropods. And his tank, he will be 27. So I could put a turbot in there, and that he would survive. So I think I want to work on my clownfish next. So we will have a nice large exhibit of clownfish. I'm going to expand this out to there. And we're going to have some padded benches right there. So this is giving me some nice open vibes. We do have, everything is getting, I mean, it could always be better, but it's not horrible. Now with the deep wall tank, or deep corner tank, you get up to 100. So I could theoretically have 9 different anemones. Actually, let's see. If I open that up, we could do to here. We're gonna get the coffee machine. So if I go from here back, let me see. If I do the deep corner tank, I could fit a lot. So we're going to open this up to there, and we're going to do this deep wall tank. That will be 1,000. And then we're going to naturally have the person that goes back where she's not supposed to. So we can how much is that going to be? 480. All right. So for this, we are going to be able to do anemones, and so I want tropical, and we're going to do bubble tip anemones. I do need at least 10, so we're going to put 1 down, and we're going to pause it real quick. And then where is it? There, 10. That's going to be a lot. Yep. But this is going to be our anemone tank, and we are going to, where's the bench? We're just going to put it right there. So that we can, and then I can do another tank off on that side. We're going to we're going to push this right there. We're going to put, where is it? A pump right here, and it's going to go to that one, and we are going to put a large heater and a large double filter, and then I need some zooplankton, and that is what we're going to call it for today. We are going to then continue to add our anemones and unlocking anemones and clownfish as we put it in this massive tank that we are going to have a small little area right over here with an alcove, just because we're going to be putting that in. We will work on this and continue this in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy. This is Blue Otter. We are continuing in Megaquarium, Megalopolis, where we are working on adding to right now our clown tank, where that was just to make sure that people would not go where they're not supposed to. We're going to wall this off. There we go. And it's not a huge, impressive tank right now, but we are fixing it to get... We can have that door right there. And here we are up to rank 8. Let's see what we have unlocked. So some more clownfish, seahorses, some more sharks. We have the upside down jellyfish, the regal tang, a couple more paints, and some different decorations. We also are going to be able to get the deluxe toilet and the popcorn cart, as well as some additional the mega chiller and the mega double filter and the complimentary shelf. So I've got a lot of things that I'm going to be able to get and add. So for this one, we'll probably do one more tank right here, and then we might have an offset over here that will have a stingray exhibit. So we've got our small cool water or cold water over here. And I do have a lot of things. All right, so we have a tasseled wobblegong shark available. Okay, up to 44. Can't be with animals or arthropods, so he's going to be by himself pretty much. I don't quite have enough to grab him. A wolf shark. Can't be with arthropods, or you know what? We're gonna get him, but we're gonna have to think on him for a little bit. I think I'm probably going to do a big tank for him. So all of our moon jellies have grown. Awesome. The swell shark takes up 1 additional space in their tank, eats more, contributes more, lower quality. Tank mates up to 7, so be careful. Not seeing that anything has gone there. We are going to continue with fixing. And Olive will bump you up with cleaning. And then we have several more growth. So we do have a wolf. So we're going to... which is great, because that means we really don't have to research the wolf, because that means I'm gonna get a wolf. And I really only do 1 of those. So we're going to do a clownfish. And I know I could probably do a lot more with this. We've got the coffee is almost up. I could do a small corner tank here. This is kind of tight knit, but these are just all the small little fishes. And once I get, I might be able to do the upside down jellyfish now that I know how to do them. And I'm too thirsty. I'm heading home. Okay, we can add a drink and a chocolate vending machine there. Chocolates and soda, and that's all you get. I really don't want to keep this right there. I think I would much rather have something else. Let's do a small tunnel tank. And we can close out of that. Alright, so one of the things that we're going to do in the meantime is we're going to paint. So I think the main area is, I think shipwreck is the one that I like. So it would be at least having this front entryway be shipwreck paint, and then we can go through and start adding some different colors to our aquarium where it's things are kind of showing off by their different color, and that's one way that you can distinguish from your different regions is by having the color. And I believe this color is like underneath the tank, and I really don't care about underneath the tank. I care more about, you know, in front of the tank and around the tank. And if it takes, especially with like here, if you don't color underneath the tank, then you end up having like small little areas, especially around corners. So there is only downside is that sometimes when you're doing this, you got to be careful because it can be relatively easy to accidentally hit one of those blue squares inside, and then you're ending up having to fix things. So with that, we can go around the back, color that, and then I need to decide if this is like the main area and I want to have other areas, if I want to have this area a different color. I do kind of like this as having a cold area as this. Why do I have people complaining over here? Why people complaining because the paint's different? There. Okay, what is you're killing me. All right, we're going to, and I still missed a corner. There. Okay, we will have a small area that is just like so, and then we will have basic toilets that are right there, and we need to hold on. There. And then we can have a bench right there, just like the other one. We will then, there we go. All right, so we will take this and we will actually recess and put that into there. All right. Next research. We are going to do the black clownfish. So we have the Da Vinci clownfish. So this we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Isn't that nice? All right, so that's only 18. These fish don't grow, so here we have 1, 2. We'll probably have just 2 of everything else as we get more and more clownfish unlocked. And anemones. Right now we only have 1 anemone. But we'll have, then this will be filled with little clownfish. And we're going to, really quickly, we're going to make sure that you have the ability to have, and you know what you're looking at. There's our little data signs. Our small tunnel tank is done. And we're going to do the deep outcrop tank. One of the things that I've always wanted to do, and this is kind of a perfect time to do, is to actually have kind of a maze where you have to kind of meander through and slalom through the outcrop tanks to reach another tank. So I could do that as well. We're going to, that they eat orange, so we can also add a orange pellet dispenser right there. So we've got a pretty nice layout going. Right now we're building up with width. As opposed to growth. Now, one of the things I can do is I could add these arrows that kind of forces people to, once they start down this path, they're going to continue to have to go down that pathway. Let's see. What does the Arabian? No, that's... That looks like just the blue paint, but different color. What about this one? That looks like you're walking on dirt. Mountain might be looking like you're looking on rock. That's doable. We have the Atlantis theme. And what? Victorian theme sand. Yeah, and it adds a little, yeah, I like that, where it kind of gives you a little bit of a different things. I should probably put a there we go. So there's there is our small area. And then we need to paint very carefully. Just painting the different walls. Of the different facility. I will come over here on this side to paint this. I like that because it gives a little bit of some dark. It gives a dark floor, but it gives also a light bit at the top, and that kind of is a little different. Gonna be very careful. There we go. And then we need to just cover to that. And that's some nice painting. I will probably forget what I painted everything, but that is painted. And again, keeping the work areas as that blue so that I can easily spot them from a distance. We're going to come over here. Need the black clownfish. We have 1, 2. And again, I've got all these fish. Once I have all of my anemones in, then I can add some different things. Actually, one thing I might be able to add, since I do have some money, is I could add a coral drop-off, which would help to give a splash of color. While I wait for the rest of the anemones to unlock. So with this, we're going to, let's look at rank 8. I need this, yeah, mega double filter. Once I get the mega double filter and probably the next level up of the pump, although I think that there's another one, that will be when I can redo all of this. We're going to, in anticipation, we can go ahead and open this up. We can open it up to about there. Because we will have so many of these that it'll feel weird how much filtration we have, because I will have like all of this linked, and it might only be that I have it linked to a handful of heaters and numerous daisy chaining, but like I can get all 4 of these linked to one. I can get all 4 of these linked to one, and this I could have this I could all have linked with like 2. This I could have linked with 1. I could probably improve this with the, actually I could probably do that with the double heaters, because I can just do a double heater right there, and yeah, that will help. We'll look and see what all I can do with this. I might still need to keep some of the small ones, but these will also be linked to outside, so I won't have to have all of this heat centrally located right here. And I don't have that many cold water, so I really can't do much more with the cold water than what I've got. Although I do have that wolffish that we can do. Just a depending on how far I want it to go, because I really don't want... we could open this up to here, and then we're going to do... I know this is the small tunnel tank. But then once we know the size of it, where we can have it go right there. And right here. So I can have this loop back around. And then we can do, I have a lot of level up. We're gonna be leveling like mad here in a second. We're going to do a power pump. And I have to do this to access that one. I have to have it right there. What do I need? I need a large chiller. We're gonna pick our next research. More clownfish. Thought I unlocked it. Okay. I did not. Alright, so we've got chiller. Okay. Let's put that one there. Let's remove this one. And then we're going to do a double filter, because we're going to have to move this out so that actually let's move this over here. Right there. We're gonna have one right there and another right there. All right. Then we're gonna have a doorway right there. And I want the wolffish. It's a deal. Oh, I get 2 of them. Awesome. I will take both of them. There's 1, 2. He's going to eat crab. So we're going to come over here. We're going to call our crab dispenser. And then he wants 14 rocks. Done. We can do that. We're going to come over here. And we're going to do a pitted column, and then we're going to give them a rocky overhang with things. We'll do a second pitted column with some leaves, and then we will do a regular rocky overhang right there. So that gets plenty of rocks, some plants. We're good, and that gets us our nice. That gets us our wolf put in, and I believe this was this Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, Gulf of Mexico. All right. So there is our wolf tank. And that's cool because that gives us the opportunity that we can then have a small alley back over here to the main walkway, because this is our main walk path. And it also gives us the ability to have another small subset of aquariums over here. There is our Let's do copper band toy shop. So we can be making some money. Are these things fully grown yet? Yeah, he's fully grown. All right. So the other thing we need to do is, yeah, this thing's grown. We're going to go over to the... So we're going to, really quickly, we're just going to take one of these and move it over there. We get 2 southern stingrays. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're going to, since I found this out, we're here to manage. We got a lot of people that we can level up. All right, so we want you to be, what are your talents? Okay, so we want you to do some feeding, fixing, because we're going to need a lot of that, feeding, because we need feeding. Where's this Penny? Talking, because we do have some talking. Dante is going to be my talker. Dante did a lot going in. It kind of gets regulated to like cleaning, because that's what he comes at first trained with. And now there's the blizzard clownfish. All right, Romeo, you have talent for fitness, so you could do cleaning or gift shop. We'll do cleaning for you. Wade will continue to do fixing, and Poncho feeding. Does that clearest of everyone? We do still have this. We'll go ahead and buy him. Remove all the growth charts. All right, so we got the wolf fish. This is a... It does not say that it needs to have. So we could do... a thing where we have there. We could do a thing where we have let's see if I can do this again. So we have this, say, right over here. So it still gives us the option of being able to have another aquarium over here. We would then have... Oops, that's not the way I want to do that. Not going up. I know that there are ones that will go way up. We're going to go down. We're going to quickly pause it. He eats crab and supplement. So we can put him in there. We will then, we're going to really quickly push this to there. We're going to then do a mega heater. Almost enough. We're going to then do a power filtration. And we are going to take this and connect it to this tank, which will be enough, it looks like. So then we just need 10 we'll do a pitted column, and we will do a, so there we go. And with that, we can call this as a additional fish done. We're going to actually put that there, and door. There we go. We will add, actually we will add a coffee machine and a trash can, because I don't think I've added a trash can recently. We will readjust this a little bit so that it might be a matter of pulling this back a little bit. But with that, we are going to call that for this session. I am going to really quickly see what I have as far as my clownfish go. So yeah, I've got so much room for clownfish. It is not even funny. Because I'm not even halfway filled with it. But the anemone doesn't take up space. It just gets fed. Awesome. All right. So that will do us for this session. We will check back in tomorrow, and we will have another episode. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing in Megaquarium with a look at Megalopolis. There are our clownfish that we added. I'm gonna unpause so we can keep going. This is our clownfish that we added. We're working on unlocking clownfish, unlocking anemones, so they can have this bright, colorful tank. We got a wobblegone shark unlocked. We are going to put in 2 toilets right here, which means we need to put in a wall, and we need, as I'm scrolling around, we're going to get a sponge sink added right here. What does the wobblegone eat? Crab and supplement. So we're going to grab crab and a supplement cabinet. So they're good. We had a busy episode last time. We also added not 1, but 2 wolf fish that we were able to get through, someone offered to sell us some wolf fish. So we've got, look at him. He's so cute. I would not want to meet him on a dark and scary night. We also have a shark over here that we added. So we added a lot of aquariums. We are working on getting the copper band toy shelf fixed. And we had a lot of employees that leveled up. So we're going to do fixing. Yeah, and then we have our southern stingray. So this one, he just can't be with animal size 1 to 7. He'll be fully grown in 6 days. But if I do this, I can have these fully grown in 4 days. I think we're gonna try. I think these guys will grow up. 1, 2. I think they will grow before, because they're gonna grow in 4 days, and they will be 20, and then it's when fully grown, he'll be able to eat up to 17. But when these guys are fully grown, they will be 40. So yeah, I think that will be a nice, good one. Let's do. Do we have any lower? Let me see if we have any lower ranked tropical anemones, not the sea urchin. Do we have any? That's sponges. We're going to really quickly. This is a lower one. I am going to grab a rabbit ray. This is so we can redo that Subnautica tank. We will just have a small lagoon at somewhere, and it will just be 3 peepers and a rabbit ray, because that rabbit ray grows pretty decent size. All right, so we're going to add our next 1, 2. I'm just adding 2 of everything. I don't think I'll be able to add 6 of everything. So, but that rabbit ray did unlock relatively quickly, so I wasn't too concerned about it. So we could do if... Let me see, does the wolfish... What does he eat? Arthropod size 1 to 13. Yeah, no, he's... I would have to grow that out and then move it in. So that's not going to work. Koi fish would be good for a small basic tank. I know that there is a mod that allows you to have... gives you a floor tank, which would be kind of cool. All right. Cannot be housed with any non, so I could theoretically have an entire thing that is dedicated to just lionfish, which is this one. I think all of my... There's a frilled anemone, but that's a cold water. Here's a green anemone, that's cold water. I think those are just extra more anemones, but they're different colors. That's another one that's cold water. And a lot of these are mods, and I don't know which ones are mods and which ones are not. That one's pretty. Because I think a lot of the rest of my anemones, it looks like are, all the ones that I've come across so far are cold. So I could do coral. So yeah, we could do the toaster leather there. And I'm thinking I still have to unlock it. I was gonna say I could do the Empathy. I'm gonna do the upside down jellyfish, but I need to make sure if it's warm or cold. That is so many clownfish. We definitely want to make sure that they get priority feeding, so that they are not left out. There is the copper band toy shelf. We are going to do the we're going to do the deluxe toilet because that's going to help get more prestige. And then we're going to come back over here. And we're going to add the copper band toy supply right here. May need to eventually add a few more. But we're going to have it be right there, where people can get it. We're gonna have another one, I think right there. And I think the last one I said I was gonna have it like right there, and that didn't last. Put one right right here. So what we can do is, where is the nearest? Okay. So one of the things, again, I like to have a thing going, so it's right there. And then we're going to add another copper band toy refill right over here. I know this looks messy, but we will for sure have this cleaned up before too long. We are going to have, do I have any fish that I don't currently have out? The Hawaiian. All right, so we can, it is 4. So we are going to do a quick pause. We'll do 1, 2, 3. We are going to do we'll do a deep well tank just so we can have some variety with it. We're going to have a set there and there. Which then we are going to add, we're gonna push this back, have this be right there, and then we're going to push that one to right there, and this to there. So then we will have, right now we will have the coffee there. The trash can we're going to put right there because we want to have the seats. Don't want them to lose a chair. It makes the door inaccessible. We will have the coffee right there. Then we are going to have the Hawaiian fish that I just saw. We can add this tank. Like this. I need the wine. There it is. So we're going to, it'll be 4. We'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4 of those fish. They already eat orange, so I've got an orange there. And then since that is like that, we're going to add a double filter, and doesn't matter where it gets attached to, we're just going to attach it to a tank. That should be plenty of filtration power. We are going to also add a tool station back here. Since there's multiple ones, we're going to add 2 tool stations. And then, so what does it need? It does not want anything. So what that means is we kind of get a free choice. It doesn't say don't, so everyone's going to complain if we don't. So what we can do is we can kind of put this in the back. That kind of gives it a little bit of some a little bit of a kind of a tropical feel, because it's there in kind of a forest, kelp forest right there, even though that's probably not its native, but it has plenty of rocks and plants. So here we have our toilet, we have a bench, we have a thing that they can go through and they can sit. And let's see, how are our stingrays doing? They've got 1 day. Let's see if we can fast forward it to when they are going to grow. I know we've got a little bit of time. And I'm pretty sure the more zoomed in I am, this is a lot for the game to render, and I hopefully did not break my game. There we are. So it appears I'm having some issues, so we are going to pause. And hopefully there we go. I just hit escape. Let's choose now, pick our next research. And I think I was trying to find I don't know where my tank went. So I will have to figure that out, and we're going to cut this one short. I will be right back as soon as I can find where my stuff went. And we're back. I don't really know what happened, but I know that I finally remembered that the H brings me to the home. So for whatever reason, it was having issues with having access to, I don't know what it was doing. So I guess I did have some sand eel. They did not get fed. So they cannot grow until the requirements are met, but they are 20, so they are safe from the wobble gong. So that is good. So we can because I was mashing buttons trying to figure out, and then I was like, oh, H goes to home. So that was a lifesaver right there. So here we could actually have another little podium, and we can also go through and start replacing all of our do our southern stingray and our tasseled wobblegong. 16. Wow. Okay. And then so that they're not having to run all the way across the place with it, we're going to grab another mic set. And we're going to put a mic right there for whoever wants to work there. So then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to actually start replacing all of these toilets with the deluxe toilets, which will help with gaining prestige. So here's 2 more. So just really fast. So hopefully this should help us level up to level 9. I don't know which one we will have. All right, so there's 2 more. And even though I could go through easily and just be like, I'm just going to delete all of them and then replace them all at the same time, this way I don't lose them, because I would then forget where some of them are. We are... There we are. Toilet and toilet. There we go. And I think that is all of the toilets. It looks like they already come with... We'll get dirty after 8 usage. This happens. Okay. So still requires use of one of those. And we still have the copper band toys. Alright. So the wolffish has grown. Tassel wobblegong has grown. Kiki is leveled up. Flick has leveled up. Awesome for cleaning. Be cool if they had, like, you know, and they would really... I know that's what the talents are for, but it would be kind of nice if, you know, even if you don't necessarily like something, or you like something, it's possible to like something that you're not really good at. Or to... So you might do something and then help to develop that skill. We did unlock that... where is it? The coffee machine. So we can go through and add a coffee machine here to a couple different places. We can add to right there. And that should be... Oh, we can add... We've got room over here. I know we have plenty of room because I have not added hardly anything to this side. So we're going to then put a drink over here. We'll have another food. And then just to make sure that I can at least guilt them if they use it, we'll put another trash bin right there. And then we can also do some data science. So that way... I don't think it's quite enough to do the do that one. Don't think this one is quite enough that we are going to be able to... Yeah, we can't hit the Let's see, we have the moon jelly, the bullhusk got removed from that, and then what else do we have? We have the swell shark, rust, the oriental butterfly, moon jelly. Yeah, I think that was it. Alright. Alright. Isla has leveled up. Wade has leveled up. And he is learning talking. Because the thing jumped when I was doing that. She's going to also learn talking for the same reason. Alright. Gonna be careful when I zoom out. We're going to... when I finish that, I'm gonna see if I can't get the big pump. Dante. We're gonna do talking. So here we have multiple different tanks. This is going to be one that when we go through and do the tour, if I'm not finished with everything, I will kind of hold off, finish out all the research so we can really just sit down and explore everything that this aquarium has to offer. And there is the Mega Chiller. I don't see the other thing that I wanted. We're going to do the popcorn cart, sorry. And we're gonna hire some more people, so we can do Zhao, Emma, Jim, Lorenzo, and eventually we will have everyone. Harry's cheap at $20 a day, and we can get Isaac and Jamila. All right, like I said, everyone's eventually going to be hired. It's just a matter of look at all that science coming in. So we have a small cold water section over here. We will eventually, here's our, who are they talking about? We just missed who they're talking about. Should have been the oriental butterfly fish, maybe. Yeah, food's over there if you want food. So one of the things I think we need to do is we do need to have some more guidebooks. I know I love going places and getting guidebooks that then I can kind of relive and get to re-experience that. I've gotten several of those when I've gone to different exhibits. I don't think I was finished with all the clownfish. And I have the oblique dotty back, which cannot be with other dotty backs. It's a bully, and requires some rocks. It's a size 3. Let's see. Will you fit in here without having any fights? Other than the fact that we need rocks. I gotcha. I can do some rocks. We're gonna do some We're gonna do some live rocks. So that way it, and then we'll just go ahead and add them in there. It's just so if we need. Then we have at least 8 rocks. I can also always pull out one of those sea grapes if I need to. And then there's our talk right there, probably on the tasseled wobble gong. So we are going to be able to finish out. We'll have another one of the butterfly fish done. Do I have... no, we don't have this. Okay, so let's see. Is this... the Arabian does not state that it can't be with its own kind. This is not going to work on in that one. Let's see. I also... the upside down jellyfish is also a warm water, so probably not the best. And I know that I'm going to want to have it be a little bit bigger. Let's continue with... do I still have some rank 7 clownfish? I do. So we can do that one. We're going to look at these butterfly fish. And then we're going up to rank 9. So we've got more things that we can add to. We've got more fish and things that we can look at. Octopus would be really cool, but man, the amount of filtration those things need. And the large crestal tank, I think I'd almost like to replace them with the large crestal tank. I think that would be pretty cool. So what we're going to do though is we're going to let's see, we have 80, these don't, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We can do 1, 2. They're not too happy, but that's okay, because what we can do is we can come over here and close that out, and we can just we can take out one of the and then suddenly they're happy. And I think that we'll do that. We have this one that is a bully, but I think the 4-eyed one is a wimp, so we're not going to be able to do that one. But we might be able to have 1, 2, might be able to fit them in there. That's another bully tank, and they can have at it. So with that, recovering my save file was, I'm recovering my file, my aquarium. I was going to be really sad if that messed up. But we are a good way there towards getting to rank 12. I feel like we've got a good start. I feel like right about here is probably where we will have our huge star tank, but we do need to get up to level 12 to get there. Let's look. We have fund the construction. The construction of the whale shark tank will be incredibly expensive. You would be wise to invest in revenue generating projects such as additional gift shop items and luxury food and drink. See if you can hit these targets. You'll get a cash injection as a reward. So we want popcorn daily sales, copper band toy sales, shark hat sales, OJ sales, sell stuff. Got it. 10,000 gold or $10,000. Awesome. Copper band butterfly for sale. That is awesome. Where can I put him? No, I'm just like, awesome. I love him. Where can I put him? I bet I can put him. It's a deal. Let's go through. We're going to put him right in there. Popcorn cart. We're going to also do the we're going to do the music shelf. I believe this has got to be a workshop item because I do not remember this being part of it before. We are going to really quickly before I go, I do want to fix this problem with this tank because this has got some filtration issues. So we are going to have to, is that, yeah, to there. So what we can do is we're going to pause. We're going to take this one out, and we are going to replace it with a super filter. That's, I believe, our first super filter that we've placed. We have placed a couple of, oh no, there's this, there's the first super filter. And then there is our next clownfish. We have several clownfish that we're going for. So here is our tank, and everyone is doing beautifully. 5 each stony coral. And I do not think the shark eats. No, only eats arthropods. Okay, awesome. So we're gonna put in the clownfish, and then we will close out with a shot of the clownfish tank. So we have our snowflake clownfish. We have, is that all we've unlocked? Yeah. So anyway, so that is it. We do not have any more. I will put down some anemones. We are going to, there we are. So there is our clownfish so far. And we will unlock the shark hat and the OJ, so we can be selling that. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing with Megaquarium, Megalopolis. We added some more clownfish. We got a copper band fish, which is going to increase our sales of our copper band toys that you can get on the front end. We do have this wonderful gift shop right here. So you can come in, you can buy stuff on your way in or out. We are increasing and getting more and more prestige. You can see all the prestige coming off so many of the tanks. What is our visibility? So we do have some pretty decent visibility over here. 70, 65, 70. It'd be nice if it was higher, but you know, it's at least it's at least above the 50%. We're gonna do a maroon clownfish. So this is a 2. So I'm putting in like 2 of all of our clownfish, and then let's go ahead and we're going to add since I think that's the only anemone that we're going to be able to get. Oh, we did get the toadstool leather. This is a coral though. So one thing we could do is, actually, I like the idea of that. We can take these and actually move everything from this tank over here, and that will free up this tank for another something. So this kind of gives it where you see that it looks much fuller and colorful, which is what I want. I want this to kind of look like you're looking into and then we'll put our, and we're only at 2/3 full, so we still have some room in there. And then of course people are going to complain because there's nothing in this one. We are going to take the light off just because I don't know what I'm going to put in there next. I would like to do another bubble tip. Alright, and then we're going to look at rank 9. This is what I was looking for, but I do need those. We'll do the large pump. Alright. So then what I need to do is because there. There is, that's down because he's repairing that. Alright, so we've got fish, and I think I saw the foxfish. Can't be with another one that eats cockles. We could do, yeah, how big is this tank real quick? Oh, I think I already had that on there. Okay, so let's do one of him. He eats what? He eats green. Okay. We're going to he can't be with anyone. Starfish says 1 or 2. Yeah, so we're gonna have him, and then this guy. Alright, so now I need, he's gonna eat cockles. I need 2 rocks, so we are going to add some rubble. There we go. And he is good. So with that, we are going to let this run, as my dog has let me know he needs to go outside. So I will be right back. All right, and back. All right, so we've got the cinnamon clownfish, and what the heck? We'll throw a Nemo in there. All right, so this is going to be a maroon. 1, 2. And then we have the cinnamon clownfish. 1, 2. And then I think that is it. We will only put one Nemo in because there's only one Nemo. So we do have this guy. Do you eat arthropods? Probably. Yep. But do you eat arthropods? Size 1 to 5. How big are you? Not big enough. Okay. What about you? You eat arthropods? Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's just gonna be setting up for a buffet. That's all that's gonna be doing. Alright. None of those guys, and let's see, does this thing have any issues? Go to 8. Eat arthropods. Yeah, okay. 1 of those. Okay, so we believe we unlocked the popcorn. So we need to go through and be putting popcorn out as much as we can so that we can start getting these sales in. Yeah, we're going to put a popcorn right here. What else do I have? I think that is it for right now. We do have the gotcha machine, but that's going to be just up at the front. Okay, so we have rank 8. We do have, there's the tomato clownfish. So this is definitely the most that I have in a single, most different species I've had in a single aquarium. There he is, Nemo. Since we just have one. And then we are going to actually we're going to open this up just a little bit more because one of the things we're going to do is we're going to actually race against the clock. We're going to put in a double right there. Pick next research. We will do the shark hats. That'll be awesome because we'll be able to open up. That should give us plenty of room to grow with stuff. And yeah. All right, so hopefully now we're going to start having some popcorn sales coming through. One of the things I might consider doing is putting in at least some big arrows down this side, and then putting some big arrows continuing down here, so they could still come down here and see things. What's in this small black-tail humbug? Okay. But we are about to get up to rank 10. Power Band Butterfly, I replied to Steel. Okay, I already got that one. Alright, so we're going to level up. Poncho Southern Stingray has grown. Olive has leveled up. More fixing. Zhao has leveled up. We are going to do memory, fixing, and talking. So since we're going to do that, we're going to bump you up with fixing. Southern Stingray has grown. Wobble Gong. So those are both as big as they're going to get. He is fitness, which is cleaning and gift shop, so we're gonna have cleaning. And then Benny is really good with feeding and also gift shop. Alright, so then we are going to close out the ones that have the growth chart. Otherwise that just gets to be so big. Here is more things that have grown. Marble Serpent. I easily have, I don't even know how many different types of animals I have. I would have to do math on all these. I might do a thing at the end. Ooh, I have a disco mushroom that I am missing. There we go. There we go. So he's got some open space, but he's there. Alright. There's the tomato clownfish. I do need to decide what I want to do. There's more clownfish. Oh, I could do 10 of that one, but that was one or two, at least 2 of the... I think I've got something similar to those. Let's see what I can get with rank 9. The Achilles sturgeon fish. Red leg hermit crab. Be nice if I could get... The Gem Tang was really pretty. So is the black long-nosed tang. I think I'll do one of those. I think... Are my tang here? Yeah, my tang is here. That's not a big enough tank, but if I did something like that, I could expand it into this and have a tang tank. That would be kind of cool. And I would just have just enough room right here to do that. I might have to go back one here, but yeah, I think I could do that. No problem. Because they will need to have some room to grow. I've got several workers that are about to cap out on their skills. So they are just doing amazing jobs. Yeah, because I want to do this. That can actually be 5. So I could do 5 by 5. That would actually be this entire here, and I would have like one space over here. I think I would probably have it be maybe a 4 by 5. And I might shift this one down one. So it would be something like having this here, and then we move this one over and this one over, and we do one right there, and that would give us some more room to grow. And I think we're gonna do that. So I want that to be a 4 deep by 5, and we're gonna do that as a deep corner tank, just like that. 4 and 5 gets us to 80. And we're gonna pause, and we're gonna actually move everything that's over here. We're just gonna move except I think except this one's going to go in a different tank. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and we're going to take one, and we're going to move the decorations from one tank to the next. And then we will delete this tank, and we can move this tank right in, and we will add that tank right back in, and that tank back in. Now with that, we do need more heat. So we're going to add a heater to that should be plenty of heat. Awesome. All right, so we're going to have a step stool there, and there you go. All right, so you were repairing the heater, so that should be fine once it's back. Good. All right, so with that, we have a little bit larger tank for the tangs. So when this black tank comes out, we will actually be able to add them in there and have some room for them to grow. So Emma, we're gonna have is more talking. We'll do fixing. In there. All right. So that's a little low because we are that's got some good. So I want someone else that can do feeding. Yeah, very good. I said I will eventually have everyone hired. Here's Isaac, and we're going to do some additional feeding. So there's our little tank. We've got more popcorn sales. We don't have the shark hat. We've almost got the shark hat unlocked. So there's the shark hat, and now we need the OJ squeezer. So we can start to put, and I think the only sharks that I have, no, I take it back. I do have some sharks over in the other. We're gonna have shark hat right over here, and that's really the only place that I've got that I can fit it in. And then we're going to... Do I have room to put it over here? I really don't. I don't. I will have to move stuff around to get it to fit. So for right now, no, we're just gonna have it over here. So I need shark hat supply. We're just going to have that be right there. And right, more people have leveled up. We have fixing, talking, and Elliot, more feeding, Zhao, more fixing. Alright, so we've got the black long-nosed tang. So we're going to pick our next research. I'm hoping that that little X meant that we can't do any more black-nosed tang with it. Where is the gym? Cannot be housed with surgeonfish. This one is, it's a really it's a nice one that I think I will put in the main tank though. So let me see what I have. What's the deal with this black? Now that I've made the commitment of that larger tank. Where is... Oh, and I've also got these gobies that need to be... What is that? Yeah, we can do the bumblebee goby right there. Needs a little bit more a little bit more grass or greenery. And then we're gonna look and see where is this cardinal fish. I need to do my cardinal fish too. Might be able to just squeeze those into another tank. Okay. Cannot be housed with black nose tang. So I might be able to fit one in, hopefully. Please. Are you happy? No? What's wrong? Okay. You want some more rocks? Okay, we can get you some more rocks. That's fine. Here's what we're gonna do though. We're going to get rid of that rock, and we're going to get you some nice rubble. How does that look? Okay, now you just need more filtration. So we are going to, we're gonna pause because we are fixing to have to do some drastic filtration stuff. So there is the cockles right there. We're going to do a double filtration, one right there. Is that enough? I think that's enough. One and done. Okay. So if I only need one of these, we're going to do it like that so it's not quite in the way. And then I need live Artemia culture. Okay. right there. And you need some zooplankton. So we are going to give you your own zooplankton right there. I will also, when I go through, I will reorganize all the food to do. So we almost have the OJ unlocked. We're consistently hitting the copper band toys. We need to work on probably getting the popcorn daily sales up, which that would be more achievable if we had this in multiple places. So I'm gonna move this one over here. So that's one thing we're going to do is we're going to look at trying to make it where we're going to also do crowd control with, we can do top floor arrows, where I really want it to be where you're going to come in and once you're on your way down, and then coming back, you really need to be going from about here this way. So let's see, can I move this over here? There we go. So I mean, you can backtrack this way a little bit, but then that way the flow is moving at least consistently around. There might be a few stragglers that are able to go back, but for the most part, and then supposedly you can paint these. So I wanted to see something if we can do. That's cool. And that way they kind of, we could possibly even do it where they blend in a little bit better. But for that, that is the most part, that is for that one. And then I would probably have it where you go in this way and you'd come out this way when I do this hallway here. Let me see really quickly. Do I have, there's my gym tang. We're going to do, see, I feel kind of cool because I've gotten to do several different types of exhibits throughout the course of this. That one octopus was more than enough. I've even gotten to do my oh, here's a hammerhead shark. It needs 42. We'll go to 28. That's not, we could do that and have some nice sharks. We're going to look and see, do I have any more? Yeah, I have just the tomato one. All right, I'm gonna choose that later. 1, 2. All right, so with that, we have, that's at 86, and I believe that's going to be it for our clownfish. I have so many fish in there. 4. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 4, 20. 22 fish in there. 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 fish. So that's pretty good. And now we got the OJ squeezer out, so we're gonna look. I got the large tunnel tank. Awesome. That is one of the ones. That one and the large Cressel tank are 2 that I wanted. So let me really quickly, we're going to put in the OJ squeezer so we can start getting that. We're going to put 1 in there. We will put 1 right there. I don't have a lot of room on this side. We can put 1 right there. We can put 1 on the other side of the... And then we will put 1... Do I have room to put 1 back here? I do not have room to put anything back there. Short of doing this, where we can pause. I should have just moved it. Okay. We're going to put OJ right there. All right. So with that, we are going to call this level, or this episode. Still have quite a bit to do. I know we are not even close to unlocking that huge the mega tank that's going to be required for the construction. So we've got to work on increasing that, which one of the ways that we'll be able to increase that is by having these tanks. So like having this and then putting that so that we can have 1, 2, 3, and 4, for instance. And then we can just come in here and 1, and then that's... So we might even be able to put in a second one here, and we'll be able to... Although I kind of like having that right there. Anyway, but we will address that in our next episode. Our next episode will be one that will probably be a time-lapse of just me going through and reorganizing and restructuring all of these filters, because now I have the ability to do so. So I will see you next time, and thanks for joining. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. Today we are still playing Megaquarium, Megalopolis, level 10. We are working our way to getting this next $10,000, but we do need to sell a bunch of stuff. And so some of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to revamp this area over here. So while everything is on pause, we're going to keep this one, but we're going to come down here and we're going to actually sell all of these heaters and mega tanks because I want to rework this area. Everything's going crazy right now. But what we're going to do, we're going to actually expand this back a little bit more. I think that's the furthest I can do in one bit. We're going to extend this back. I can always bring it back if I need to. We're going to bring these back about there. And what I want to do is we're going to bring all of this back. Bring this over here. And we are going to, that's not where I put that. We are going to replace this tank. I want to have a little bit more room, so we're going to expand this over here. And we're going to move some of this over. Sponge sink, move back. These I don't want to have to keep track of. What did I delete? But we're going to take this, and this is going to actually go like so. Be about right here. We're going to go through this. We're going to actually just start deleting some of these doors and walls. I don't want to delete objects, but we can, if I accidentally delete an object, as long as it's not a tank, I'm good. Alright, this was only for those, so we're going to actually move this right over here for now. We're going to move these over here, and I'm going to actually move the I don't think the people can actually get out through there, so we're going to move this back one more. There. So we're just going to move that back right there. We're going to actually pull this back here for right now, because what I want to do is actually do one more thing. We're going to grab this and put this right here. Right there. Then what I want to do is actually we're gonna do one more, and that way we can actually put this guidebook right there. We'll be able to put some food and drink over here. I got an idea for this of what I want to do. We're going to actually we're going to put this over here because we're going to grab the deep observation tank, and we're going to have it out like this. So we're going to have this nice big tank, put it just like so. Since they can't access that now, they can access that on the small platform, and they can go up to the larger platform and access that one right there. And I kind of think I honestly think I just want to close this off. So yeah, so we're going to grab our guidebook. We'll just put it right there. We will just so we don't have empty space, we'll put it right there. So that entire walkway is for those fish. So we're going to come over here and we're going to, because we're going to give these guys some more room. They're going to come over here to this tank that is also not up to what they would want. There we go. All right. Now I want a nice big tank. And then we're going to actually hold on to that because I'm going to use that for a different thing. Now for this, we're going to actually pull this over here. And we're going to move. We're going to move this lagoon. Move. Now I'm moving some stuff around. We're going to move this lagoon right here. And we're going to move this lagoon right over here. So we've actually got some nice space to move around. I don't need these right now. But what I could do, what do I have in here? Okay. So that actually gives me some open space in here. And what I could do with knowing that, we could take this and just have it be where you've got maybe an extra 4. No, we'll do 3 there. Here we will have 3. Go to that side. We will move this up and over. And then we're going to... Oh no, it scrolls a little faster if I zoom out. This goes there. She can be put right there. We were hiding a couple of people. There we go. Actually, there. Okay. Now we have a handful of people right there. And then we can bring this down and over. And that gives us a nice little pathway down here. And we can actually put some additional tanks over here. Because I was looking and noticed that we have a handful of fish that we have not yet put in. Including these nice little Subnautica fish. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete those 3, and we're going to delete these 3. And actually we might let's do 2 there. There we go. And then we will add, this has to be 6. How big is this? Okay, let's see. If they're 6, they are too small, and I'm pretty sure this guy eats. Yeah, he's gonna eat them if I put him over there. They have 28. So actually, no, I'm not gonna. No, we're gonna do this. We're going to take out some of those. We're gonna move this tank right here. We're going to 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have right here. Move the sponge. And there is. So this comes right back to here. Here. And here. And this is going to be a little place that I can have some gift shop area. Now who was eating sponge? Right there. So we have sponge, sand eel, crab, supplement. All right. Now this area is going to actually be closed off, and we're going to actually have some little small, we'll do like some small cardinal fish or something over here. But I do need, since I've got like all this extra money, which is burning a hole, we're going to open up this area a little bit. We're going to, actually I don't need that. So we're going to remove that. All right, now we're going to right there, and we can now add some doors, because that's going to be critical to knowing where everything is going to be located, and make sure that the workers have ample area to get back into where they're going to be. So we're going to just rotate those around, and those are going to get a nice little wrap around from that side. We are going to, we're going to actually demolish this one. Okay. And we can demolish this one. Demolish this one. Sell, sell, sell. This is going to be a side of just this side of the just this side of the aquarium, and we're going to focus on the other side in a bit. This will actually help to clear out so much of the floor space that there is just gonna be so much extra room once this is all done. So we're going to put this right here. And what we can do is we can actually open this up, do a door Oops, that's not what I meant to do. We're going to delete that side, and then we're going to put a staff door right there. In fact, I think what we're going to do is, since we've got time, so this gives me a little bit more room to put some stuff down. So first thing we're going to do, okay, so we've got that. The second thing we're going to do is we are going to move all of these feeders so that they are right next to what is being fed. We're going to actually put that one there. We're going to move this one down a few so that we can have that as close as possible. Now we're going to do, there is another pump. We are going to right now focus on this. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to have and pick our 4 tanks. Fourth tank is right there. We are going to add, now this, I actually looked it up a little bit, and the thing about these are you can use them just fine, but if you want to have more space, if you want to be able to have better better access, the thing is that's gonna be, we're gonna have to put that there, and then we can move that on that side, which will help with storing. So see, now I've only got we're going to now come over here, and we're going to go back, and we're going to grab a large pump again. We're going to put it in the center, and we're going to add a tank. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to move all of these so that we have space. So we're going to move, here is the orange and the green, and we already have the zooplankton right there. That's going to be enough for there. We're going to put that one over there. Do I have any? Who eats the cockles? All right. So we're going to, as we do this, we're going to actually, to make sure that I have as much space as possible, we're going to open that up so that we have that as a wall. We're going to, what is that? It's a copper band toy. Where is my copper band toy? Is right there. So what I want is, I want copper band right there. We're gonna put a tool right over there. We are going to put this tool chest over here. So this opens up this entire center area for putting stuff together. And then we're going to add another green pellet dispenser right there. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to take this one and we're going to have it be right here. And we're going to connect it. 1, 2, 3. This gets tedious, but it will make a whole lot of sense. And then there are also, because I looked at it, and there are also other things that we can do to increase the filtration. So we're going to have that. And then we are going to add another one. We're gonna see how this works. I'm probably gonna wish I had waited until I had the largest one. We're gonna add a tank, and add a tank. We're going to put in another mega double filter. And then we're going to add a mega heater. One there, one there, one there, and one there. That does kind of cut off the zooplankton. So we're gonna have to put the, I'm gonna sell the zooplankton. So we're gonna sell that one. So there is, now this area is all ready to go. Now one thing I can do is, once I get the next size up, is that I can actually I can connect 8, which will definitely be something that I will want to do. So here we're going to connect, and I put that there because now I can just barely reach that tank, and I can reach this tank. All right, so from that, we're going to do a mega double filter. We're gonna get some nitrates. So we're gonna, just because I want to close some of this off, we're gonna close that off. And then we're going to, I should take it back, I want that one open. We're going to put in a mega heater there and a mega heater there. We will there we go. That is all right. So that is, we're getting there, and then we're gonna have a last few things over here, and then we're going to call this episode, for now, done. We're going to put a sponge sink right there, and I usually like to put my broom closets next to my sponge sink. And then I always like to have, so like here I don't have a tool chest, so we're going to put in a tool chest down here. All right, so this one takes orange. We're also going to put in a orange pellet dispenser right there so that they will be able to eat whatever they want. And we'll be able to put some fish in here. In fact, we might put how big is that? 80. Yeah, I need at least 6 in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, that's 8. All right, so we're gonna do that. We can add some plants to that. We're going to add, where is... Oh, because I have it not in my aquarium. Okay. I was like, where's my plants? There was one that I was looking for that is a 2x3. It looks similar to that, but it's not that one, and I don't know which one it is off the top of my head. So we are going to put in... No, not those. We're going to put in... So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So that is plenty for them. We're going to come over here. And they want zooplankton, so we're going to give them zooplankton. They also want this one over here. We're going to come over here. And we don't have the gym tank. This is not the one for the gym tank. But we can come over here and we can put a couple of these guys in. So we can do 1, 2, 3. So they all get some friends. That's going to depend on whether or not I am going to give them some velvet horn. All of them, not just what's in there. So we're going to do velvet horn. Will get us 9 plants and 5. So watch this. That satisfies everything except for the temperature. We're working on the temperature. All right, so we're going to add one more large pump, famous last words. Connect to this one. We're going to connect this tank, that tank, and that tank. And now they are all good, but we are going to, I kind of want to make sure that we don't so we're going to over filtrate. That's just so that now I've got where a couple can actually go down and I'm not going to be in a world of hurt. Now for this one, since I don't have that much space, what I'm probably going to do with this one is we're going to move this over here. We're going to connect to this tank. We're going to connect to this tank and this tank. And I don't think I'm going to be able to reach over to this tank over here. But what I can do and I know we're going to be going over here shortly. We're going to sell the filtration equipment in here because this is too cluttered. I don't mind some, but it is too cluttered. So what we're going to do here, we're going to have a large pump. We're going to put down. We're going to connect to that one. There's 2, 3, and 4. And now all of the temperature from this half of the aquarium, and it actually spreads into these two. We're going to, because I'm done with these little tiny ones. We're gonna actually delete those. I know that's gonna sell that one. But what we're going to do is we're going to replace it with a large pump that's then going to go, and we're going to connect all 3 of those hot water ones now, or those tropical ones. Now we still have enough. But what we're going to do is we're going to now, we have a mega heater that we can put right there. We are going to put a mega heater there, and then we're going to do a filtration. One of the things that I found out because I was looking up some stuff today, is having more than one type. So like right now, this is just the skimmer and the filtration. So I actually need the other ones that I honestly thought were part of the freshwater, because I hadn't had anything that came up saying, hey, use this. So I've actually got some extra space down here, which will be nice once we get some of the other things. And I have some plans for up here of having some little tanks around in this area. But that is going to do it for this episode. So we did a lot of maintenance, and we reworked our entire filtration system, all on pause. So this one still having just a little bit more. We will, and this is the joy of having this, is that now now if I have issues, I can just go and find one that I've got space, and I can add more filtration, or I have got room down here that I can add more filtration, and they're all connected. So with that is going to do us for this time. So thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Howdy Howdy. This is Blue Otter. Today we are in Megaquarium, Megalopolis, and we are working on some of our revamps. Now, we redid the filtration system on this side, so everything is up. Kind of expanded this area a little bit, and I do want to do some work on this side, but I also don't want to give you two maintenance episodes together. So right now we are going to go through, we ranked up to level 10. We are going to go through, and we're going to keep going with this particular this side. We're going to continue building and researching and try to see if we can't get some of these funding goals. Okay, so we've got several things. We've got some more coral, the staghorn coral. Those will probably go really nice in our, here's another anemone. Those will go really nice in our clownfish tank. There's a large triple filter. So the UV sterilizer, that was one of the things I was talking about last episode. So this UV sterilizer, and there is the nitrate, work really well with being able to help to clean some of the water. So we're going to go ahead and continue on. I see I've got 2 messages. Leaf scorpion fish for sale. What does he eat? He eats live minus shrimp. Yeah, it's a deal. And we're going to 1, 2, 3. And if they don't like it there, we're just going to, yep, we're going to do that. Good day. My name is Lucia Wainwright. I would like to pay for the construction of a tank focused on big-bellied seahorse. They are my absolute favorite. Won't you indulge me? Build a tank with big-bellied seahorse for eelgrass for sufficient water and sufficient chilling. So this is going to be on our chilling side. 5,000 now and a base prestige of 300. You had me at seahorse. So Wade, we're going to do more fixing. So here we have the live minus shrimp. So one of the things with having this be all open is now I have the room to actually put all this food that they're feeding without having huge amounts of area taken up. All right, so that we're still working on. That's going to be a work in progress. One of the things that I wanted to do over here is I wanted to have some seating. Not there. But we're going to have seating there. We're going to put some seating right there. So we can put right here, we can hide 2 deluxe toilets actually. So we can put in 2 toilets right there. And then what we can also do is we can, you know what, they don't need to, we can move that back 1 more. So we can put a seat there. Seat right there. We can put, we do need to put some data signs out. We're going to put some popcorn. We're going to put in, actually if we do it like this, we can get both of these in. We are going to have a coffee machine, and then we can have a food machine and a drink machine, so these people will not complain. Who am I kidding? They'll find still something to complain about. And then we can put a bin right there. We can add a second bin over here. We can add a third bin right there. And And there is our hammerhead shark. Small-eyed hammerhead shark. So we need this big-bellied seahorse to get to what we want to do. And I've actually got just the perfect idea for what I want to do with that. But first I want to... I think it's in here. I would like some decorations. Here we are. I would like a potted fern, and we're gonna put that right there. Isn't that pretty? All right, so then they can admire that. And then we're going to, oh, we've got people that have leveled up. That's, what have they, oh, they eaten by the other one. Okay, so I take it back. These guys cannot, they cannot live right there. All right, so that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We're going to really quickly, how much space do they need? Oh, they're not even that big. Okay. Is it just because they eat smaller animals? They eat smaller animals. That's all it is. Okay. No, they can't be housed with that's okay. That's okay. It just gives me the perfect opportunity to expand over here. And we're going to do a deep well tank. This is 36. So I am sorry that we unfortunately lost one, but that's okay. We will get right there. Okay, so we're going to, what do you want? You want everything. All right, so we are, but you do have enough space. We're going to give you, I probably should have made the tank a little bit bigger. We're going to do one of those, and that actually gets you everything you need. Because these are phenomenal little rocks. So we're going to plant them like so. And then do you no, you do not have an extra. All right, so we're going to put one right there with this. What do you eat? You eat live Midas shrimp. I have a sneaking suspicion that that's also going to require zooplankton. Yep. Live Midas shrimp, which we will put right there. We're going to... Actually, we're going to put right there because there's some live Midas, there's some zooplankton right there. So we're going to put this back here. And then we are going to add a pump, and we're going to just right here. We're just going to connect 1 and 2, and that gives us plenty of space. What are you still unhappy? All right, everything's good. All right, that was on me. I want, for this, I want to do the triple filter on that. So we're gonna start out big with those, and I will go through and I might replace some of these with double of that. All right. Now I need to do fish. Now I have a wonderful idea of what I wanted to do. And that's going to involve actually restructuring this whole setup. So one of the things that we're gonna do, like I said, I don't really want to do a whole episode of just rearranging stuff, but I do want to do this. All right, so we're going to open this up, and we're going to actually open this up. Next, we're going to go, and I've got this deep outcrop tank that I can go. Can I do 3? Okay, it is just that single one. That is actually not bad. Not bad. That is just putting we can put the books next to there, and then we can have put the OJ right there. All right, and then we will add a trash bin right there. All right. Now here's where the fun begins. All of this has to come back. So we are going to, what I want to do is we're going to delete. I can redo this. All right. We're going to redo the walls. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move this all the way back. This back. This I want to be like where you come out of the walkway and you go right down this path. So then we could actually still keep this there and actually just add a second one right there, so it kind of together. Now here we're gonna do same thing, where this is gonna come over here. We're going to actually open this like so. I said I wasn't doing a maintenance, and then what am I doing? I'm doing a maintenance. Part of a maintenance episode. Okay. We're going to actually close. We're going to open this all up, and then we're going to do a deep corner tank right here. No, I take it back. We're not going to do that. What I had envisioned, this was a deep wall tank. Right, as I'm looking at my... Yeah, so we're going to have a wall tank that is about right here. And then we're going to have another wall tank that is right about here. Because we're going to do a second deep outcrop tank that is right there. So you're going to have these two beautiful tanks and you have to navigate around them. You're going to have to this needs to actually be back on, so that way here, we can actually do this. Because my vision for this is to actually effectively, it's this little maze that you then have to go around to see all the different fish. I could theoretically have another one, but one is probably sufficient. We're going to actually remove that right there. I need to add quickly 2 doors, one there and one there. Actually there. And then we're going to add a second one right there. And then I just need all of the steps so that people can go up and down. And this will be all for our cold water. We're going to swap these around. So you walk in and there are 2, and then you have 1, 2. We're going to put the shark supply right there. I'm going to move this over so I can have their food right there. And then for right now, we are going to actually close this off. Just like we do with every time. So our workers can get in and around, but not the people. So what I need to do now, since this is so far back, I'm going to need to do this, where we're going to have these added, and then we're going to need don't know if I'm going to be able to reach. Can I reach that one? Okay. So what I can do, I don't know if I can reach the Belfast tank from here. No, I can't. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually take this and we're going to pick that up and reset that. Okay. So we're going to 1, 2, 3. That's already connected, and then that will connect back here, and then we're going to sell those. All right, so we're going to come back here. Those are tanks, not filtration equipment. And come back here for the triple. I might be able to get just those in. Now, what I need is I need mega filtration. So we're going to do 1, 2. That's probably still not going to be anywhere near enough for the jellyfish. So now I only need to really attach these to one because it's not like they go down. These will go so much more inclined. What is our filtration at? Is the filtration good? The filtration is fine. Okay, so I'm going to need one more, and this time we're going to do give it a little bit of space on either side, so that way I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, and that gets us all of our current cold water done. Now, if I have cold water, not an aquarium, so this is where it's going to come out, is that I really need to have more cold water fish. So we're going to do, we're going to research some cold water fish as soon as we get this seahorse. And I'm thinking about putting the seahorse down here or over here, and I'm leaning more towards this one. So let's look at our messages. That one we already did. So we have, we're gonna do cleaning, Hadley, good with memory, so fixing and talking. So we're gonna you go around and do some talky. And then this kind of opens it up where then we can have some larger aquariums over here. One tank that we can do, we do have the hammerhead, so 42, he will grow to be 28. So we're gonna round that up to 30. And we'll need 168. So I am going to want a big tank for that. I probably do not have a big enough tank to house that. I'm not doing terrariums. So we are going to, so that gets us started over here. That was a little less invasive, part because it's only adding it was adding 4 aquariums. And really the only thing we would have left to do is to paint this with, where is it? Gulf of Mexico. So it goes over 1, and then we have here to there, and there is our Gulf of Mexico, our cold water, and then we just have this area, which I could conceivably have this area. What is Nile? We can do this as, no, hold on. I saw one I was thinking vine paint. From about here back. There we go. There we go. So that's a little small subsection. And I would have to remember what I painted. I want to say it was one of the Victorian ones. Victorian sand. So we color each of them. We have a nice little nook back here for food and things. So with that, we will work on getting our seahorses up and continuing with our sails, getting more of that OJ and popcorn and shark hats out. So thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing with Megaquarium, level 10, Megalopolis. We're unpausing. So today we are getting the seahorse, so we can complete this objective. So we're going to big with the big-bellied seahorse. This should be big enough for it. I don't think it's that big. And we do need some eelgrass. So one of the things we can go ahead and do, knowing that we need eelgrass, is we can go ahead and put the eelgrass in. Where is the eelgrass? It keeps defaulting over there, and I don't know why. There's the Japanese eelgrass. This is probably the eelgrass that they mean, though. And actually, yeah, we're going to, there's 1, 2, 3, and then we just need a 4th one. And we're going to see if we can't put, there is our big-bellied seahorse. So now what we want to do is I just want small cold water fish that we can add. So like here is a goby, that might be good, but that's the only cold water one. Watch how fast this one's gonna go. I don't even know if it's worth. Here, Japanese eelgrass. There, got it. All right, Catalina, goby. All right, so I know I don't have anything else in rank 3, so let's look at rank 4. Do I have anything that is cold so I can build out this little area? And I'm not seeing anything cold. All right, rank 5. All right, so we do have some. We have the Atlantic pollock. That would be good. That would be good for one of these longer aquariums. So we do have this one that does have the eelgrass. Don't quite know why it's doing that unless... Alright, so we're going to... It has sufficient cooling. We're going to flip it over here to cold water. Big-bellied seahorse, and we want 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. But we do need an additional... we do need an additional 2. So one of the things that we can do is, now that we've actually gotten it, I hate doing this, because I need 16, and I have 9 squares, but I need 16. So I can do this feather, 2, 3, and then in the back we can do the we'll do the Japanese eelgrass, just so it all looks uniform. There we go. And that, now we need I don't know if these are just, they're probably tropical plants. Okay, so then we need live Midas shrimp and supplements. So we're going to come over here. We can actually unpause now that we've got it all straightened out. Live Midas shrimp, we're going to put it over here just to make sure that there's space. We're going to actually put this I want to pick up, we're going to put it right there, because we're going to put in a supplement cabinet, and then to make sure that they're not having to go all over the place, there is the zooplankton. All right, so we've got the Atlantic pollock. These were ranked 5. Common starfish, that's another one that would work for cold. So let's see, we've got 88. We're gonna look at not in there. How big do these grow? To 16. Let's say that's 15. So that is, should be able to do 5 of them, no problem. Right? No. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. Yeah, we can do 5. So we're just going to really quickly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to look, do they eat anything animals with size 1 through 3? So we can actually put in the common starfish. We'll put in 2 common starfish. And then so from here we need the sand eel. And there we have that. So we just need a couple more cold. Okay, there's a koi fish. That's not quite what I have in mind. The eastern oyster was, I did that one before, and that one was kind of cool. Let's do the eastern oyster. Okay, so we're going to do the Catalina gobies right here. If it exceeds 50% of the tank capacity. How big is the tank capacity? Actually, no, how big is the, yeah, it's 2. Yeah, we're just gonna give 1, 2 of those. Alright, what is next? Butterfly bennies, so that would be a good one. Alright. So now this one, we need a rock and a cave, and we're going to gonna give them a I don't know why it's defaulting to that. Okay, so what can we do? At least this is paused while it's doing this. Crayfish, Maddo. That was my dog. We'll do that one. Alright, so I need some cave, and I am trying to pick something for these fish. Okay, so we're going to, we need rock, 1 rock, 2 cave, and I think we're going to do this one. Actually, we'll do, can we do the pitted column with kelp? Yeah. I like doing that one because it gives it a little bit of plant life as well. This one, they're going to want, I say they, the people walking around think that these guys need something. And they don't like the fact that not all fish necessarily need anything. So we're going to add some rubble. We'll put some rubble right down there. Alright. Now we can do some of that. We're going to do a we'll do a large nitrate reactor. See how that works. I do have some. Okay, our spotted crab has grown. That's awesome. Memory. So you're really good with fixing and talking. So we're going to give you more fixing. Poncho, feeding. Olive, fixing. Olive is almost capped out with fixing and feeding, which is a testament to how long she has been here. So here is one that requires at least 5, and it's going to be in a tank by it's going to be in either the tank with the pollux, or it's going to be in its own tank in that other long tank. I am looking to see what other things. Here is mackerel, but that's going to be huge. Gray skate, I'm not prepared to do. Here's one that's 5. It's a bully though. 6. It's a wimp. There's 4, so that's gonna be at least 24. How big is this tank? And how big is the one that we're doing? So that's going to be at least 25. And here's... Yeah, I think we're going to do these two. So we're going to have this one 5. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, he eats orange, so we're going to come down here and we're going to grab an orange dispenser. And put the orange dispenser right there. And that finished out that that requirement of, I didn't even see where it clicked off. So I sold all of the needed for popcorn and OJ and copper band toys It was down here towards the bottom. It was this one. We're going to here. We need at least 3 of these. No arthropods or clams. Okay, so we're gonna have 1, 2, 3. It is an explorer, which means we need to have I need to have at least 2 open. So this one's gonna be a challenge tank. So this one, I need some different decorations. I'm gonna wait because I've almost got this guy finished out. All right. So this one, and now we're gonna go up to rank 10, because I need. There's the black tip reef shark that we got last time. Let's start doing some coral. Let me see. Okay, so what I need is from this thing. Okay, hold on. We're gonna pause real quick. I know I hate pausing. This one. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So we have the Mado. Okay, so I need a 2x2 space. But here is where I need insufficient decoration. So the thing with this is that I need 4 or more different decorations. So we're gonna come around here. Nobody's requiring rocks or anything. So we're going to open this up to everything. Do live rocks count as decoration? Yes, they do. All right. So, but I want 4 or more different decorations. Different being the key term. So we're going to do some driftwood. That'll be cool. That's an extra one. The thing I like about this is where it has like the 2x2. Even if you want all of this decorated for the people, you could always leave these 2 back here empty, and that's just fine. We're going to come over here. We're going to give them a pitted with the pitted column with the kelp that gets rocks, all that jazz. Now what I want is we're gonna have 1 more item, and I'd really like it to be something that is kind of a decor. Like I could do. No, I can't do that. That's not quite. I was expecting it to be a little bit smaller. But we could put like a compass in the tank, and then now he's happy. But let's see if we can put maybe a conch shell in here as well. And then now I feel bad for the other tank because it looks so barren. We will give them some driftwood as well. And there we go. So now everyone is happy. I usually will have these out so that way I can see the individual needs for the fish. So this one is also going to take cockles, and we already have some zooplankton over here. So I'm just going to come down here and grab those. And we're going to draw a line right there. We're going to paint those 2. And then we can open this up. So one thing that we need to do then is we just need to populate it with some various things. Oh, we can also go through and sell those. And then we can have a popcorn. Actually, we will do a popcorn. We will do a trash can. We're gonna have a popcorn, and then we will have I know what it is that I'm looking for. The net. There's a little bit of some decor. And then what can I do right on there? We can do a guidebook shelf and a balloon shelf and a plushie shelf. So since I just added all of those and they're all the way on the other side of the things are on the other side, we are going to come over here, and here is a balloon supply, copper band toy supply, and I'm also just seeing that there's the large nitrate reactor. So let's look and see what we've got. Let's do t-shirts. We can do there it is. I don't know if this is an actual item or if this is a workshop item. So then you can get the music. So we have balloon supply. There we are, music CD supply. And then there is our cold water section. So we can always expand and add to it, but we're going to have to, it's going to require a lot more research for some of the animals. I am seeing that I've got a lot of messages. That is the Pollux have grown. Elliot has leveled up. Hadley has leveled up. Isla has leveled up. Emma has leveled up. Common starfish has grown. So all the fish that I wanted to grow have grown up. And you're learning cleaning. Alright. Jim is leveled up. So there we go. So there is that, and we are almost at level 11. We should be able to welcome to the leveling up. Alright, so there is all that. And then this will eventually open up, and I forget, was the hammerhead was no, the hammerhead, that's cold water. Not in aquarium is a handy way to do that. I need 168. So really quickly, this is the largest I can get the Belfast tank. I could have exactly one. So it's doable. Cannot be housed with other sturgeon fish. The only thing that I like about this though is the fact that I can close these out, and so like I can see here. Jim Tang does not like being with other surgeonfish. Well, these all count as surgeonfish, so I know that I can't put them in anyone with one of these. And I was gonna put them in with the Tangs, and I can't do that now. This butterfly fish. So I could put the Jim Tang in there. And I just need to add 2 more rocks. I'm right there. Okay. So I think we could do that one. We're going to... Okay, we just need to add 2 rocks. And I might be able to... here with some live rocks. So we're just going to put that right in the center, and that he's happy. And then we're going to come over here and put the stony coral, which I can put right in there. And that is a lot. What are you not happy about? You need you need a 15 light. Okay. I don't think I have a 15 light. So yeah, I will have to research that. So in the meantime, so that I don't get someone complaining that coral looks stressed, we're just gonna sell it, and we will bring it back as soon as I'll get a 15 light, because I think these fish don't care, and this is 10 or more, so they just need at least 10. I think the maximum light that you can get is 20. So we are working on that starry hound, which is a cold water shark. So one of the things that I'm thinking we're going to do is, in the next episode, we will open this up and do dual Belfast tanks. Either that, or I think if I do 2 Chicago tanks back to back, that would be cool as well. But I would have to research the Chicago tanks. So you can see that they're good with that. We need apparently more trash cans. Right there. I know I planned on putting a jellyfish there, but that never happened. We are going to put these little guide signs in, and we will probably call it an episode as we... There we go. There we go. And of course they're like, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. Okay. We're going to do coffee, and then what is something we can do? I know I have these at the... Alright, so with that we're going to need the reusable bag shelf. There we are. So I want to make sure that we have plenty of money. Dante's leveling up. Look at that. He has earned that ability. So now they're capped with fixing, so I will find something else for them to level up. But with that, we are going to call that an episode. Thank you for joining, and we're gonna pick our next research tank. So I could do the Chicago tank. That would give me plenty of room. What other? The other ones are beach tanks. The turtle backpack would be cool. Inside observer tank. I wish I could actually see the picture of that, but that's 440. And the other thing is that these are sharks, so they do require that rounded edge. And I don't think these are not going to be big enough. So I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to go for the Chicago tank. So we are going to start out next episode with setting up our dual tanks for our hammerhead and our starry attraction. Thanks for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing in Megaquarium, where we are in Megalopolis. We are working our way towards going to get the whale shark. For right now, we're going to unpause. We are going through. We do have some mail. So Harry leveled up. Great job, Harry. You're gonna learn to talk. Starfish, pollock. Everyone's growing up. So what we're going to do today, they didn't have a... Alright, so they didn't have an end message. Some of them have an end message. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to open this up, because we just unlocked the starry smoothed out, and I think we might be able to put in this one. How much space did we take up? This is insufficient heating, but it's really, I think it's just insufficient heating for the decoration. I've got plenty of chill on this. I've got enough room. I could probably add like one more seahorse if I wanted to. What would I do? Wimp. Let's see, the white tip would be cool. What do I want to do? To 14. This is an anemone. This would be awesome. Alright. So what I need to do is I actually need to open this up. Because what we're going to do, we're going to pause. This is going to work better right there. We're going to put this right here, and we're going to organize. Actually, can I do it like that? Yeah, I think I might be able to just have it where it's in the back. And then if I will not do that. All right. So we're going to have 1, 2, and 3. And that should be good. All right. Now what I wanted to do is I want to take this one and we're going to move it right there. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have this one's going to go, and we're going to do not just, well, actually, yeah, we're going to do 2 Belfast tanks, as big as we can get them. 1 right there, and 1 right there. And we are going to actually have, we're going to give them a little bit of space. So that way we're not cluttering them a little too much. I do need to move these people because they are in the way. So we are going to draw a line there, and we're going to draw a line there. And from there, we're going to 1, 2, and I believe that's 1. There we go. So that gives us a little bit of room, and we're going to draw a line right there so they can go up and down. And use a door. Now the fun part to this is that one of these is actually going to be cold. And we're going to have the starry smooth tail over here, and then the other one is going to be hot. So we can see we've got 2 different fish. You've got a tropical, and then you've got a cold. So what we're going to do is we're going to first start with a pump. To save some space, we're going to put it right here. And then we're going to connect this with another tank. And so that gives us plenty of room. Now that we have this triple filter, we are going to have quite a bit of filtration to add. All right, so this is, they're going to eat, they eat a supplement. That's a given. So we're going to have a supplement cabinet in there. And then we have herring and crab. So we are going to add a herring dispenser. They're the only ones that eat herring. And then we're going to add a crab dispenser. And then from here, we're going to add a large pump. We will do that right here. And add that to that tank. And so what do I need? I need more. It looks like the filters are fine. We are going to, however, I know there's ones that like do like, okay, so we're going to add more chill. We're gonna have to add more chill. That one is covered up. So what I need to do is actually, we're gonna flip that. And we're going to, we're gonna, because I actually want this in the corner. So we're going to put it there. And then we're going to add this tank. And then we're going to add our chill back in. There you go. And then to make sure that we've got enough room, we're going to, I think I actually put a book right there. Yeah, or no, I put something right there. So we're going to actually put our door right there, but I think now that I'm thinking about it, we're going to swap the door, and so we'll have that there, and I believe we just got, nope, we just got the t-shirts. So we can sell t-shirts now. Where is t-shirt supply? There we go. So you can get t-shirts. And here we have where you're going to be able to actually, wait, if I, now it lines up. I can't do that. We are going to, yeah, okay. No, I know where I'm going to put this. Okay, we're going to move these back. This is going to be fantastic. All right, so we can put that to, all right, so we're going to have the shark hat. Can't do it quite in the center. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one, actually we will do, we'll do we're gonna do move that over there. Have some shark hats. And we're gonna do some shark hats over here. As well. Now, really quickly, This takes 10. So, Shark Hat supply. Each has 2 Shark Hat refills at the beginning of each day. So, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So, I need 4 of these. Just to keep up with these sales, and we're going to actually put them right here. So we're going to do 1, 2. Can we do? Yeah, we can do it over here. Actually, I'm gonna put them over here. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3. We're going to sell 1. We're going to move our mic stand over here. And then there is our 4. So those 4 are just enough to refill those. Okay, so now that we've got those, let's look and see what we need to stock these with. I, for one, like having some kind of a plant. They don't really care because they're more of a open water shark. But then that is that. So we're going to see, now I've got 12. I will eventually just like hire everybody and I'll just do a massive, everyone gets hired. Sure, Anna. The worst case you could do is if you if you get too many, then you just can't. I mean, it'll cost a lot in wages, but they'll eventually get to everything. So this one just can't. He just can't be with arthropods. So what we can do is we can look and see what we have in cold water that would go well with that. I do need to get my oyster in. I do have one of these. It's territorial. That doesn't say anything about not wanting to be in with, so we'll do that. This is how I end up getting autopsy reports. We're gonna do a common starfish, and then we'll research another fish. Over here, do I have anything that I have not yet added to the aquarium? Besides my Subnautica ones. These are small. We're going to possibly have some duplicates, I think. Or I could potentially move unicorn surgeonfish over. Because I think I have everything over. So this is... Alright, so my next research is going to be... I did say I was going to do the Chicago tank with this one. We are going to look for a fish that can be good friends with our hammerhead. We can do the what do we got? What do we got? The pygmy angelfish are so cute. Being a large tank, I would like to have something that is bigger. Communities with at least one different type of animal. Yeah, we can do this one. That one looks cool. Alright, so who is... Autopsy report. Okay, so he did not go well with that one. We're going to delete the planet, call it insufficient space. How much space do you need? Okay, so you're going to go to 16. Oh, it's probably because I added the common starfish, isn't it? Okay, so what if we got rid of one of these starfish? Now it thinks I'm trying to carry it, and I'm not. There. Alright, so... those. We are now... level 11. So pufferfish backpack shelf, large UV, mega nitrate reactor, megalite, a lot more fish. They have the perfect light, and then we've got several more. And some fish. We've got the green sea turtle. Green sea turtle is good for that large aquarium, the large tunnel. Awesome. So let's go. All right. Now, how big are you? Okay, so you're going to be 16. Was it really just like one or two of you couldn't grow up? All right, Chicago tank, which I think... Alright, that was what I was going to do instead of this, but I kind of like how I've got that now. See what we got for rank 11. We should do... I need to do the large light. Because I need to get some more of my corals. Romeo has leveled up. Sal has leveled up. Message line. Okay. After collating feedback from the guests, it's become apparent that they want shoalers. Will you attempt to satisfy the request? So we want Mira Athenia's, blue Whitney, purple green Antheus, flame pipefish, and a spotted eagle ray. Sure. I can definitely do that. I could do that, and that would be perfect for my Chicago tank. I can do that in my Chicago tank. I have 3 of these bonnet head sharks. Would you like to trade for them? Interest in the following. Do I already have a plate coral? I do not. So I could definitely trade for that. Shoaler in a group of 3, so that would be good. What are the animals? 1 to 12, so would not be a good fit for the shoaler tank. Okay, what is... I literally just checked all of you. You can't grow. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take this common starfish, and he is rehomed there. Okay. Now he's grown. All right. And actually, I don't know how well he's gonna do in that tank because I didn't even look to see what he's gonna do. So let's see. Do I have anything that's 5? Western pump, and yeah. Okay, yeah, none of them look like they're gonna have an issue with it. Okay. So there is our hammerhead. Unfortunately, that's gonna be about it. That's gonna be all I'm gonna be able to handle in that aquarium. I might be able to do some other fish, but I would need to research because I've already got several of these elsewhere and I really don't want to I don't want to just keep adding multiples of the same fish. Although, I mean, I could move fish, but then that leaves me with an empty tank. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. All right, so we're going to do a tank. So yeah, you come over here and you've got to do 1, 2. I think I might have a wide tank right over here, and I could see putting in several other fish that wouldn't necessarily make it. Put that there. I'm skimming to make sure that if anybody's not getting fed or if there's an issue. So these aren't getting seen very much. These are getting pretty decent views. Oh, I was gonna put these guys in with them. Okay, the Emperor Red Snapper. I could do the plate coral, and I could trade that for that bonnet head shark. Yeah, let's start researching the plate head coral so I can do that swap. And then we were going to put not in the aquarium, we have, needs to be singly or 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome, and I've already got all of its needs met. So with this one, I know I think I have the mirror. I'm not seeing it though. So I may need to research that one if I don't have it already. I know I don't have the blue whitling. I don't think I have the purple queen. So I would actually have, I think the only one that I do have is the flame pipefish. I think is the only one that I've got. No, I take it back, because it's the firefish. It's not the flame pipefish. Okay, so I'm gonna have to look for those, and as soon as I can upgrade, I can add some anemones to I can add some anemones to our clownfish tank. All right, let me look at this one. It's green pellet, rock lever. Yeah, I okay. So I just don't know if that's a freshwater or a, all right, so we're going to, we're actually going to come over here. So we're going to give you a boost, because this is what some of them are. Lorenzo, feeding. Oh, hold on. What is your problem? Fighting. Engineers. Oh, you didn't die. Okay. Here, we will put you... There. And you want 2 cave. Alright. We will give you 2 cave. We're going to unpause because I can do this without it being... I say that and it's fixing to click over. I'm going as fast as I can. I want a driftwood cave right there. Because that's going to give him something to play with. There we are. There's our large lights. So we are going to... Helps achieve higher water quality. I could have done that one. So let's go through and do the mega nitrate. Okay, so then what I need to do is we're going to okay, we're going to come over here. We're going to click on the... We're going to pause this because they are not going to like this to start. I'm going to do that. Everyone's going to throw a fit. And we're going to come back up here. And we have a large light. Awesome. So now everyone's happy again. And we're going to be able to add... we're going to add our anemones. Or our coral. So we have our staghorn coral. And then we have this carpet. So we do have these nice, beautiful array of colors in that one. It looks like we are having some filtration issues. So we are going to come over here. And we're going to... I'm researching that right now. We're gonna do a large triple. We're gonna do another large triple filter. Where do I have? There we are. We're gonna just do 1, 2. Good. We're going to actually move this one over here. So we can have some more space over here. But with that, we're going to call that for today. We are going to look at researching what it's going to take to research these. I don't think it'll take too terribly long. It's just a matter of getting that ecology up and getting those talks in. Let's try to increase some of the information. There we go. All right, so that is there, and we will see you next time. Thanks for joining us. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing Megaquarium in Megalopolis on our way towards getting the whale shark. So last couple of episodes, we were able to link all of the hot water together, all the tropical together, and we linked all the cold water and had a little bit of an expansion. We just added some coral, and that is having some repercussions with some of the filtration levels. So we are, and some of it's because they are going down. So we can go through and we can hire some people for fixing. Omar looks good. Fred is good. Sven has feeding and fixing. Good with feeding, I think. Xavier's a good all-round. Nico. Caleb. Good. All right. So we hired a couple more people to go around and help fix everything. There is our plate coral. So up next, we are going to determine what we want to research. And actually, I know what we want to research, because we want to research these things so we can get our base prestige of 600. So I don't think I have any of these researched, so we're going to try to find these, and as soon as I can find one, we're going to pick it and go. So I need and it wouldn't surprise me if I at least have the mirror done, but these might also be higher level fish, and I'm just wishful thinking that they're lower. I love those tangs. I definitely have some plans on at least doing one sandbox that is just a showcase of everything. I was not paying attention, so I need that's the purple fire fish, but I need the flame pipe fish. Does it give me any? It must contain at least 6. Okay, that doesn't really help. Okay, I am not seeing them. Rank 6. There's the Bartlett. I'm trying to find. There's the sea otter that I'm dying to unlock. There we are. Okay, so here's the mirror. So we're just going to go ahead and start with that one, because since I just found it. And sometimes I like to have this visual on here because then that helps to keep some of your visual of how your aquarium is doing. I thought about moving these smaller tanks over here, but that ended up not happening. What did I put in here? Or was this that was the cardinal fish. And then this was I believe the humbug. Yeah, blacktail humbug. Okay. So I thought about adding 2 over here, but one thing we might do is, what are y'all are hungry? Okay. Here is a popcorn. Here is orange juice and popcorn. So you come in here, and this is a bit of a, I mean, you come around and then you can walk through the tank, or you can walk through the tank on there. This is the wobblegong shark. So see, they're getting that. Dude, toilet is right over here. Don't even go there with me. Okay. So one thing that I really, and it might be level 12 that I get it, that I haven't seen yet is, I know that there are auto filters or auto feeders. And that is something that I have yet to see, and I know it's in the game somewhere, but I just don't know where. So you see this, they get 2 out of 2. So I could add a tank here, or I could add a tank right here, which I'm thinking I might do as a wide tank. So if I do something like extend this out and then do a tank that is could do even a deep corner tank and just have it be like that. The only thing is that can't do that because I need to be able to access the wall. So this one, it's gonna have to find a new home, and he can go right there. We're just gonna attach him to Hawaii right there. All right. So with that, we can draw a line there and a line there, and that kind of opens this back up, kind of giving a bit of a wall, so I can put the trash can right there. And then we're going to just put in, and then we can put in whatever they eat, we can actually put in over here. Because there is our 6. Guys, I'm hoping actually with the spotted eagle ray, they're not going to be, I can already tell you it's not going to be big enough. Okay. So I've got the mirror, so I need, there's a blue stripe pipefish. I need the not the houndfish, not the carpet fish, not the maui maui. Number 9 or level 9 or rank 9. What do we got? We've got the banded pipefish, yellow trumpet fish. I'm looking for, that's interesting. Okay. Lion, mess grouper. If I've passed it already, I know someone who is watching this has already been like, it's right there. Baby zebra shark. That's cute. Okay. A lot of really cool fish though. All right, so we have rank 10. What do we got? Red stripe pipefish. No, I need the flame. Here's the blue whiting, which gets up to 8, and I need 6. So yeah, this is going to be a huge tank. For right now, though, we're just going to go to not an aquarium, because we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we're going to pause it because I have a feeling that I did not put in, I did not connect it to its stuff. All right, so, but I do need a little bit more heat. We are going to need a heater. And we're going to put this down here, and we're just going to add a second heater just so that that way I've got a little extra. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to have the Chicago is going to come out over here and go around. So eventually you'll be able to come around and access over here. Since I do have access to that. All right. So Isla leveled up. Snapper has grown. Common starfish has grown. Emma has leveled up. We're going to do talking. Elliot has leveled up. The other... Okay, so I need to find another place for those. Jamelia has leveled up. The belly seahorse has grown. Common starfish has grown. Starry smoothhound has grown. Small hammerhead shark has grown. So these are getting bigger. They will continue to get bigger. Olive is leveled up. So we're gonna max you out on, and that is just also increasing how much they are getting paid. Okay, so we're going to, in anticipation, we're going to try to see if I can get this Chicago tank up and running before it's open to viewing. So we have 2 Chicago tanks that I can do. I have this one that is where you can see the inside as an L, or I have one that you can do, and you know what I'm thinking I might do instead is, now that I'm looking at where is it, the large tunnel tank. So here is, okay. Picnics research. Let's do the pufferfish backpack. That was not what I meant to put, where I meant to put that. I was trying to extend that out. So we have the large tunnel tank. So this is just a matter of doing that. 432 should be plenty for this group. But what I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to have it that would be awesome having two. Now it makes me want to do two shark tanks that are like this. So what I could do is we're going to extend this one more. So we're going to have it be right there. So you just come down and you're just going to come right through. And then I might try, let me see what I can do. If I do, I could do one that's a little bit smaller and have it be right there. Or I could do, yeah, no. We're gonna have this be right here. I'm gonna do a second one right over here, but we're gonna have to move some stuff. So we're going to move this around. That. Actually, I take it back. We're just going to move this all right here. There we go. All right, so we're going to pause it real quick. We're going to choose later because I'm in the middle of something. We're going to move this right over here. And all this was doing was this was right there and add that tank. Okay. So now what we're going to be able to do no, we're still going to need to move more stuff if I want to have it where it's, yeah, we're just going to have to move this out. All right. So we are moving stuff further back. That's okay though, because we're good. We can actually, we're gonna put this right over here. So we're gonna have all of these right here. All right. So now we're going to take this and we're going to move this further back here and connect to there. We're going to move the t-shirts to right there. And the CDs, no, not CDs. Those are cups. We'll have cups right there. The bags right there. Okay. We could have like a small. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually, and we're going to move that in. But what we're going to do, because I want to, since I've got them. That was my dog. So we're going to have this, and we're going to add a second large tunnel tank, and it will be right here. But we're going to make it just like that one. We need to make it over few more. All right. So this needs to actually be, to be even with the other one, it needs to be like right there. Which basically means that none of this isn't gonna work. So we can just actually sell that. We're going to and then we also need to sell this wall because we're going to close that in. And the only reason I'm closing it in is because I don't want people to come around and go in. So then that way you're gonna have two separate tanks that you can come down, two different rows that you can come down. And yeah, and then so you'll have a warm water tunnel tank and a cold water tunnel tank. I'm not quite ready to connect them just yet. But this one we're gonna do the spotted eagle ray and we'll have all the other fun stuff. All right, so there is the blue whiting. All right. Now we need the purple queen Antheus, the flame pipefish, and the spotted eagle ray. If I can find any of these, there's the weedy sea dragon. Okay. Are they rank 10? That would not surprise me. There's the flame pipefish, and there's the spotted eagle ray. And there's okay, so the last three are there. So let's start with the flamed pipefish. All right, so how big is this tank? This is 80. So I could theoretically, oh, that's cool. The desk is currently assigned to Poncho. Poncho is having some fun here. All right, we're going to do a mega nitrate because we're trying to catch up on some of the nitrate power. And I've got the money to spare, so I'm not worried about it. We are going to add a fourth tank. And now we need some serious heat. So let's pause. We're going to do another large pump. I want it to be about right there. We're going to go right there. And I need some heat. So we're going to do 1, 2. All right. So that is enough heat for right now. We can pause. We're going to put in a staff door right there. And then we need to have our there we go. Some tunnels built out, and then we're going to actually put these out and have maybe a couple so the workers can go up, and we need at least 3, so I'm thinking we can have that's not what I was doing. So we're going to add 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that gives an opportunity for them to come up, and they can walk around. And then on one side of this, I can like put some food or have some equipment. Speaking of equipment, it's been a while since we put a tool station down. So let's put a tool station, and then so that we are not without, we're going to also put in a broom stand. Just so that way we're not without having anything over here. Let's put in a coffee and a popcorn cart, so we can get some extra income from that. Now, since I haven't opened this up, I'm not getting negative points for having an empty tank, which is important because I would get heavily dinged on having. Alright, so we're in that lot of level up, more talking, fixing, so he is maxed on that. We have cleaning, Isaac, feeding. It is much easier to handle this over here. So we can do gift shop and fixing. I really haven't done too much in terms of that. There's the backpack pufferfish. We are going to do the froyo as well. And then we're going to start looking at where is... Oh, okay. So this is cold water. Okay, it's a wimp. 24. All right. So for some reason, I thought these were all going to be in the same tank. All right. So we have tropical. We have the floral coral. We're going to put that right there, and I'm going to put a second one back here. That is a busy, busy tank. All right, we're going to... Do I have this connected? I don't think I have this connected. I do not have this connected. So we're going to connect this tank. And is there any issue that you can foresee? All right. I'm going to take that as a no. We're going to open this up just a little bit more. Awesome. Okay, so here are our shoalers. So I guess they just wanted to have shoalers in the aquariums, not necessarily together. So we're going to have the flame pipefish. Let's see. So this is here. It's 5. So we can do the flame pipefish. I need 2. So 1, 2. You need rocks. So we're going to come through and do... I need 8 cave. And we're gonna do a pitted column right there. You need rocks as well, so we can add... have not added this in a while. We can add some velvet horn. Okay, why are you not... Cannot be housed with non... Okay. Fine, fine. Alright, we'll do this. 1, 2, 3. 6. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Alright. Is that better? Alright, so we need live... and purple. All right, or an orange. All right, so we're going to add to this. We're going to add a live Armenia. I'm trying to think of where it is. Live Artemia culture, and that requires zooplankton. Of course it does. So we're gonna put some zooplankton down, and then to make sure that we're not running out of orange. I know we have plenty of orange, but we're gonna put some orange right there. And then if I ever get some warm water seahorses, we can also put them in there. That's fine. I can survive with that. But that is going to do it for this one. This is going to be our 2 shoalers. I'm building up so that you're going to see these sharks. You go through either one of these tunnels, and then bam, you have a giant whale shark over here. So this is all culminating. I might be able to have this come back around, but we will see, and we will find out in the next episode. Thank you for joining. See you next time. Howdy, howdy. This is Blue Otter. Welcome back to Megaquarium, Megalopolis, level 10. We are almost to level 12, or rank 12. So we should hopefully be getting there soon. We are making tons of money, which will help when it comes time for getting the whale shark and getting that set up. That is going to be a huge undertaking. So our hammerhead shark has grown. So let's take a look over here at the hammerhead shark. So he's got his little buddy. It's 28. He does take 168. So there's no way I could have more than one of these in this aquarium. I do have these little emperor red snappers, which are kind of nice. They get a little bit of a bonus because they're sharing with at least one species, and they are shoalers, so they do need at least 3 as well. We are currently researching the spotted eagle ray, and as I found out last time, these are not all... I thought these were all warm water, and turns out that they're not. So this one is actually cold water, so I need 6 of these. They are a wimp, so that's fine. We can do that. So we just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to check that out and find out what is it that is wrong. They want some more chill, which I can totally understand. The filtration is just barely holding out. So we are going to extend this further out so we can have more of the chillers in place. We're going to have we can actually put this one, we're gonna put it I think like so. The advantage to this is that we can kind of see and play around with these. All right, so we have one, and that seems to be sufficient. So let's add a second one to make sure that we've got plenty. We're going to come over here, and I want to make sure that they have plenty of plants. For some reason, it keeps doing this not in the aquarium set as default. Which is probably because I'm checking the not an aquarium as when I'm doing the fish. So we're looking at some sea grapes. That's sufficient. I don't want to overpopulate it just because this is not going to be it for this one, but these are going to be my big shoaling tanks. And we can unpause. There is our spotted eagle ray. They need to have at least 3. They're going to get to 60. So that is, I need 180 for that one. Then I need this purple queen Antheus. All right, so let's look and see what is this. Okay, it is a wimp. It'll eat arthropods, so we're good with having the fish. So it will have, it'll grow to 60. It'll need 360 here in, let's do that one. It'll need 360, so let's, I was gonna look at what is this. So yeah, so I have enough that I can do 1, 2, 3, and this allows you to have that right there. Causes injuries for not being kept in a rounded tank. I knew that was going to happen. I had this wonderful idea. Okay, we're going to have to pause. We're going to that's on me for not seeing that it needed a Chicago tank. All right, it needed a larger tank. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to we're gonna have to open up over here. So we're gonna open this up, and that's a limit on how far you can actually open things up. All right, so we're going to do the Chicago tank. Right here, over, hold on, that's not what I wanted. Some of this is a matter of playing with it so you can get the, I just deleted something. All right, so I want that there and there. I I want as wide as I can get it. Okay, now we're going to push this in the back. Because there's a second Chicago. And I wanted to have both. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this one be I was trying to do it where it was going to be something like this. I don't know how that's going to work. Let me think on this. Okay, so it's got to go in a rounded tank, and this or the Megaquarium is going to be literally the only ones that I'm going to be able to put them in. And I think as much as I want to put them in there, we're going to have to hold off on that one because I don't have the resources for it. So we are just going to we're gonna hold off on that. All right, Claire has leveled up, but we will be able to Harry's leveled up. This is like clicking on some of these. All right. Delete all grow. All right. So I need a fully grown plate coral. Where is my coral? Okay. So with that, why are you upset? Because you have not been fed. So we can prioritize you. Plate coral. Do you have any more? One more day. One more day and I'll be able to trade in the plate coral, and I'll be able to get 3 of these guys. They will need 180 each. Or no, I think... Yeah. But I should be able to do something. I know I can do the turtle in this tank. I can, there's other things that I can put in there. One sec. Okay. And I'm having to switch to my, because I do this on a laptop, I'm having to switch to my laptop's mouse because my external mouse's battery is low. Alright. So let's see, what are you were complaining because you need a toilet. Let's go through and we will... You need a toilet that badly. We can give... we'll put a toilet. Alright, and then we can put we need to put a sponge, sink right next to it, and we will leave that there. Alright. So these guys need muscles. So we're going to put in some muscles. Let me really quickly pick that up, and we're going to put there. Is it? Ah, that's just too far. Okay, so let's see if I. What do you mean? Which? Not the easiest to do on this mouse. All right. We're going to rotate it because I need it to fit over here, and this tank right here, and then to connect everything together, put it to that tank. Now I need the chillers that were attached, but instead of putting them there, I think I'm gonna put them 1 and 2, so that way I can have I need this to be over 1 more. I'm only trying to. Alright, hold on. I need to get my mouse. Okay. I am just gonna use it until it dies. Until the mouse dies. I don't understand. What else am I carrying? I have nothing on my... You may only carry 1 static object at a time. What am I carrying? Fine, we're just gonna do this. Okay, I need this. We're gonna put it right here. So they still have room to go back over there. We're going to connect it over there, and then this gets connected to this tank. And that should be sufficient. Why are you not... yeah, we need to... muscles. I am literally trying to get this to work. Alright. While my mouse pitches a fit. Come on. 1, 2, 3. All that for that. Still don't know what it thought I was carrying. So hopefully my mouse battery alert is not coming through. But I will, hopefully they'll be able to feed them shortly. We are going to add some nitrate, and we can have some large tanks like that. There we go. All right, and that, we are really just waiting on these two. All right. Oh. Okay. It's eaten by hammerhead shark. Okay. Okay, so if... Hold on, we're going to... Talking. If... Take next research. We're going to do... This one. Okay, hold on. So if that... is going to... If that's going to kill fish... It's an anemone... Animals 1 or 2. So yeah, so you're out. We're going to do a couple things. We're going to move. No, we're gonna move 1, 2. Where is it? What the heck? I don't even know where. Okay. It's going crazy, but it's part of that is because my mouse is having issues. So I am having to every 2 seconds click over that. No, I don't care to. I'm not gonna charge the battery. No, this, we're gonna have to move this over to here. And just attach it into there. Is everyone good? Oh, you need another one. I don't know where you are. And where is... We are putting Nemo back in, and I need to find that red the snapper that the hammerhead ate. There it is. So I need one more of... There we go. What is your problem with this now? Because you have not been fed. You are literally getting fed right now. Stop complaining. My gosh, I mean, the people complain about every little thing, and the fish are like, oh my gosh, my food is not being fed to me fast enough. So I'm gonna put the purple in here, and I'm gonna wait and see what I have to do for the eagle spotted ray. Now what I should do is I should go ahead and I should go ahead and put these in, and then I can put doors in, which will allow me to have my workers easily transverse all of them. Awesome, so that's that one. Let's do a large UV sterilizer. Alright, we're going to open this one up, and we're going to open this one up. And with that, we're going to have that bench facing that way, and this bench is going to face that direction. So they're able to get way more ecology. So the blue Whiting has grown up. Hopefully that's all, so we're gonna close those out. Benny's leveled up. Anna's leveled up. I know there are so many, I'm thinking about, like, there's so many mods out there that I know that there's even a mod that you can, that I've seen that you can have, like, all of your staff have full points. So we're gonna see if we can't get to this level 12. We're only about 600 points away. You can see there's the leafy sea dragon, giant Pacific octopus, the manta ray, several different things. There's the goblin shark, a lot of different fans. The great white shark, that's, I believe, a mod. West Indian manatee, that is freshwater. Lots of octopus. So that would be something really interesting to have, is to get have an octopus section. And then I've got all these marlins. The marlins are a workshop item. Here's the mega tanks, leatherback sea turtle. I do have, there's orcas. I know that the controversy with them, but my view is, and then there's the whale skeleton. My view with this is a game, and it's about having and enjoying the different animals in here. So if I have the opportunity to have a dolphin or something, which I know that there are workshop items out there, then I would potentially have them, but because this is a game, but I would argue against it in real life. Let's we need to put in some trash cans, make sure that they're not littering up the place. Dude, okay, if you're just gonna argue about, you literally are gonna pass the bathrooms here in like 2 seconds. So one of the things you want to do is you just want to make sure that you're also constantly having them. So like here, I've got this, so as soon as you are out of that little highlighted zone, you need another bathroom. Why are people... we're going to... There you go. Hired them all. Rest in peace, my inbox. So I have unlocked the sea turtle. Awesome, awesome. Alright. So, let's see, what else? Oh, I've already got the purple one that I need to put in. And then I need some good cold water or warm water fish that are not bullies. That will not eat. This will be good. So one of the things we can do now is we can come over here. We're going to do not an aquarium. Cold water. Is it is the... Okay. I thought I already added a Nemo back in. There. Nemo's back in. Okay, I thought the green turtle was cold, so we're gonna put a green turtle right there. What does the green turtle eat? Please don't tell me fish. grow to 45 after 20 days. It is a plant lover. Eats green pellets. Awesome. So we can have... I, for whatever reason, thought it was cold. Wasn't even thinking it's a reptile. Obviously, it needs to have exothermic. I even used to have turtles, so I should definitely know that. So we're going to really do some plants. Let's see if... Can I do... That's still too deep. Alright, so we're going to... even though I could probably do this, so we're gonna do some fanwort. And we're going to... Let's see. Then we're going to... Let's see what else we can add to this. I think we can add some eelgrass. We can add some feather. We can add... Where is... There, we can just do regular kelp. So we will have... Small little kelp forest over here. Hold on. There. So we got a small little kelp forest right there. Was hoping we'd be able to get to level 12. That's why I was kind of holding out. But if we will get to level 12 in the next episode. We're going to do the turtle backpack to celebrate our turtle. Speaking of which, we can come over here and we are going to do... where is... No, that's the reusable bag. Megaquarium mug, corner mug, lake sturgeon. We can right there. We're going to right there. And then we're gonna need a lake sturgeon box right there. And then we're going to there. We're going to add in the pufferfish backpack. Is that big enough that I can put it right? Can I put it right there? I can fit it right there, and here, pufferfish backpack. Yeah, the downside is that now the guidebook is unavailable, but we can put... I mean, we have multiple guidebooks out and about already. We can add one and put this right here. So with that, I would, like I said, I was hoping we would have that, but apparently not. I will, once we can go ahead and do this, we're going to this is 12. I want we can just put them in there. All right, so we're going to really quickly, last thing in preparation, we're going to open that up so that we can, we're gonna put the bags right here, we're gonna put bags right here. And then when we get that, the turtle bag shelf will go right here. And we will have the turtle backpacks over here. But that will be for next time. All of our... And... Okay, I'm sorry. We're... Okay, I need to find the other one because I thought I got rid of them. Alright. Sven leveled up. Hadley leveled up. Elliot leveled up. Nico leveled up. Romeo leveled up. Alright, so that is going to be it. We are going to have the... How close are we? I'm not changing it out. How close are we? We're almost... So really quickly, I'm gonna hold out just a few minutes, because this is almost... I mean, I'm one talk away from being able to have the... So that's one thing, and that's another thing we need to do. There we go. There's our turtle backpack shelf. We are going to... we're going to do the megalite. So what we're going to do really quickly, since we have the turtle, we're going to find the turtle backpack. So... I like that it has the little item off to the side. So here's a wooden shirt shelf. So if you didn't want one that's all the way out, there's the pufferfish backpack. Here it is, the turtle backpack. All right. So we are going to have the turtle backpacks. And then we need to find the turtle backpack supply. And that we are going to store right here. Yep, and people are already getting them off the shelves. Look at that. So that is the turtle backpack. There's food and water right there. So with that, we are going to call it a day. I do like that it has... Task is currently assigned to nobody. Someone needs it. That's assigned to Zhao. You can click on those to assign them a higher priority. So here's our fish. We are getting plenty of money. We almost... Okay, I have to go find that. Alright, we're going to fixing, and we are going to find this anemone. It's hidden is right there, and we're just gonna get rid of him. He needs to be in his own. I mean, he's pretty. He needs to be in his own tank with larger fish, because it will destroy fish that are size 1 or 2, which unfortunately that was the size of the fish. So one of the things that I will do before I finish up is I will want to paint everything, and I might have it where I have a small hallway that goes back here and connects here. So you're always having a chance to move. You're never really locked in a position. But with that, we are going to wrap up this episode. Thank you for watching, and hope to see you next time. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. We are continuing Megaquarium in Megalopolis, where we are working on getting our whale shark. So we're going to unpause. I do see that we need some rocks in this. This is the tank that we just got our sea turtle in. And someone wants some rocks. I don't know who, but we're going to give them some rocks. And which ones do... Oh, there's a lot of different stuff that I believe some of this is stuff that's just been unlocked. And we are going to there's one. I think we were going to put... Yeah, this one was only going to be able to go... I was only going to be able to have one of them. Let's look and see. As long as they don't exceed 5, it is a warm weather. We're going to do that one. We're going to add, because we can do cold water. Not in the aquarium, we're going to do one of those. We could also add the oyster in here, which wouldn't be too hard to add the oyster maybe right in here. It would just be a small little wall tank. We'd probably do it like 2 by 3. What we could do is we can go here. We're going to wall it off to try to keep people from going there. I'm actually going to wall this area off. If he will move. Why? Why do you have to go back there? Yes, go get some food and get out of my way. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually open this up a little bit so we can... so that the workers can move back and forth, which is going to allow us to actually remove that one piece. We're going to have a second, so we're going to be able to connect back here via this, and we can actually I'm always a fan of... Did I get it in time? Cut them off just in time. Alright, so what we're going to do here is, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the oysters are actually a freshwater, so we're not going to be able to connect the oysters to... we're going to pause it real quick. We're not going to be able to connect the oysters to any other tank. So it is absolutely vital that we have them where they need to be. So we're going to just have, just like that. This is 15. We're going to add I do not believe I have a power heater, chiller. I do not have, oh no, here's the combo. So nope, that's not the combo I wanted. This is the combo I want. Just a little small, just enough for both. I want to make sure that we've got plenty of stuff. So we have oysters. They're not really going to take up much space. So what we're going to do are these. No, these are not. Okay, I was thinking the zebra. So yeah, so these are cold. So we are going to be able, yeah, okay, awesome. So yeah, we can absolutely just add them in and they're good. We're going to add a zooplankton right there. And we've got plenty of area. If anything, what I could do is I could take some of this big heavy hitter stuff and move it over here. In fact, what I might do, at least so I don't have a lot of empty space, is I'm at least going to open this up. And actually, if I do that, can these get moved over? I think they can get moved over. You just wouldn't be able to access. So what I'm thinking is we move this over one, move this over one, so you'd still be able to access that. And we're just going to open this entire thing, but we're going to it be just like so, and then we will give the workers a door access, because that's always critical. But then what I could do is I can give the guests a seat, and then we need to go through and kind of fix up some of the paint. I know this is purely aesthetic. Where is... This one was... There we are, Gulf of Mexico. It was the Gulf of Mexico paint, and we're just going to... move it there. We're gonna pick our next research. Let's do... I actually am not gonna do that one. I downloaded a mod, or I installed a few mods that I found that involve that involved adding the auto filters or the auto feeders that are available they're available in the at level 12. So while I have access to some of the lower levels of that, here's one that he's not getting along. He needs some rocks. So because the main auto feeder is not available until the last level, I am going to actually respect that and not include that in there. This is... no, he's... we can do that one. I need rocks. He's not happy. And people are going to complain that my fish looks stressed. We're going to... we need rocks. So we're going to do... here's a new one. That's... So if you see those in there, that's why I'm not selecting those. So here we have, this is one that came about from the developer of, Megaquarium actually has a couple of mods that he has added, and one of them involves just adding a extra level of to the orange juice machines, in that you have an orange dispenser. So I'm gonna go through and be adding some orange dispensers, so that, yeah, it creates a little bit more work, but in the spirit of adding a little bit extra challenge here, and it's also not like I don't have the workers for it, so I am spreading them out so that way my workers don't have to travel. It's not because they're not available. It's merely a matter of, I don't want my workers to have to travel all the way across the aquarium to get an item. So what we're going to do is, and I am getting a little bit of lag. We need some rocks down here as well. So I wonder if that was something I wonder if that was a mod that I threw on that I don't remember what I threw on. There was a lot of mods. So this is actual rocks. I need 23, so we're gonna add some mossy rubble. No, we're not, because that is, so first things first, I should have paused this. We're gonna pause this. Okay, so I could have sworn I thought that was gonna be, but because I know that there is, there we go, and that transforms it back into a saltwater aquarium. All right, so we are going to, because I need the biggest bang for the buck, and that is actually going to be this upright stone. So we're going to add a couple of these, and then I need 3 more that we will be able to do. So I'm going to avoid this live rubble. We're going to do that with small rock with kelp. Have a small little, there we go. So I think for my first playthrough of Megaquarium versus this playthrough, I feel like I'm more organized, as I'm familiar with the game, by no means an expert, as I learned a lot with going through. I was going to do messages. We got a lot of leveling up. Autopsy report, lack of vegetation. I think it was that tank, and then okay. He did not do too well. Alright, the pipefish has grown. Alright. This one, so I have an empty tank over there. This one, do I have a plate coral? Is it fully grown? believe it is. So we can come over here and we can grab a plate coral and we can put it there. And then we have 3 bonnet head sharks that we will be able to put somewhere as soon as I can figure out where I want to put them. And actually, I've got an idea. But first, we're going to come over here. I don't have any workers available. We're going to increase our workers. I found that I kind of like doing this here, although this is a number instead of a bar. I do like this because one of the things with the message box is I can be ready to click and actually go to click it, and suddenly I've got a new message, it pops up, and I inadvertently click on something I didn't mean to. So we're going to really quickly, I want to look and see how much space do I need. I need 180 for the thing, and they're going to grow to 30. So what I'm thinking I might do, after I get these guys in, we're going to... Part of me really wants to have some octopi, but I know that those are insane to keep. Though I also feel like, see, I got some dolphins in the... Ooh, there's a thresher. I love threshers. I think threshers are one of my favorite. Where is the Goliath grouper? King Angelfish a bully. Yes, he's a king angelfish is a bully. We are going to... What is this? 108. Go to 18. I think he's still just a little too small for that, for this guy's tank. Animals 1 through 8, so I have to be careful about who I put some of these guys with. We could do... but they need 132 when they're active swimmer. I'm looking to see if there's any of them that are big enough that I could give the hammerhead a friend, and I don't think that that's going to happen. But this guy is speaking to me that he might go well with, see, he's gonna eat animals, arthropods. Starfish, scavenger. As much as I'd like to put him in, I think he's gonna be a hassle. So let's do... What is... Okay. Game has to think for a moment. There we go. We're going to... We're gonna get the raccoon butterfly fish. Alright. So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to come over here and I am going to have a bit of some space. All right, so we're going to do ship in a bottle. All right. So let's have where we're going to have at. We're going to, that's not what I was clicking. All right, so we are going to take this and move this over. Actually, I don't need that. Okay. I am showing that they are not having an issue with that. So that is good. I would like to have this not be like wall to wall. Having everything daisy chained together. This one, actually now they are needing some heat. We are going to move. We're going to move this so that it's like that. We're going to move these over. And then we're going to add a large pump, 19 of these suckers, right here. And then we're going to add a mega heater and another mega heater. That should hopefully take care of it, because that was what there was before. I'm going to need to add more to that, because what I'm going to do is we're going to add a Chicago tank. And we're going to move it to right there. Which will give, when we open this up, we're going to have that room, so it'll be come out here, and then we'll be able to have free pass. So it'll actually come through quite well. We are going to add a doorway right there, because we are going to add our walls right there. Then we're going to scroll out a little bit so we can move around a little faster. And then we're going to draw our lines. Now, what we're going to add in here is we are going to add our bonnet head sharks. And we're going to pause it so we can 1, 2, 3. Because they need heat and everything else. So this one I know has ample room for tanks. Yeah, so it hits. Give it just a little bit. So we do need some more heat, which means we're going to need to come down here. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to also, I'm going to delete these two, because I believe I got the mega double reactor. So we're going to have 1, 2, so that's extra. filtration. And then down here, we're gonna actually delete that one. I'm not worried about it because we'll add these back in if I need to. Do 1, 2. That looks like that is enough. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move this over here. Person got stuck back here. Don't know why. And then just to make sure that we didn't mess up with having that filter, we're going to put an extra filter right there. So we are going to maneuver. All right. So now we need supplements and crabs. So we are going to put in, there's crabs, and then we're going to put in our supplements. And I'm going to really quickly move these around a little bit with my OCD, then that way they are by height. Okay, so now in here, is there anything that they need? They just need that. They've got their 3. They're not one of the shoalers that they wanted, but they're the shoalers that they got. They're also going to eat any animals under 12. And they will grow up to be 30. So before we open this up to anybody, and I think I actually want to, as much as I would love to have this back area open, I think I honestly just want to close it off because that is frankly going to just be a nightmare keeping it closed off like that. But we can close that off so that the guests won't be able to view the back room. But with that, we're going to add, we'll add a decoration of maybe a rocky overhang with some kelp. We can have a pirate treasure and a barrel, and we can do some shells. One more thing. Let's see what we do. We could have an anchor, and then to add this, we're going to add some padded benches so people can sit. We're gonna do right here and here because we're going to actually shore this up just a little bit, and then we can open this up. We're going to add a door right there, and then while we're there, we're going to open, and we can delete those. So people can now start to walk in through this. We are going to need to have some toilets back here, but for right now, we're going to focus on putting some trash cans in, so that way people will not use the floor, hopefully, as this is the bonehead shark looks stressed. Why does it look stressed? Because it's being fed right as you speak. So they're getting fed. So how are the sharks looking? They're looking, but they're getting, and I did set it as a high priority. Here is the raccoon butterfly fish, and we're going to get the Moorish idol. I believe we have the purple queen, I believe, is in here, not an aquarium. Which ones do I have? Here's the purple queen. So I need 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we need, for this one, we need more rocks, but we need a live I want to almost call it amethyst. And actually I've got one right over there, so I don't even need a new one. We are going to add some more rocks though. This was the one that had the kelp forest, so we're going to come back over here and look and see what kind of rocks we can add. I'm not gonna avoid the moss ones. We need how many more? 9 more. So the volcano would be enough. Live rubble would be awesome, but I'm not going to do that. So we can add this one. I know they're throwing a fit because I don't have enough. I don't have enough rocks for them. That is plenty. Loneliness. Purple. Why? Alright, where is Purple Queen Amethyst? There. We're gonna add an extra one. We're going to do UV sterilizer. So that looks like that is good. We can actually do a bit of a different color here. Just to signify that it's different, that you're walking into that different area. There we go. So that will kind of distinguish that. I really don't do the walls too much, but that's okay. So when I do get the, although I think it's actually the live feeder. So one of the things I want to do is I've got several people that are leveling up. we're going to look at some of my people. Fixing. I've got a lot of people that are just the fixing. Okay, so we have feeding. Okay, so with Benny, we are going to Benny can do the whole gift shop, but currently allowed to use the I really want some of these people to just focus on because I've got several fish that are high level, but they're all spread out. So that makes it, why do you keep, okay, why is, okay, so I've gotten that one. Eaten by Emperor Snapper. Okay. That's on me. What else do you have that you can do? You have a natural talent for talking. For fixing and talking. So let's start you off on some talking. Okay. So what we're going to do then is we are going to I need to see what the that'd be good for that. Okay, so really quickly. Okay, so those things are not good. How much? 1 through 4. Okay. So we're just going to 1, 3, 4. I'm just gonna grab y'all. Okay. Who do I have that has some space that is not likely to kill my fish? We might be able to fit them here. 1, 2, 4. And then we can just add a 5th one. Of course, you need rocks. Of course you need rocks. Why would I ever think that this would be simple? So we're going to go down. We're going to use those. Where are they? I am not seeing the ones that I normally do that have... Hold on, let me... So see the pitted overhang. Those are for terrariums. This is all terrarium stuff, so that's not going to do me any good over here. So we're looking at where I had, yeah, I know they look stressed. I had some stuff that I was using. I bet that's why everything that needed rocks, because I was using those to get a whole bunch of rocks, and now they are yeah, I had some rock coral things, and yeah, they're right over here that there was rocks, there was ones with grass, and then there was one that had coral and one that was just rocks, and they had flat surface in huge amounts, and they are gone. So I don't know what happened to them, but I need 15 rocks, and we are going to have to find I think I do have enough space that I can I need not an aquarium. So we're scrolling down. I have that one, but I really kind of liked those rocks. We will do the pitted, although I think that's cave. That's not rock, so that doesn't do us any good. I need 15 rocks, and we're going to do 1 and 2, and I'm short 1. Small rocks. There. With that should. There we go. With that, we are going to call the session. Ran a little long, but we got our bonnet head sharks in and fixed some issues. So with that, we're going to call that an episode, and we will see you next time. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter, and we are continuing Megaquarium, Megalopolis, level 12, and we are almost at rank 12, the last rank. There is our UV sterilizer. What else can we get? We're trying to get some of these larger items out of the way just so that we can, a couple reasons why. One, I need the space, but two, we're also going to be doing a huge walkthrough on this that I will probably potentially spend an entire episode of itself, just because this is so big. Going through and looking at all of the different aquariums. We're going to go through here and add some different things that people can purchase, and then we're going to add some different items that they can do some souvenir shopping while they're going through this segment of the aquarium. Which we probably we could do a there's the Indian sailfish. What do we have in rank 11? We're gonna do coral. Alright, this is a Gregorian place to take mates that are danger to it. We will do... I will do the mullet snapper. We'll have it over here. Actually, what we can do is we've already got a talker right here. We can pick this up, move this right here. Because that opens up to all that area. And so we can pull up that. Now we do have this tank that unfortunately did not survive. With what we had in there, and unfortunately they were trades, so I don't have them unlocked, so I am unable to repurchase them. However, we can look and see if there's anything that we don't have in the aquarium that we could potentially put in here. We do have 36 room, so we could do raccoon butterfly fish. I could also have that, and we could do I'm thinking we're gonna do, this is a wimp. I'm thinking I'm going to do 5 of the raccoon butterfly fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Alright. Now, I just need 5 and 5, and the easiest way to get that is going to be with the velvet horn, which is right here. And that gets us all that we need. We do need to get live lugworm, which I don't have yet. So we're going to come down here, and there is some live lugworm. That is the door. So we're going to put this right there. We are reaching a point where we're going to need to get another zooplankton. I'm looking around to see if I have room for another one, and I do right over here. I'd rather have just a little too much than not have enough, and then my fish don't eat for a day and they get upset. So say we've already, because half of the zooplankton is fed and the other half goes to these tanks that then go through and add. So you come around here, we're going to add, as that person's tired, we're going to add a couple benches. We can actually add a couple benches over here, and all I need to do is really get these spotted eagle rays, and I would have my there's our green turtle has grown. And let's see. Really? In the span of time that I was putting you into your tank, you got so lonely All right, so we are going to, we have just leveling people up. Once I kind of have it where if I'm doing one thing, I'll focus on just one. If I am, yeah, those purple queens are, that's on me because I did not check. And we are deleting all of the autopsy reports. There we go. All right. Awesome. So we are going to... I could probably have an aquarium of just angelfish. Let's... How big... That... Yeah, we're gonna do that because that's gonna be a good... That might be a good cold water fish. Look at the turtle. What are you complaining about? I really need the toilet. Okay, well, it's right there. Okay, so we are going to start doing anything and everything. All right. I think if I do, we're gonna open this up to there. I really don't want to put anything over here because I want that to be where the mega tank is, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get that as soon as I get to this next level. And then honestly, it's, if I remember correctly, it's as soon as looks like I have some more tanks. So there's the Grand Beach, and where is, it's freestanding, deep walls, large, here's the Chicago. Okay. So what I wanted to do was have this and put this right here. Actually, no, we're gonna put it, I need to see where I'm putting this. Up one. Yeah, right there works good. We're going to actually put these in place. And we're going to have this down and over. And then we will have our staff doors for access. We're gonna have this right on the far side as much as we can, and then we are going to do I have another? I do have another. I don't think it's going to be able to reach it. It does. All right, is that going to negatively affect? Yes, because we are going to pause because I'm noticing that we're having a diminished return on that. So I need more heat. And what we're going to do is, this is where we're going to I really don't need a large, so we're going to just put that right there. I am going to put, I take it back. I am going to put a large mega heater, but I don't need a large... I don't need a large thing because I only need to connect it to one. All right. So for this, now we can unpause it. We are going to come back over here. Not an aquarium because we are fixing to put in our spotted rays, or our eagle rays. 1, 2, 3. That's it for that. Satisfied guest report. The latest feedback from guests shows that they love the shoalers. Great job. And that is enough to get us to rank 12. Awesome. So that is, we need to unlock the auto feeder and unlock the mega tank. We need to check our message log. So we are going to have a message on that. So we have a lot of different things right up here. Some jungle theme, some different items. That is kind of cool. Looks like a iron statue, whale skeleton, sunken wreck. Lots of fish. I did do a lot of dolphins and other whales. So we have that. We have a lot of corals, and then we have our mega tanks that we can have here, and the mega UV. One of these animals. Oh, there's the blue shark, gray whale. So what I would do is, in this instance, I would actually create a story as to why I would have, there's the mega pump, why I have a whale. And I would think it would be somewhere along the lines of with a rescue or a rehabilitative care. All right, the final quest begins. Congratulations, you are now ranked 12. You can start unlocking the specific tools required for the whale tank shark, or the whale shark tank. The first thing you'll need is the auto feeder. This device is required to feed the whale shark, as nothing else can provide the constant flow of zooplankton it needs. Next, we'll need to source the tank. Not just any old tank will do. The sheer volume of water that it will contain means it needs to be reinforced with advanced materials and built by a specialist constructor. We need a mega tank. I've identified a suitable constructor. They will contact you via the message log. All right. So with that first thing we're going to do, we are going to want to finish this out. And I actually saw the perfect decoration in, and I'm hoping is available. I know it's got to be available because everything at this point, everything's available. I wanted to have the sunken wreck. And then with that, we can add a ship's wheel, and we can add okay, that should be good. Out of curiosity, how big is the whale skeleton? That's actually pretty accurate. Like I said, when I went to the, and this is just going to be open just like that, so you can come in, and we're going to need to put some benches in before people start complaining. Right, we're going to, that's the Tasmanian giant crab. Now we're just going to start doing, we can start doing some rank 12. Since I don't know what, oh, there's a leafy sea dragon. I gotta do the leafy sea dragon. Alright. So with that, we're going to do one last thing, and then we're gonna move on, to the message log that I've been postponing. Oh, there's the whale shark with kelp. Or the whale ship. The sunken ship with kelp. I did not see that like 2 seconds ago when I was looking. See, I could do this. Nah, I'm fine with... They're not requesting it, so... We're just gonna come over here. I do need to unlock the auto feeder, which is this one that they want. And once I have that unlocked, I don't have an issue with going and unlocking the others. But like I said, I felt that was kind of cheap to unlock one and then... Where is... Oh, because it's not the stuff that's not in the aquarium. Although I don't have this one, the one I'm looking for, in this aquarium. I know I had it in a previous aquarium. But we are going to... There it is. I want the palm tree. And I also want the... netting. Just kind of adding a little bit of flair to the room. Although I'm sure they will find something to complain about. Alright. So we're working on the auto feeder. We are going to add the sea dragon. We might... Depending on how big it is, we might be able to put it in this tank. Probably not, though. We will find a place. We will find a place to put it. Tank construction. I'm told you need a mega tank. We can build it for you, but our schedule is completely full. It'll be months before it's ready. Tell you what, I may be able to shift a few things around, as I do love an aquarium. If you can build a tank with my favorite fish in it, I'll bump you up the schedule. So objective requirements, we're going to build a tank with a copper band butterfly, a blue spotted ribbon tail ray, a mandarin dragon net, a sun manipura, we need 2 of those, a point value of 300 ecology, sufficient lighting, sufficient water quality, and sufficient heating. And reward is the mega tank unlocked. Blackmail it is. I suppose I have no choice. Alright, so we do have a tank that has, but it's not the tank. We're going, hold on, cancel. So we're gonna have the bonnet head has grown. Now we can delete all those. Emma's leveled up. Nancy is leveled up. Benny leveled up. Tobias has leveled up. And Isla has leveled up. Alright. So some of these I may need to unlock because I don't believe I have the blue spotted ribbon tail ray. I think I unlocked it in a previous one, but not this one. And then that will unlock the mega tank. So the sun manipura, I don't know what that is. And the mandarin dragonet I did see. So we're going to need to build a large enough tank and How big do these get? Do they eat anything? Arthropods. They'll grow to 60. So that's 180. They'll need 360. So we will see, but I don't want to necessarily wait for those guys to grow up. So what I wanted to do, really quickly, we're going to look here at arthropods 1 through 14. What about this guy? Arthropods 1 through 10. How big is that crab that we just unlocked? It starts at 15. Okay, so we can pick our next research. Here's the Mandarin Dragonet, which we can start with. We are going to take the Tasmanian Giant Crab. He's gonna go in there. He's gonna be a buddy because he is gonna grow, but he is a size 30. Holy wow. Okay, that is not a small fish. All right, how big is he gonna get? He's gonna get to be 30, and yeah, I think that tank can handle it. All right. So I did unlock the sea dragon. All right, so we have levels up, more fixing, pet, and talking. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to look really quickly at what is a sea dragon. Only requires 6, needs to be in a tank of at least 3 or more. But I think so I need to find a place that is not going to eat actually, yeah, there's the Cory, the Benny that actually survived. Has to be at least 3. Okay, so let's see. Requires 6 plants. A lot of skill, so I think we could do 1, 2, 3. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually grab him and we will put him somewhere. He's not gonna like there. He can go. No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I was doing. We can't. Oh, maybe he's not having an issue. All right. Hold on. Stress from being housed with a species outside of its genre. Okay, yeah. So first off, we can move him over here, and he's fine. Because these guys have to be, and these are really cool. And at the there is an aquarium that's near here that they actually have leafy sea dragons. So they are really fascinating to look at because they just, you look at them and they literally just look like, do I have enough to put that in? Yes, I do. All right, so that is 24, so that should go away. And then this is live my shrimp. So we are going to add my shrimp. And because it requires it, we're going to, I have I swear, the zooplankton is the most common. All right, so we have unlocked the... I'm almost finished with this. All right, so we have unlocked the auto feeder. That was step 1 of this one. The second half is we need the mega tank. And of course, we have that one last requirement to meet. So towards doing this, we are going to, ooh, yes, absolutely, we need this one. We will do the whale shark tank. All right, the auto feeder isn't just for the whale sharks. It can also be used to reduce the feeding requirements put upon your staff. After attaching the auto feeder to a tank, open its window by selecting it. Then select the food type used in the drop-down menu contained in its window. The food will be dispensed automatically to the tank whenever required, and it will automatically refill at the beginning of each day. Note that staff members will need platforms to access auto feeders attached to deep tanks. So this is the only qualm about this, is that now to do this, now we need to cave in here. So we are going to flip that around, and we're going to down 2 caves. I like this one because it adds just a little bit of greenery as well. So it satisfies the cave requirement, but it also, I like decorations that have that. So we're going to be working on having that and then figuring out where we're going to put them. We will most likely have to create a new tank for this, as well as look at organizing the auto feeders and sorting out where we're going to put them. We're going to have to do a lot of rearranging. So thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Bye. Howdy Howdy, this is Blue Otter. Today we are working on Megaquarium level 10 in Megalopolis, and we just reached rank 20. We unlocked the mega filter, or the auto feeder. We are working on unlocking the mega tank, which involves having to unlock several fish. We have unlocked, we're working on the Mandarin Dragonet, and then I will be working on the other 2. But one of the things that we unlocked this last session was the auto feeder. So one of the things about the auto feeder that's really cool is the fact that it allows us to automatically feed the fish, and it will and then so we don't have to send our employees chasing after the feeding the fish all the time. Instead, we can work on just having them maintain the equipment. So there's the Mandarin Dragonet. We're going to look at, I need the blue spotted ribbon tail ray, which I think is an earlier one. And then I need the sun Montipora, which I do not even know. I don't know what that is. So we're going to look. I've got the marlins. I know great white sharks can't live forever. In an aquarium, they actually do need to have a lot of open space that aquariums just can't accommodate. The only great whites that they've managed to keep in aquarium, I think the longest anyone has been able to keep them in is maybe about 6 weeks, and it was basically like a baby, so not even a full-size one. All right, so we're looking for the blue spotted ribbon. The sun Manipora. And neither one of those. There's the blue spotted ribbon tail ray, which we will go ahead and unlock or work towards unlocking. So I'm going to go through and we're going to actually, because I know I want just saying we're going to do, I think it's under special equipment. There we go. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually be able to delete that, and we'll be able to come here and then we just select this, and we want this to be the green pellet, and it feeds the green pellet. And now we don't have to worry about this tank at all, because this will feed them and it looks like it has a capacity for 50 green pellets refilled at the beginning of each day. So I have plenty of space for that. Alright, so our next one that we're going to do is we're going to delete this orange, and we're going to add an orange. It does take a little bit of a setup. So you can see that it changed color to orange. This one requires, let's see, what does everyone eat? We have orange, krill, and zooplankton. So I would actually need, for this one, I would have to do 1, 2, 3. Now, right now, they're not picked. They're nothing. So here we have, I have orange pellet. I did not say green pellet. I said orange pellet. This one is going to be krill. And then the middle one is going to be zooplankton. And I've got 3 tanks that now it's additional equipment, but I don't have to worry about feeding them. And so this is really a benefit to having the same type of food. So this one, there we are. I was like, I don't know why we're doing that. All right. So it does have to be on a platform. So we are going to do a platform. And you can see here is, does it have to, oh, it has to go like right here. So there is how you would attach it to one that requires a platform. All right, so now we're going to look, and we're looking for that sun Manipora. And it would be nice if it says, yeah, I know I need at least 2. One thing that would be helpful is if I looked over here and it said it's in this rank. Some of these, the fish are just always so beautiful, and between the developer and it's cute. between the developer and the people who have created numerous workshop items, these are really fantastic animations. Okay, I did not see it here either. And I don't really want to have to look it up, but I may have to. We're looking for the sun. Watch it be like the one level 3 that I didn't unlock or something. So we're looking. Okay, that's... So zebra mussel was the one that I was thinking I was going to have to put it together. I am looking it up. Is it? On to... it is a coral. Okay, it is... I'm looking at... And... Alright, but it at least shows me what picture to look for. This is rank 11. I'm blind. Okay, it's right there. Alright. Alright, so we have that. So we can put this right. So one of the things we can do is, I mean, we can add to it, what does this eat? A little eats. Awesome, so we have those. We're going to do the... Alright, so we're going to... see. Insufficient different species. Okay. It is wanting to have some kind of a different species, so we can... I can definitely accommodate that. I can throw a... Here, have a Nemo that... Nemo number 4. Alright. You eat... What again? Live... Try to shrimp. I don't think... Okay, well, Nemo eats orange pellets, so we can at least feed that. So there are some benefits to it that, but if it's anything that requires any kind of skill or special, then you're not going to be able to access that. So what do these things eat? These eat crab. So see, like this, I would not really be, because these require skill to feed. Technically, I mean, we could try, but I mean, technically, it's not going to do the supplements. And if I do this, I could do crab. But there's no guarantee that that would actually, because it does require skill to feed them. These guys, what do these guys eat? They also eat crab. So we could do the same thing. We could try the same thing. The worst that could happen is it doesn't work. And then other than that, it would just, I mean, they're not going to bill us for anything that doesn't go in. So what that would do is, if this works, it means that I would only need someone to go around and feed the supplements. But one of the advantages to this is that it means that really the only thing that's going to be people are going to be needing to do is feed the animals that need additional help versus ones that don't. So I can, for instance, take this, come over here, put in an auto feeder, and I have so they eat orange. They're all the same type of animal, so we have orange, and that's gonna feed them. So this goes really well when you have a single animal tank. So awesome, we've got that. So now what we need to do is we need to create our tank. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come over here to rank 12, and I'm going to do this because I just need to kind of push it off as much as possible. I am just going to select different animals so that I can be researching. One of the things that I plan to do is I'm going to let this continue to run after I finish, and I'm going to unlock everything so that when I go through and do the final walkthrough, it will be just me going through and I won't have to worry about being interrupted. So this is, and we're just going through right now, and they're all green. So we're going to come over here, and it is important to make sure that you do fill these up. And here we can, do I already have, I already have one zooplankton. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually delete that one. We're going to move this one over here. And we're going to add 1, 2, because I believe I saw that this has one that eats orange, and then one that eats green. All right. So with that, we are going to we're going to look at some of these fish that we've unlocked. We're going to look at not in the aquarium because I want to specifically focus on what I don't have. These can't be with another one that's green. This one, he's a bully. Anyway, all right, so we're going to hold on. So this one, he eats animals 6 through 11, and this guy starts at 12. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. What do you need? You need some rocks. We're gonna do rocks. In aquarium, everything. We're gonna do. That's great. There we go. So there are some rocks. And there we go. All right. All right. So we are going to, okay, so first off, I need to check and see. Not in the aquarium, cold water, because or not cold water. Alright, how much vegetation do you need? You need 6. Really? That's... Alright, we're going to do... Alright. Alright, pick our next research. We are going to do the mega pump. Oh, because we also need more filtration. Awesome, we've been looking forward to this. We're going to do filters. Actually, no, these are combined filters. We're going to do the large mega, and then we can do a large mega right there, and then we can pause this. We're going to delete those two, and we're going to replace those with this large mega nitrate. Still not enough because they need a lot of filtration. All right, so we need, for this, we need the large pump. And we're going to take that and link that in there. of which we're going to add 1, 2, and then we're going to add large triple. We're gonna add another, and we will do another where we can have right there, and we'll do a, is that is enough. So we've got a lot of filtration over here, but that is also a lot of water that is going through. All right, so let's go through and we're going to expand here where we're going to try to see what we can do as not a terrarium, not a beach tank. So we are day 194. We are going to do as much as I really like to have I really would like to see, we have specialty tanks, we have large tanks. We could theoretically do maybe a small tunnel. That's not quite what I envisioned. I know it's me being picky. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to do a regular deep wall, deep observation tank. We can do as wide as we can and out, and actually if we just do it one more short, that's probably going to be a mistake, but then we can center it right here, and then that way we can put a wall right there. And we can add our little ramp up. And then we can start adding our rays, although let's see, does the ray does not require, but the ray is going to be 17. So we need array, and that's not going to be too big. We're going to pause it while we put these in. Oh, I need 2 of these. So yeah, this is going to have to be a bigger tank. We're going to sell this. Yeah, because it's going to have to be a bigger tank. So we're going to have to come over here and we might no, I'm really not gonna be able to. Okay, so we can do one more. We'll do one more tank over here. We're going to do the only tank that I'm going to be able to house this in is either a large tunnel tank, which could be nice, although we do have several tunnels already in existence. So that's 144. Okay, let's take this as a step-by-step. What do we need in here? We need a copper band, which I've actually got in here somewhere. Which is it under? Where is my copper band? I thought I had unlocked. I might not have unlocked the copper band. I have a copper band and I only need 1. So what I can do is I can come over here and I can actually swipe my copper band. So my copper band butterfly fish requires 5. And I can actually swipe him. I'm fine with that. I can sleep comfortably with that. We are going to have alright, so with that we have 5. We have 2 of these ribbon tail rays, which will go to 17. I'm gonna round that up to 20. So that's gonna say 40, so I need 45. A mandarin dragonet is 3, and I need 2 of those. So with that was what, 25, so that's 30. And then I need the sun monopore, which has to have 20. So I really need 30. Right, because this does not take up, this just has light. That's 3, so that's gonna be 6. That's, I said 40, because it's 20, 40, 45, 50. So I need a tank of at least 50. Which would be this tank as is, and what we could do is we could even just we could do we could do that, and it's just this little tiny bit of a tank. So it still has that same minor size. We can also make it where we're gonna have What can I do? All right, so we're gonna do. Hold on. Gotta figure out how I was gonna do this. Okay, now I know what we're doing. We're doing that, and then this is gonna come right here, and we're just gonna come down. So I will be able to at least feed one fish with. I will be able to do at least one with special equipment with the auto feeder. I will be able to do at least that much. One fish type with that. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to first, before we move that, we're going to, because this is going to be a warm tank, we're going to try to see what I can add, and we're gonna have to do one more pump. We're gonna have to do a bit of a larger pump. Because from here we might be able to start adding it into the filter. So there is that. Everything is looking fine. What do you mean you can't access it from the... Oh, I know why. Because I only made this. Okay. I see what I did. There we go. And they can actually do a turnaround on that, so I'm not too worried about that. But that does enable them to access this from this side if we need to actually access that. Since we do now have heat, we have sufficient. So we are going to move. We're going to grab our copper band butterflies, so this way we're not having to do anything, do additional research, because I don't remember where he is. We're going to add 2 blue spotted ribbon tails, so we have 1, 2. I have a lot of rocks. We can very quickly... We're going to add, I should probably wait and see what all the requirements are going to be, but I feel pretty confident that I can add the velvet horn and get at least a little bit in there. Okay, so we can close that. And then we will also get a caves. We'll do a pitted rock column. That should finish that out. Maybe. Okay. We're going to do... small rock, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to have this. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering if this is going to work, because there's the lights. I am going to need a mega light, and I don't know if... yeah, that was what I was concerned about. So it's not gonna work. because of course it's not. So we're gonna pause. We're gonna move this back over here. Yeah, we'll survive. So we do have to go in with the deep well tank that I was thinking about, the deep observation. There are some other ones. There's a deep corner. No, we can just do the deep observation, and it needs to be so that's really the same size. So we're going to just take everything out of here. I'm not clicking on it for that. I'm clicking to move them. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going to take this and we're going to actually add this tank so everything will be hunky-dory. We do have the rocks and the lugworm. We also need to get the Mandarin Dragonet. So we have 1, 2. The semi-poro, so we're gonna have a 1 and a 2. And then we need to get 11 cave and 8 rock. Should be the cave and 8 rock. So we're going to add 1 and 2, and that should be sufficient. But no, because we need... That's not enough rock. We need... There we go. That should be... No. More. Okay. Now I need 20 lights. Which right there. We're going to sell that tank. We have lugworm, live mias. We're going to live mias. The lugworm. Oh. And naturally the zooplankton. So it actually doesn't matter because I'm not going to be able to do the food thing, but we can add that. So there are 2 stands. So there's a lot of room to give. Unpause this, and then what we can do, that is the lemon shark. We're fixing to open the mega tank, or not the mega tank, this one. So I do need, the only thing is I need a 0.300 ecology, really? Okay. Except I don't think... Yeah, these don't add ecology. So what I could do is I could add fish that are going to increase the value of the tank. So like this one would be, but I want small and a lot. So here's one. See, that's science and I don't want science. We could do, hold on. What are you classified as? Stony coral. May eat or damage stony coral. No. We could do a finite amount of space. So let's do, we're gonna do a gem tank. We're going to add black longnose tang, and we will add no, those are actually, those would probably be perfect for this tank. Do I have the space for it though? For a wimp 5, I would need 20 space. What is Jim Tang's problem? Okay, fine. We are going to one, 2, 3, 4, 6. There we go. Tank construction ready to start. You've made an old builder very happy. A deal is a deal. I've made some room in my schedule. Tank construction can start as soon as you are ready. You'll find the mega tank in the tank section on the build menu. The perfect habitat. We are tantalizingly close. A whale shark has been rescued from an illegal slaughterhouse, but there are concerns about releasing it back into the wild. The group responsible for the rescue are willing to donate it to your aquarium, provided that it has the perfect habitat. Whale sharks have a very low survival rate in captivity, so everything has to be perfect. A whale shark needs a lot of room to swim, and rocks and plants would provide good landmarks for it to use when navigating the tank. They are also keen for the shark to be housed with other large, peaceful tank mates, so it isn't completely alone. This is it. Fulfill the requirements for the habitat, and the whale shark is yours. So with that, I do need a lot of rocks. Jeez. These guys are just not happy. So we are going to see if I can add, actually that needs 11 more rocks. I don't think I can do that in the closest I could do is take out one of those. And we're gonna do rocks. We can do that's 37, so that's, I need 6 more. That would be a matter of, hold on. Let's take that one and put him Hold on. Pause. Let me... There. Regular rubble. Right there. Okay, everyone's happy. That gets me just enough rocks to satisfy that tank. So with that, we are going to... We just finished our last tank on that. Could have made it a little bit bigger, would have made it a little easier to fit everything in that we needed to. But with that, this is a bit of a longer session, but we have unlocked the mega tank, and so we will be building for that in our next episode. Thank you for watching. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter. We're playing Megaquarium, level 10, rank 12, and we are finally about ready to... We are preparing our habitat, the mega tank. So this tank is gonna go right up here. First we need to open up. We do have this area already blocked off. We're going to utilize that. I am going to preemptively open up some space. I forget exactly how big we can make this, but I know it is a large tank. I am pretty sure that that is not anywhere near. We're going to collapse all of these because for this time we are going to do... Is it under large? There it is, the mega tank. 2800. And it needs to be at least 1080. So if we do this, we're going to look at it. I just want to see how big we can make it and what size we're looking at. So we're already looking at... That is the size of the aquarium. I could do something about that big and have it be on the side, but I think we're gonna go for the big enchilada right there. So what we need to do is we are actually going to, because it does need to be sufficient heating, so we are on the right side. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually open this up a little bit more. We will probably close some of this off. We're going to actually have it where it is over here. And still not far enough. All right. There we go. So that is our tank. We are... I'm really not... I don't necessarily need people to be able to access this side of the tank, but I do need them to be able to access the tank. If I had like if I had done like the this tank as another tunnel tank right here, that would actually be kind of cool, is to have that and then have a tunnel tank, but we're good with this. So you're gonna come in here and there's gonna be another tank right here, and that's gonna be kind of almost a letdown on just how much space there is. We're going to great words of yogurt. We've got merchandising here. So we've got merchandising right there. We got little whale shark plushies that are just aching to go out and go home with their buddies. Whale shark plushie supply, yes, right there. We're going to put in a door right there. And we're going to go ahead and hit play because it's going to be a while before we actually get to this. We need to find the krill auto feeder. I'm going to have 6 of these. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to start right here, and then to make sure that we actually have access, we're gonna have that. Actually, I think it's a matter that I need krill as the auto feeder. So we're going to collapse special equipment auto feeder. There's the manta ray, which is great. I need the southern stingray, which I don't think I unlocked. That one's pretty. And the leopard shark. And I know that those are lower level. I want to say the leopard shark is watch it be rank 6. That's the red stingray. I know exactly what I need. And then all of this area is going to be just massive amounts of filtration and keeping track of everything, every little just going back because I didn't think that the southern stingray was that high. Okay, so I checked. So let's look at 8. There's the southern stingray. Okay, so the southern stingray is an 8. Let me look. One thing that would be cool is if you could sort it by prestige, if you could toggle it between cold, hot, or tropical, or cold, chill when you get to that. Okay, where is the leopard shark? Because I know I did not unlock him because he was a little pain the last time I had him. He's not rank 12 because this is the first time I got to rank 12. Alright, anyway, we're gonna go back to 8. We're gonna at least get the southern. There he is, leopard shark. All right. We're going to put in auto feeder. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, and we've got one more, right? There we go. 6. All right. So here we need to pick that it has frill. We're going to put this down here. Frill. Of course you would go down there. All right, krill. Although every time I see krill, I think of Orville, and one of the primary antagonists for the series is the krill. There's that. We're going to do. And I have a mega observation tank. Yeah, at this point, I'm just picking something so that it will it'll be going through, and then I'm gonna let it run for a while. I have a lot of. All right, so leveled up. Awesome. So we are here, people. All right, message log. No, that is the tantalizing. We're not quite there. All right. I was getting excited because I thought we had unlocked it for some reason, even though I know we haven't. But anywhere near what is left. That is a lot of people. That's good that my Tasmanian crab is still kicking. Spotted eagle is grown. That's fantastic. He's now size 25. I don't believe that's as big as he gets. This thing can hold his own against that his shark tank mate. So Lorenzo gets food. Rachel, this is what I get for just hiring everybody. But then this way you get to actually see who all of the people are. Dante, I'm hoping he can get to level 10 with talking, because he just, that seemed to be like what he wanted to really do, and I kind of felt bad because every time I got him, I just like, yeah, here's a broom. There we go. All right. More. And there's the last one. All right. There we go. And oh, there we go. All right. So here is the message log on the whale shark. Southern stingray. We've got. Now I need the leopard shark. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add these to the aquarium, but to do that we are also going to need to pause, because this is just the feeders for the whale shark. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to need to put in, at a minimum, we're going to do not shown. We need 2 manta rays. 1, 2. They're not happy because they're cold. I need Where is... I just unlocked it. Oh, I guess I had two. Oh, I guess I had two of them in there already. All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, look at the fish. Imagine doing this, but just doing all small fish. And then I'm gonna have 4 leopard sharks when they go in. But next up, we've got to do some pumps, and we're gonna do the mega pump. So this is going to be connecting this, which you kind of got to have the huge tank, and then we're going to I think for right now we're going to collapse all. That's that. All right, so we are going to do filters. That's not enough. I need to do all my combined filters. So what we're going to have to do is 1, 2. We will come back to this one in a little bit. All right, so that is actually not bad. We're going to come back over here. We're going to do another mega pump. And this time we're going to do it again about right there. Come over here. And we are going to do 1, 2. And then we're going to, we have UV sterilizers. We'll have another thing of just UV sterilizers. Okay, we're going to, we've got the nitrate reactors. Yeah, we are going to do a, no, we're gonna go back. We're gonna do the, I want the mega pump again. And this time we're gonna do let's achieve high water quality. So we're gonna have 1, 2, and then we're going to do my dog is playing in the background, if you can hear that. 1, 2. We can also do one of the things that helps with that is having the large reach that these things have is vital towards that. All right, so there is all the heat. Almost got enough. And then we can add one more. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have that one. And we'll have, yeah, it's gonna be like that. Okay. So, what does the southern stingray eat? Southern stingray eats everything that these eat, we're going to make sure that we have here. So we're going to, because I don't have room for more dispensers, so we're going to do a sand eel and a supplement. We're going to a manta ray eats krill and a supplement. So even though I have the auto feeders, I'm going to go on the assumption that that's going to be enough for just the whale shark. So I'm going to keep that there. So we're going to unpause. I am putting a priority on this, and we are going to add definitely add some tool stations. I'm going to also really quickly, since we are right here, I am going to add a doorway that's going to allow workers to quickly access from the bonnet head shark tank. Jeez, look at how deep that water goes. Okay. Is that not the southern? That is the southern stingray. Why is it not registering my southern stingrays or my manta rays? Probably because I don't have the leopard sharks. Leopard sharks are coming. Miko has leveled up. Claire has leveled up. So one of the things that I do need to do is there is my next, there's my leopard shark. And we're just gonna start picking the top ones. We're gonna come over here. Not in aquarium. We are going to add for the sharks. We have 4 sharks. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Clock is ticking. So what we're going to do is we're going to open for people to start coming in. And then we are going to, really quickly, I want to add some benches. We're gonna add some benches around the edge of this. Right there. All right. There. And then we're going to add another bin right there. We're going to add a t-shirt supply. Actually, we're going to add wooden t-shirt shelf right here. So here we're gonna have merchandising. And I need some food. We're gonna add a popcorn cart. And some coffee. And over here, we're gonna add a froyo and an orange juice. And if we do that, we definitely need to add orange juice stand. There we go. So we are almost there. We just have another minute or so. Some of our animals are growing. Fantastic. Let's go ahead. We're going to delete all the growth there. All right, perfect chilling filter. That's so this, you can see that it is a lot of equipment. For some reason, yeah, because you can see, I mean, it's some of these animals I'm barely, I guess that was air. So they're going through and doing some care on that. I think if I had gone back and redone it, I think I would add it so that when they come up, they would come here and they would be able to instantly access the tank. Definitely we could add some of these. We'll go to 11 after 7 days. So we can add 1, 2, 3. We can just add a whole bunch of fish. I don't foresee us having... What is cause bullying? Really? Okay. Who is... Okay. Okay, so we can't have any... Nobody who's a... So we can do 1, 2... 3. As promised, here's the adult whale shark. Add it to your habitat and fulfill your destiny. We're going to add a queen. We're going to... we're going to add... These are wimps, so we're going to add some of these. 1, 2... 6. I know. I've got... Alright. So with that, we are going to put our shark right in here. And fulfill your destiny. So there is our whale shark. This has been a wonderful series. and I just, this is a great game. The developer has actually got and is one of the contributors to the workshop items. So I definitely recommend going and giving him a follow. He's got three mods that I saw and have subscribed to, or three additions in the workshop. One of them is the oranges, one of them is the nurse shark, and the third one I believe deals with the auto filters. And I don't know what that one is. That's that little highlight of what looks like some kind of one of the fishes. So that is our whale shark as he swims around. As promised, fulfill your destiny. Congratulations, you did it. You have completed the Megaquarium. You've completed the Megaquarium campaign. You can carry on here in Megalopolis for as long as you like, but when you are finished, you can try out the sandbox mode where you can find unlimited gameplay. Enjoy. So there is our whale shark. We do need to add some of these other fish. I believe I think I saw some sponge. Hold on, we have sponge. I think I saw a green. Naturally, it would go right there. And an orange. So one of the things that I went through and did is one of the workshop items I found was one that I talked about how I had one that unlocked all the auto filters, and one of them unlocked it at earlier levels, so you would actually have access to them. So that is fantastic. That is Megaquarium. So that is our aquarium. It is a massive aquarium, but as you can see, you come in and you have two tunnels that go back into seeing the big massive mega aquarium. You have a cold water section, tropical, some sharks over here. So with that, we are going to call this episode, and I will come back with one more time in Megalopolis, doing a full tour. I am going to let everything run so that all the research is completed. You've seen how much I've got in there. But I'm going to run everything so that as we're doing the tour, we're not interrupted. But this has been a fantastic series. Thank you for joining us, and we will continue with the tour and then look forward to starting up our next campaign with Freshwater Frenzy. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you next time. Howdy howdy, this is Blue Otter, and today we are going to take a tour through our mega aquarium here in Megalopolis. We're gonna come down here and zoom in so we can see. I did finish all of the research that was needed. You could see how many different how many days have passed. So we can come here and they need to put more balloons out, but that's okay, because even if some of my staff is a little busy, they're still able to, the fish are getting fed, and that is what is important. I did go through and put a couple of things in while I was waiting, and kind of added a few more decorations. So we'll be able to go through as we go through the entire aquarium. And here's the half and half. So this way we can go back and we can watch them all completely uninterrupted, aside from the people walking in front of us. I did add some things, and that should have been against the wall. So adding some more decorations. These were a lot of this, I had just one of a kind fish and multiple fish. I think this was my goby tank, but I only ended up with 2 in there. That's that one crab, and these are the soldier fish. I believe I have a samurai fish in here. I did go through, and to help alleviate my workers, one of the things that I did do was I went through, and any of my fish that could be fed through an auto feeder received an auto feeder. So that really meant that it probably cut out easily about half of the tank. So that was actually pretty good. We're going to over here, and I did go back and look at some of my earlier videos. I believe back here we've got the toilets that need to be cleaned. There you go. And I think I actually capped out how many employees I had working at about 40. So that's one thing. Now this is the base game. There's a rubber duck. This is the base game, so there is the opportunity that in future games that I might be able to actually get even more employees. There were a lot of things that when I was going through this base campaign that things had changed. Things that I didn't remember existing, and I actually went back and saw some older videos of people who have played, and yeah, there have been several quality of life adjustments and improvements made to this game in the time since it was first released back in 2018, which was really nice. It was a nice surprise to have continued development, which really shows the love and dedication that this developer has for the game. And it's always nice to have a game that is continued to be supported, as that's one of the things. Here's all my little Hawaiian fish. You can kind of see the back, and you can kind of see where I cleaned up a lot of stuff. We will go through a special backstage pass too. Here is the final result of all of those clownfish. I honestly really like this. This is probably one of my favorite tanks, just with how many I was able to get in there. They're all small. I did have one of the anemones or corals kept killing one of my fish, and so I ultimately had to remove said fish. or said anemone, because some of my fish kept dying, and so I finally had to remove those. There's our lionfish. I'm trying to go nice and slow so we can just kind of enjoy the aquarium, and you get to kind of see what the different aquarium looks like and what you would be able to see with it. Part of what makes this possible is the fact that I finished out all the research, which was several hours of just waiting for stuff to click through. This one actually looks really barren. I wish I'd added some rocks. This is a unicorn surgeonfish on our way to the cold water section. There's those balloons from earlier. There's our jellyfish. But everything, and then we did have several animals that passed away. They were eaten, some starved because they needed to eat, and they weren't getting fed enough. So I actually ended up, that is a huge crab. Look at that. And he's just gonna walk right over that shark. So I did end up having to replace several of the fish. These oriental butterflies were one of them. And I actually had to go through, that was when I went through and added all of these auto filters while I was waiting for everything. I added some more decorations. So it wasn't just a, there's those clams. And there's Woofy. Why? He's just cute. I don't know why. I think they're cute. And then there's the John Dory. But having it where they could access all of them. There's our seahorses. Let's come back over here and look at the... Actually, we could probably... Is that... Yeah, you've got a... You're holding a fish. Alright. So here's several fish over here. One of these was that explorer fish that needed to have all these different decorations. It was really interesting. That's a cool trait to have, I think. To have the fish need to be stimulated. I kind of liked having the Atlantic pollock in the long tank. That seemed to fit pretty well. I've also, when I was going back, and I was talking about this when I went back and looked at an earlier video, I did notice that it was a little choppy, so this computer is really not designed to record video like this. So I'm going to be doing the best I can, and be working on saving up to get a new computer that can actually handle it. We're going to actually go into this aquarium because this guy is just, I love. I love the sea dragon. This particular leafy sea dragon, of course, one of them's clipping through the rocks, but that's okay. They are just immensely... I just think they're adorable. Anyway, we're going to come up here, and then we have... of course, this one was actually pretty interesting. I did add these extra fish, and of course, a lot of the other decoration. We had the Smooth Town, and I added the obelisk. This tank, I added a lot of fish to it. I tried to get as many of the cold water fish that I couldn't get elsewhere into here. This is one of our 2 tunnel tanks, and of course you see all of the extra feeders up there. And of course we do have feeders that still come by and feed because they don't do supplements or anything that requires skills. So one of the things that I had to do was I ended up assigning, and this is where some of my staff members, I ended up getting 2 staff members that I assigned that all they do is they go around to all the different tanks and all they do is fill out supplements. That's it. That's their entire job. They go from tank to tank and they fill out their supplements. And then I had some that were having more issues. So I went back and I added all of the ones that are in the bucket that are fueled by the zooplankton and the zooplankton itself. So I have 2 more staff members and that's all they do. And that leads us to one of our last tanks. This was the last final push tank that allowed us to unlock the mega tank. And that's a cool workshop item. Do we have any more? No, they're all out. It's this little where they can grab and they can get a which they just carry whatever they're getting, the whale shark. And then we have this monstrosity of a tank that is absolutely gorgeous. I filled this to the brim with as many fish as I thought my computer could possibly render. So I'm going to just sit here and hopefully let them stream for a little bit. I did add the temple in the middle, so that they can go through. Oh, that's a cool animation I haven't seen before with the whale shark. So that is the whale shark. I do have molas. Several of these, I think the whale shark's clipping right now. We're going to come over here so we can actually see said whale shark. I only have 1 whale shark. And then I have the leatherback turtle. Several of these are mods or workshop items. The temple, I added in there, and you can see there in the back all of the auto filters that I had to use. I had to use like larger ones than just the standard, because there are so many fish in here. This tank alone has 8 people, and all they do is they are dealing with all of the animals that require special feeding, all the supplements, all the special things, in addition to all of the different requirements. So we're gonna kind of swim in here and get to swim around and see all these different fish. Here comes the turtle. I actually used to have a pet turtle that had 2 red-eared slider. Oh, he's clipping through the tank. We're gonna call this a clipper tank. And then I've got several fish that are all the way from like 1 or 2 to much bigger. The mola is a huge fish. This is like the sunfish, I believe. There is actually a fish, and I know I didn't get to add the Subnautica tank in here, but there is a fish in the Below Zero sequel to Subnautica that is kind of based off of this, where it has a hole in the middle, that hopefully that particular modder can go in and add additional fish. I would love for them to do the little sea monkey that they have. So here is the whale shark stuffed toy. And I've got 2 of those bins. So when you come in, you have kind of like a little net that forces you to go one way or the other. And then there are actually 2 locations for talks. So before we go down to the other tunnel, we're going to come over here. We're going to look at some of our sharks. So this was our bonnet sharks. The computer's having, this is a large aquarium, so I'm letting the computer kind of render a little bit. So I'm trying to go a little bit slower. I think I left them on their lonesome. And then I clipped through the window there. This one had the eagle rays. And I actually added, I would put these into a mega tank. Now that I'm looking at them in here. I did add those Morse idols, and I think I added something else. There was... Let's see. There was a scavenger that I put in here, I believe. And I don't know where he is. And I don't remember what I put in here. But then I decorated this a little bit, and I really liked these nets. These nets were kind of a cool piece. And then I've also added these wall art. This was a workshop item. This was also a workshop item from, I believe, the Abzu pack. And I was able to find my pack that, we need to go back through that had those smaller rocks that they actually came with a workshop item that I had uninstalled because I didn't think I needed it, and spoiler, I did. So this is one that I just added. There's a lot of fish in here, and I wanted a really busy tank. And this was a lot of calculating of what fish is going to be able to go well in here, what fish can I not have. At one point I did have that emperor angelfish that's actually in the tang, but it kept being a problem. Everywhere I put it, it was like, I want to eat things, and I was like, no, you can't. You can't do that. And he didn't care. So I found him after about 4 tanks. I actually did find him a home. That is a pretty blue right there. I finally found him a home with the tangs where he was able to work nicely with. This is pipefish. I believe this would go well with, they want to either be housed with the seals. We're going to come over here so we can actually see them. All that for 1 fish. There might be a second one. Yeah, there's a second one right here. There. 2 fish in there. This one was a task. I did finally find some fish that went well with the hammerhead. And then the hammerhead had an issue where he wasn't fed supplements, so I got that fixed, but by the time I got it fixed, the hammerhead had already passed, so I had to go and raise another hammerhead. So I put the hammerhead in here, and come to find out, these guys could actually eat the smaller hammerhead. So I had to go get a third hammerhead, put it into the big mega aquarium, wait till he grew up, and then put him back in here. So that is the aquarium. We didn't have anything over there. Now we... Alright, there's the groupers. And then over here we have this. This tank. And it has some hermit crabs. Grouper. I believe I had to move the eel that I had in there. And then the guests would, on their way out, they would visit the gift shop. So here's a gift shop where you have food, drinks. You can get your Megaquarium bag and get orange juice. You have the pufferfish backpacks. You have CDs where you can collect one of the music available. There is these little gumball machine. And then over here, can I get... look at it before it goes away. Is it... I don't know if you can actually see the thing. This is the regular Megaquarium mug. And then over here, he just took the last one. That's okay. So then you would go out and you would leave out the door. But we have a backstage pass. So we're going to go out and actually look at some of the... Are you actually putting... No, you're not putting that out. All right. So this is what they look like. So there is the Megaquarium. There's the guidebook. And then we have stuffed animals, the balloons, and there's what the cup looks like. It is the freshwater frenzy, which is what we'll be going to next. Over on this side, we have more of the backpacks and the CDs. We have toolboxes, brooms. The back, I did go through and I redid a lot of the filtration. Everyone's got an auto feeder that can use one, and I added as much as I could. There's the jellyfish. So they do have several things, and then have all kinds of supplements because I was tired of them running out. One thing about having there's the massive cold water tank. One thing about these is that you do have to have access to them. So one of the things I did have to do, I just jumped off the side. I did have to make room for this, so I did have to back this wall out a little bit. And I had to push this wall out a little bit so that I could incorporate all these huge filters. Again, anything that could have an auto filtration, an auto feeder on it, I added an auto feeder to it. I have boxes wherever I can get them. And I had several different, so there's the door, and then there's, I believe this is the seahorse, and this is the tank that had the explorer fish in it. Little Dora fish over there. I don't remember which one he is. And then so you see where this would definitely be someplace. This was something that, this is the UV lighting that also helps to increase filtration. So it was a lot of using stuff. This is the stuff that I have 2 employees that this is all they do, is the bins like this and the zooplankton. And then I have a huge one over here that they can come over here. But if that's not enough, then they can also come over here, and you can see where they can come up here, and they have access to one square where they can get to the tank, but everything else is all of these different feeders, all these different color feeders. And from here we can see this, although this would actually be like a wall. And then this is the, oh, there's Crush. She's just looking at us. This tank, you can't actually, even though aesthetically I don't like it, you can't actually access these from the side, the lower levels. So people would be able to come over here and be able to get into that tank. The next step that we're going to do is we're going to actually go back here into where the mega tank is. And this is huge. Okay, so I have so much krill that I was actually running out of krill. So I had to add some more krill. So there's the orange, because I did add the orange workshop item from the developer. I did go back and look. It was an auto feeder, the oranges, and a nurse shark are the three workshop items that he has listed. So this is all of the different food and tool stations. And this looks like a vast array, but we'll go up here and look at that. I believe the size of the feeders I have, the larger size, might be a mod. So workers would come up here, and then they just come right over here, and they're gonna feed whatever fish they need, or they're gonna put in whatever fish, whatever specialty fish, like that person there. This is the amount of equipment, and this is, if the workers will get away, this pretty much is the powerhouse of the aquarium, is back here. I do have some filtration equipment throughout the rest, but for the tropical side, the warm water side, this is the powerhouse of all the filtration and the heaters that we use. And I know somewhere I have, yeah, there it is. Okay. So then from here, this would take us back. This is where, just to give you all a frame of reference. So here is the eagle ray. So we're going to go back around here, and we have the ability, so you see more filtration equipment. They're specialized feeders, and then I was like, oh, I'll do something where they can have a filter, and I ended up putting another one that was specialized feeding. So this is that back side of the aquarium, where you've got those little lagoons that I started with, where the Belfast tank is. And comes back around here, and you can dart around. So see, this is one of the things that I like about having all of the equipment and the doors, so that they are easily navigatable. Here's a good example of what I was talking with you step up where you have a step up where you can actually see the fish, and so that the workers can interact with the fish right here, and they can feed them. But then the mechanics will have to go through, because these will automatically refill. But then what you have to do is if they break down, you have to have access to be able to fix them. So, and they do get colored based off of what you have them are, or what you have them as. And then this was just a little quick getaway to where there's the bathroom and the hallway. We're gonna go back over here. More equipment, more tanks. Everyone gets an auto feeder, as much as I could do as an auto feeder. And that takes us back to the beginning. There is the sink, and on this side we have our bathrooms. And then the last little area that we have, or the last three areas. We have 3 areas left. So this was huge, and I had about 6 filtration units here, and it took up a lot of space, and there wasn't a lot of room to walk. Now I've actually cleared this up. I added the huge mega pump, and it opens up this room quite a bit. I do have where everyone gets fed still, but part of that was just because I was struggling with how to get some arrangement. But again, everyone that could have the auto feeder had the auto feeder, and that just helped reduce what my staff needed to do. And then we have one more area over here, and then we have the area behind the Belfast tank. Is it right? Yeah, here it is. So you come back here, and this area I actually have where you can go up, you can go back down and access that filtration. But here's where the feeder is for that one. Here's the feeders for those 2. And then to be able to access this tank, I still needed to be over here. I could probably take a step back and replace that second one with a ramp. I'm gonna just jump down here. And here are some other things. And then I believe this is, which tank is this? Oh, this is the secondary access for the thing. So each one of these tunnel tanks had 2 access points on either side. So workers could access them from either or. And then there's the pipefish. And then I try to include wherever I can the go back out here. I try to include wherever I can the food that the animal specifically needs. So like here, over in this tank, they need the crab. Over in this tank, they need the herring. But both tanks need the supplements. So, and I think I try to do some of them with supplements in the thing, and I don't think it really works. But that's okay. But that really helped. That helps because then when you're organizing where the fish are and which fish goes where, it helps to have, that's the pipefish. It helps to have them located where like food is alike, so that way you don't have your workers going everywhere. Here's the last little area. This was originally like all filtration equipment. Now I've been able to get food. I have a couple of toolboxes. I have a mic headset. And I was able to move this all down to, it's all either filtration equipment. And I had to go with a really large one because they just weren't getting enough mussels. The panther groupers in there and the lionfish up here. Of course, now they're going to be a little bit more. And then on this side, we had some interesting decking, and then there is the Belfast tank that we put down the first. There's that little chocolate chip starfish. Little puffer. And you can come down here. And we're going to go back out here. Because these guys are actually standing next to the... Of course. I come out here and then they turn away. But you can actually see them a little bit better. I did try to put another lionfish in there and it didn't work. So I just decided that those two were enough. So with that, we are going to conclude the base game for Megaquarium. And I hope you've had fun. And I look forward to working again and doing the freshwater frenzy. So, thank you very much for watching, and have a good evening, or morning, or afternoon, whatever time it is over there.